The Dark Compendium, 100 Portraits of Human Depravity. Chapter 1. Jack the Ripper. In the autumn of 1888, the Whitechapel district of London was a cesspool of poverty, prostitution, and violence. 5 women, Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly, were murdered in a manner so grotesque that the killer acquired a name that still echoes through history: Jack the Ripper. The first canonical victim, Mary Ann Nichols, was found on Bucks Row at 3:40 a.m. on August 31st. Her throat had been cut twice, and her abdomen was mutilated with a single deep, jagged wound. The killer had worked in almost complete darkness and in near silence, suggesting either anatomical knowledge or a chilling familiarity with violence. 11 days later, on September 8th, Annie Chapman was discovered in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. Her throat was severed so deeply that her head was nearly detached, and her uterus had been removed with surgical precision. The killer had taken it with him. The Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, a civilian group formed to patrol the streets, soon received the first of many letters signed Jack the Ripper. The Dear Boss letter, dated September 25th, was likely a hoax by a journalist, but the name stuck. On September 30th, the Ripper struck twice in what became known as the double event. Elizabeth Stride was found in Dutfield's yard with her throat cut but no abdominal mutilation. Some speculate the killer was interrupted. 45 minutes later, less than a mile away, Catherine Eddowes was found in Mitre Square. Her left kidney and uterus had been removed, and her face was slashed in a crude, hateful pattern. The final canonical murder on November 9th was the most savage. Mary Jane Kelly, a 25-year-old Irish prostitute, was murdered in her single room at 13 Miller's Court. The killer disemboweled her, removed her heart, and flayed her thighs. The police surgeon described her as unrecognizable as a human being. Despite hundreds of suspects, including Prince Albert Victor, painter Walter Sickert, and Polish immigrant Aaron Kosminski, the identity of Jack the Ripper has never been confirmed. Modern DNA analysis of a shawl allegedly belonging to Eddowes pointed to Kosminski, but the evidence chain is disputed. What remains undeniable is that the Ripper created the archetype of the serial killer, a phantom who murders without motive, taunts authority, and vanishes into fog. Whitechapel's poor were already invisible to Victorian society. The Ripper made them immortal victims. Chapter 2. The Black Dahlia, Los Angeles, 1947. The golden promise of post-war America had a dark underbelly, and its name was Elizabeth Short. Born in Boston in 1924, Short had drifted to California with dreams of Hollywood stardom. She was known for her jet-black hair, pale complexion, and habit of wearing black flowers, hence the posthumous nickname the Black Dahlia, a reference to the film The Blue Dahlia, released the same year. On the morning of January 15th, a mother walking with her child in Leimert Park noticed a mannequin-like form in a vacant lot. It was Elizabeth Short's body, completely severed at the waist, drained of blood, and posed with her hands over her head, and her mouth slit ear to ear into a grotesque Glasgow smile. The killer had washed the body clean and removed all internal organs. The autopsy revealed that Short had been kept alive for 2 days, fed ice cream and water, and tortured before death. The LAPD, notoriously corrupt and incompetent in the 1940s, was overwhelmed. Over 500 people confessed to the murder, including a woman who claimed she dreamt the details with perfect accuracy. The press ran wild. The Los Angeles Examiner published a story that quoted police sources claiming Short was a prostitute untrue, and that the killer had carved his initials into her leg, unsubstantiated. In reality, Short was a waitress and drifter who had survived a childhood of respiratory illness and a broken engagement to a pilot who died in a crash. She was not a femme fatale. She was a poor, ambitious girl who loved the movies. Suspects abounded. Dr. George Hodel, a prominent physician whose son later claimed he committed the murder and got away with it. Leslie Dillon, a mortician's assistant with anatomical knowledge. Orson Welles' ex-wife's lover. In 2003, Steve Hodel, a former LAPD detective and George Hodel's son, published Black Dahlia Avenger, arguing with circumstantial evidence and tape recordings that his father was the killer. The district attorney's office declined to reopen the case. What makes the Black Dahlia different from the Ripper is the photograph. We have seen Elizabeth Short's autopsy photo, posed like a broken doll, 1,000 times. She became an icon of noir horror, referenced in James Ellroy's The Black Dahlia and in countless songs, films, and TV shows. The murder remains unsolved, but the cultural memory is permanent. A beautiful corpse in a vacant lot, smiling a smile that was carved with a knife. Chapter 3. Zodiac Killer. Between December 1968 and October 1969, Northern California was terrorized by a killer who bragged in letters, created ciphers, and renamed himself after a horoscope. The Zodiac killed 5 known victims and claimed 37, though most investigators believed the true number is between 7 and 9. His first confirmed attack was at Lake Herman Road in Benicia on December 20th, 1968. David Faraday, 17, and Betty Lou Jensen, 16, were parked in a lover's lane. The killer shot Faraday in the head as he got out of the car, then shot Jensen in the back 5 times as she ran. On July 4th, 1969, at Blue Rock Springs Park in Vallejo, he shot Darlene Ferrin, 22, and Michael Mageau, 19. Mageau survived despite being shot in the face, neck, and chest. Ferrin died on the way to the hospital. The killer called the Vallejo Police Department from a phone booth less than an hour later, claiming responsibility and referring to the Lake Herman Road murders. On August 1st, 1969, 3 letters arrived at the San Francisco Chronicle, San Francisco Examiner, and Vallejo Times-Herald. Each contained 1/3 of a 408-symbol cipher. The killer wrote, "I like killing people because it is so much fun." He demanded the letters be printed on the front page, or he would cruise around on weekend nights killing lone people. The newspapers complied. The cipher was cracked by a history teacher and his wife, the Harden couple, but it contained no name, only a boast. "I am not afraid of the gas chamber because it will send me to paradise all the sooner." On September the 27th, 1969, at Lake Berryessa, Zodiac attacked Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard while wearing a homemade executioner's hood with a cross-circle symbol, his signature, on the front. He stabbed them repeatedly. Shepard died 2 days later. Hartnell survived. On October 11th, 1969, Zodiac struck for the last confirmed time. He approached taxi driver Paul Stein in San Francisco, asked to be driven to Presidio Heights, shot Stein in the head with a 9mm, took his wallet and keys, and wiped down the cab. 2 police officers stopped a man matching the description moments later, but let him go because a dispatcher reported the suspect was black. Zodiac was white. The Zodiac stopped killing, or changed methods, but continued writing. He sent a letter on November 9th, 1969, including a piece of Stein's bloody shirt. On April 20th, 1970, he sent a bomb diagram and threatened to blow up a school bus. None of his later ciphers, including the famous 340-character Z340, were definitively solved until 2020, when an international team cracked it. It contained no name, only more taunts. Suspects include Arthur Lee Allen, a convicted child molester who owned Zodiac brand watches and died in 1992. And Gary Francis Post, named by a civilian task force in 2021, though the FBI has not confirmed. The case remains open. The Zodiac's greatest innovation was not his method, but his media strategy. He invented the modern serial killer as public performance, writing letters to newspapers, calling police, and designing a logo. Before the internet, he created a brand. Chapter 4. The Lindbergh Kidnapping. On the evening of March 1st, 1932, Charles Lindbergh, Jr., the 20-month-old son of the famous aviator Charles Lindbergh, and his wife Anne Morrow Lindbergh, was put to bed in his nursery on the second floor of the Lindbergh estate in Hopewell, New Jersey. Sometime between 8 and 10 p.m., a kidnapper climbed a homemade wooden ladder, pried open the window, and took the child. The nurse, Betty Gow, discovered the empty crib at 10 p.m. The ransom note left on the windowsill demanded $50,000. The Lindbergh kidnapping was instantly the biggest story in the world. Charles Lindbergh was the first man to fly solo non-stop across the Atlantic, a global hero. His son's disappearance drew the largest manhunt in American history to that point. John F. Condon, a retired Bronx schoolteacher, volunteered as an intermediary. After months of coded newspaper ads, Condon met a man he called John in a cemetery and paid $50,000 in gold certificates on April 2nd. The kidnapper produced a sleeping suit that matched the baby's. He said the baby was alive and on a boat named Nellie off Martha's Vineyard. It was a lie. On May 12th, a truck driver named William Allen pulled off the side of the road near Hopewell and discovered the child's decomposed body in a shallow grave less than 5 miles from the Lindbergh home. The skull had been crushed by a massive blow. The coroner determined the child died from the skull fracture, likely caused by the ladder breaking as the kidnapper descended. The investigation stalled until May 1934, when a gold certificate from the ransom was spotted at a gas station in New York City. The serial numbers had been recorded. The man who passed it was Bruno Richard Hauptmann, a 34-year-old German immigrant carpenter. In Hauptmann's garage, police found $14,000 of the ransom money, a plank of wood that matched the type used in the ladder, and a hidden notebook with Condon's phone number. Hauptmann maintained his innocence until his execution in the electric chair on April 3, 1936. He claimed a friend named Isidore Fish had given him the money and then died. To this day, historians debate Hauptmann's guilt. Some argue he was a lone kidnapper who panicked and killed the baby. Others contend the ladder was too crudely made for a carpenter of his skill, and the police, desperate for a conviction, planted evidence. The case changed American law. The Lindbergh Law, passed in 1932, made kidnapping a federal offense punishable by death. More quietly, it marked the moment when celebrity privacy died. The Lindberghs fled to Europe after the murder, chased by flashbulbs and reporters. The baby's crib was put in storage, then eventually destroyed. Bruno Hauptmann's wife, Anna, fought for his exoneration until her death in 1994. The one certainty is this: a wealthy aviator's child was taken from his bed in rural New Jersey, and no one has ever conclusively proven why. Chapter 5. JonBenét Ramsey. The morning after Christmas, 1996, Boulder, Colorado. A wealthy, picture-perfect family in a gated community. A 6-year-old beauty pageant queen with bleached blonde hair, fake eyelashes, and a spray tan. A ransom note 3 pages long, filled with movie quotes and demands for $118,000, exactly the amount of the father's recent bonus. And in the basement, hidden under a white blanket, JonBenét Ramsey's body with a garrote tied around her neck and a skull fracture so severe it would have killed most adults instantly. The case is a hall of mirrors. On December 26th, Patsy Ramsey called 911 at 5:52 a.m., reporting that her daughter had been kidnapped. The ransom note was on the kitchen stairs. Police arrived but did not search the house thoroughly. John Ramsey, the father, discovered the body in the basement at approximately 1 p.m. The coroner ruled the cause of death as asphyxiation by strangulation, with the skull fracture occurring about 45 minutes to 2 hours before death. The garrote was made from a paintbrush from Patsy's art supplies. JonBenét had pineapple in her digestive tract, indicating she had eaten after returning home from a Christmas party. A bowl of pineapple with Patsy's and Burke's fingerprints was on the kitchen table. No footprints in the snow. No forced entry. No sign of an intruder except for a broken basement window that was dusty and undisturbed. The Boulder Police Department, inexperienced in homicide, made catastrophic errors. They let friends and family roam the crime scene. They did not secure the house. They allowed John Ramsey to search for his daughter unsupervised. By the time the scene was properly processed, evidence was contaminated. The district attorney, Alex Hunter, refused to indict the parents, citing insufficient evidence. A grand jury later voted to indict John and Patsy Ramsey for child abuse resulting in death. But Hunter declined to sign the indictment, and the public never knew until the documents were released in 2013. Suspects bloomed like poison flowers. An intruder named Gary Oliva, a convicted pedophile who wrote poetry about JonBenét. A mysterious Santa Bill McReynolds, the family's Santa Claus. A former housekeeper who had asked for a loan. The theory that 9-year-old brother Burke, angered over pineapple, struck JonBenét with a flashlight, and the parents staged a kidnapping to protect him. In 2016, CBS aired a documentary making the Burke case, and Burke sued for $750 million. The case settled. Patsy Ramsey died of ovarian cancer in 2006, maintaining her innocence to the end. John Ramsey has remarried and still lobbies for DNA testing on new evidence. A male's DNA found in JonBenét's underwear, which does not match any family member. The problem is that the DNA sample is tiny, possibly a factory worker's skin cell, and the Colorado cold case team has been shut down and revived twice. JonBenét Ramsey, 6 years old, frozen in a pageant dress with a wave and a smile, is the most photographed dead child in American history. Her murder has no conviction, no confession, and no conclusion. Only a garrote, a pineapple, a ransom note no sane kidnapper would write, and a basement that will not give up its secret. Chapter 6. O.J. Simpson, June 12, 1994, was a warm Sunday evening in Brentwood, Los Angeles. Nicole Brown Simpson, 35, and her friend Ronald Goldman, 25, a waiter at the Mezzaluna restaurant, were found murdered outside Nicole's condominium on Bundy Drive. Nicole's throat had been cut so deeply that her head was nearly severed. Goldman had been stabbed multiple times with defensive wounds on his hands and arms, and one blade thrust so hard it pierced his femoral artery. The prime suspect was Nicole's ex-husband, Orenthal James O.J. Simpson, a Hall of Fame football star, actor, and beloved sports commentator. The case had everything: race, fame, domestic violence, and a low-speed white Bronco chase on live television, watched by 95 million people. When Simpson failed to surrender on June 17th, his friend Al Cowlings drove the Bronco on the 405 freeway while Simpson held a gun to his own head. The chase ended in Simpson's driveway. He was arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. The prosecution's case appeared ironclad. A bloody glove was found at Simpson's Rockingham estate, matching a glove left at the crime scene. Blood drops leading away from the bodies contained Simpson's DNA. Simpson had a fresh cut on his left hand when questioned. A pair of Bruno Magli shoes, size 12, left bloody footprints at the scene. Simpson wore size 12, and Simpson had a history of domestic violence, including a 1989 New Year's Eve beating where Nicole called 911 and a 1993 emergency call where she screamed, "He's going to kill me." But the prosecution made fatal errors. They allowed Simpson to try on the bloody gloves in court, and when Simpson struggled and announced, "They don't fit," prosecutor Christopher Darden had told the jury, "If it doesn't fit, you must acquit." Defense attorney Johnny Cochran, a master of rhetorical framing, turned the trial into a referendum on racism in the Los Angeles Police Department. Detective Mark Furman, who found the Rockingham glove, was caught on tape using the N-word dozens of times and bragging about planting evidence. Furman invoked the Fifth Amendment when asked if he had falsified probable cause in the Simpson case. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours. On October 3, 1995, an estimated 150 million Americans stopped what they were doing to hear the verdict. Not guilty of the murder of Nicole Brown Simpson. Not guilty of the murder of Ronald Goldman. The black community in Los Angeles erupted in celebration. White America sat in stunned silence. In 1997, a civil jury found Simpson liable for both deaths and awarded the Goldman family $33.5 million. Simpson never paid. In 2007, Simpson led an armed robbery of sports memorabilia dealers in a Las Vegas hotel room, claiming the items were stolen from him. He was convicted and served 9 years in prison. He was released on parole in 2017 and died of prostate cancer in 2024. Nicole and Ron remain dead. The Goldman family continues to fight for the money Simpson owed. The trial's legacy is not justice, but fracture. It taught America that a jury can be swayed by theater, that race can override evidence, and that a murderer can write a book titled, "If I Did It," and nearly get away with that too. Chapter 7. Ted Bundy, Theodore. Robert Bundy was handsome, charismatic, and a law student with political ambitions. He was also one of the most prolific serial killers in American history, confessing to 30 murders between 1974 and 1978, though the true number is likely higher. Bundy's victims were young white women with long dark hair parted in the middle. He would fake injuries wearing a sling or a cast and ask for help carrying books to his Volkswagen Beetle. Once inside, he would incapacitate them with a crowbar or a piece of pipe, then drive to a remote location where he would rape, beat, and strangle them. Often he would return to the bodies for days, applying makeup, combing their hair, and engaging in necrophilia. He decapitated at least 12 victims and kept their heads in his apartment as trophies. His killing spree spanned Washington, Utah, Colorado, Florida, and possibly Idaho and Oregon. In 1975, Bundy was arrested in Utah for possession of burglary tools and linked to a kidnapping attempt. While awaiting trial, he escaped twice. The first escape was from the Pitkin County Courthouse Library in Aspen. He jumped from a second-story window and sprained his ankle, but was recaptured after 6 days. The second escape on December 30th, 1977, was from a Colorado jail. He sawed a hole in his cell ceiling, lost 35 pounds to squeeze through, and fled to Florida. There, on January 15th, 1978, he entered the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University. He bludgeoned Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy to death with a piece of firewood and attacked 2 more women, Karen Chandler and Kathy Kleiner, who survived with severe injuries. He then walked 2 miles and attacked another woman, Cheryl Thomas, dislocating her jaw and causing permanent hearing damage. Bundy was arrested on February 15, 1978, after a traffic stop in Pensacola. Officer David Lee recognized the stolen Volkswagen. Bundy fought, but Lee subdued him with a taser. The Florida trial was a media circus. Bundy acted as his own attorney, proposed to his girlfriend Carol Ann Boone during testimony. She accepted. They had a daughter in prison, and cross-examined the survivors of his attacks. The jury convicted him on July 24, 1979. He was executed in the electric chair at Florida State Prison on January 24, 1989. The morning of his execution, crowds outside chanted, "Burn, Bundy, burn." His last meal was steak, eggs, hash browns, toast, jam, milk, and juice. He declined it. Just before the current flowed, Bundy's eyes looked at the witnesses. The chaplain said, "Ted, go with God." Bundy nodded. The lights dimmed. Ted Bundy's greatest trick was deceiving the women who trusted him. He was not a monster with claws and fangs. He looked like a boyfriend, a neighbor, a young Republican. That is why he still frightens us. Evil does not announce itself. It wears a sling and asks for help with the books. Chapter 8. Jeffrey Dahmer between 1978 and 1991. Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer murdered 17 young men and boys in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Bath, Ohio. His methods were not merely violent, they were necromantic. Dahmer drugged, strangled, and dismembered his victims, but he also performed bizarre rituals, boiling skulls to preserve them, dissolving flesh in acid, and storing severed heads, genitals, and internal organs in his refrigerator and freezer. He attempted to create zombies by drilling holes into the skulls of living victims and injecting hydrochloric acid or boiling water into their frontal lobes. One victim, Tony Hughes, a deaf and mute man, survived the drilling and had to be strangled to death. Dahmer ate the biceps and hearts of several victims, considering cannibalism an act of permanent union. He lived with the corpses for years. When police arrested Dahmer on July 22, 1991, after a handcuffed victim named Tracy Edwards escaped and flagged down a patrol car, they entered apartment 213 at the Oxford Apartments and found Polaroid photographs of dismembered bodies, a 57-gallon drum of acid containing 3 torsos, a severed head in the refrigerator, 2 more heads in a freezer, and a collection of skulls on shelves. The smell of rotting flesh was so overwhelming that officers vomited. The investigation later revealed catastrophic police failures. In May 1991, 2 14-year-old boys, Konarak Sinthasomphone, the brother of a boy Dahmer had molested 3 years earlier, and his friend escaped Dahmer's apartment, bleeding and drugged. They flagged down 2 Milwaukee police officers who found Dahmer. Dahmer claimed Sinthasomphone was his 19-year-old boyfriend, drunk on schnapps. The officers believed him and returned the drugged, naked, bleeding child to Dahmer, who killed him minutes later. The officers were later fired but not charged. Dahmer was tried and found guilty of 15 counts of murder. He was sentenced to 15 consecutive life terms, totaling 957 years. In prison, he claimed to have found Christianity and was baptized. On November 28, 1994, inmate Christopher Scarver, serving a life sentence for murder, beat Dahmer to death with a broom handle in the gym shower at the Columbia Correctional Institution in Portage, Wisconsin. Scarver stated that God told him to do it. Dahmer's body was cremated and his brain was preserved for scientific study, then lost. The parents of his victims fought over the ashes. Lionel Dahmer, Jeffrey's father, later wrote a book titled A Father's Story, in which he described his son as not evil but sick. The city of Milwaukee demolished the Oxford Apartments in 1992. A community garden now grows on the site. Jeffrey Dahmer wanted to make people who would never leave him. He succeeded. The victims live only in memory. The killer remains a name that chokes the throat. Chapter 9. John Wayne Gacy. John Wayne Gacy was a contractor, a Democratic precinct captain, a father of 2, and a clown. He performed at children's hospitals and birthday parties as Pogo the Clown and Patches the Clown. Between 1972 and 1978, in his ranch house at 8213 West Summerdale Avenue in Norwood Park, Illinois, Gacy sexually assaulted, tortured, and murdered at least 33 young men and boys. Most were teenage runaways, hitchhikers, and male prostitutes whom Gacy lured with offers of construction work, beer, and money. The method was consistent. Gacy would handcuff the victim, then strangle him with a rope or a garrote while performing a rope trick that he claimed was an erotic game. Sometimes he would shove a rag or the victim's own underwear down his throat to muffle the screams. The bodies were stored in the crawl space beneath his house, covered in lime. When the crawl space filled, he dumped bodies in the Des Plaines River. The investigation began after the disappearance of 15-year-old Robert Piest, last seen telling his mother he was going to discuss a job with a contractor named John Gacy. Police obtained a search warrant for Gacy's house on December 13, 1978. In the crawl space, they found the first body. They kept digging. By the end of the excavation, 29 bodies were recovered from the crawl space. 4 more were found in the river. The stench of decay was so pervasive that investigators wore gas masks. Gacy's defense at trial was insanity, claiming he had multiple personality disorder and that Jack Hanley, a violent alter ego, committed the murders. The jury convicted him on 33 counts of murder on March 13, 1980. He was sentenced to death. Gacy spent 14 years on death row, during which he painted portraits of clowns and sold them. He maintained that he was innocent of the murders that occurred in the crawl space, claiming those bodies were placed there by a tenant who died before the investigation. No one believed him. On May 10, 1994, Gacy was executed by lethal injection at Stateville Correctional Center in Joliet, Illinois. His last words were, "Kiss my ass." As the lethal chemicals flowed, he said, "Kill me," and then nothing. The house at 8213 West Summerdale was demolished in 1979. A parking lot now occupies the site. Gacy's clown costumes are displayed in the Museum of Death in Los Angeles. John Wayne Gacy taught us that evil wears makeup and a red nose. He taught us that the man who makes your child laugh may have a crawl space full of bones. Chapter 10. The Manson Family Murders. Sharon Tate. On the night of August 8, 1969, 4 members of Charles Manson's family, Tex Watson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krensinkel, and Linda Kasabian, drove to 1005 Ocielo Drive in Benedict Canyon, Los Angeles, the rented home of film director Roman Polanski and his pregnant wife, actress Sharon Tate. Manson had instructed them to totally destroy everyone in that house, as gruesome as you can. The house had been the former home of music producer Terry Melcher, who had rejected Manson's recording contract. Manson wanted Melcher dead. Melcher had moved. Tate and Polanski had moved in. The 4 murderers cut the telephone wires and climbed the property. They encountered 18-year-old Stephen Parent, visiting the caretaker, and Watson shot him 4 times. Inside, the killers found Wojciech Frykowski, a friend of Polanski's, and Abigail Folger, heiress to the coffee fortune. Watson stabbed Frykowski repeatedly. Atkins and Krensinkel stabbed Folger as she tried to flee across the lawn. Sharon Tate, 8.5 months pregnant, begged for her baby's life. Susan Atkins later testified that Tate pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I want to have my baby." Atkins stabbed her 16 times. As Tate died, she said one word, "Mother." The killers wrote "pig" on the front door in Tate's blood. The next night, August 9th, Manson himself led the same family members, minus Kasabian, replaced by Leslie Van Houten, to the Los Feliz home of Leno and Rosemary LaBianca. Manson tied the couple up, then instructed Watson, Atkins, Krensinkel, and Van Houten to kill them. Leno LaBianca was stabbed multiple times, and a carving fork was left in his stomach. Rosemary LaBianca was stabbed 41 times. The killers wrote "Rise" and "Death to Pigs" on the walls, and "Helter Skelter" on the refrigerator door, a misspelling of the Beatles' song "Helter Skelter," which Manson believed predicted a race war. The trial, which began June 15, 1970, was a circus. Manson carved an X into his forehead, later turning it into a swastika. Female defendants sang, laughed, and attempted to stab the judge. Manson's defense was that he was a love and peace figure who had not ordered the murders. The jury convicted all defendants of first-degree murder. They were sentenced to death, but the California Supreme Court abolished the death penalty in 1972, and their sentences were commuted to life. Charles Manson died of natural causes in prison on November 19, 2017, at age 83. Susan Atkins died of brain cancer in 2009. Patricia Krensinkel remains imprisoned. Leslie Van Houten was paroled in 2023 after 5 decades. Tex Watson remains in prison, having become a born-again Christian. Sharon Tate was buried with her stillborn son, whom she named Paul Richard Polanski. Roman Polanski fled the United States in 1978 after pleading guilty to unlawful sex with a minor and has never returned. The Manson murders marked the violent end of the 1960s. The hippie dream of peace and love curdled into acid, knives, and blood on a driveway. Charles Manson did not kill anyone with his own hands, but he convinced children to do it for him. That is the most terrifying power of all. Chapter 11. The Menéndez Brothers. On the night of August 20th, 1989, Jose Menéndez, a 45-year-old Cuban-American entertainment executive, and his wife, Kitty Menéndez, a 47-year-old former beauty queen, were shot to death in the den of their Beverly Hills mansion. Jose was struck by a shotgun blast to the back of the head at close range. Kitty was shot multiple times, reloading in between, including a final point-blank blast to her face that the coroner described as virtually decapitating her. The killers then drove to a movie theater, purchased tickets to the Batman, and used a payphone to call 911. "Someone killed my parents," Lyle Menéndez, 21, screamed into the phone. His brother Eric, 18, stood beside him. The first trials in 1993 were televised and became a national obsession. The prosecution argued that the brothers, raised in extreme wealth, murdered their parents to inherit the $14 million estate. They had gone on a spending spree after the murders: Rolex watches, a Porsche, a tennis coach at $500 an hour, and a restaurant in Princeton, New Jersey called Chuck's Spring Street Cafe. The defense, led by attorney Leslie Abramson, argued something far darker. The brothers testified that they had been sexually molested by their father for years. Eric testified that Jose had raped him from age 6 until 2 weeks before the murders. Lyle testified that his father had molested him starting at age 8. Both testified that their mother, Kitty, was emotionally abusive, threatened to kill them, and was aware of the abuse but did nothing to stop it. On the night of the murders, they claimed, they believed their parents were about to kill them to prevent the secret of the abuse from being exposed. The first jury deadlocked. The second trial in 1995 was different. The judge excluded much of the sexual abuse testimony, allowing only evidence from the last 6 months. The brothers did not testify again. The second jury convicted both of first-degree murder on March 20th, 1996. They were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The brothers were separated for decades, held in different California prisons. In 2018, they were reunited at the Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility in San Diego. A new generation discovered the case through Netflix's Monsters. The Lyle and Eric Menéndez Story, and a documentary produced by Kim Kardashian. In 2024, Los Angeles District Attorney George Gaskin announced that his office was reviewing new evidence. A letter Eric wrote to his cousin 8 months before the murders, describing ongoing sexual abuse, and a former Menudo band member who testified that Jose Menéndez had raped him when he was a teenager. Gascon recommended that the brothers be sentenced to 50 years to life, making them eligible for parole immediately. A judge was set to rule in 2025. Lyle and Eric Menéndez have both married while in prison. Lyle to a woman he met through a pen pal service, Eric to his former tennis coach. They are now in their 50s. The question remains, were they cold-blooded killers who invented abuse to escape a murder conviction? Or were they tortured children who finally snapped after years of unspeakable violation? The answer, like the shotgun pellets in Kitty Menendez's face, is lodged too deep to remove. Chapter 12. Scott Peterson. On December 24, 2002, Lacey Peterson, a 27-year-old substitute teacher who was 8 months pregnant with a son they planned to name Connor, vanished from her home in Modesto, California. Her husband, Scott Peterson, reported her missing that evening. He claimed he had spent the day fishing alone in the Berkeley Marina, 90 miles away. The search for Lassie became a national vigil. Her family held press conferences begging for her safe return. Scott Peterson stood beside them, offering support. But as the weeks passed, police grew suspicious. Peterson had told a mistress, Amber Frey, that he had lost his wife and would be spending the holidays alone, before Lassie disappeared. After Lassie vanished, he told Frey he was in Europe, not Modesto. He dyed his hair blonde. He carried $15,000 in cash and had his brother's driver's license. On April 13, 2003, a man walking his dog on the shores of the San Francisco Bay discovered the decomposed body of a male fetus. The next day, the body of a woman with her head and limbs missing washed ashore a mile away. Dental records confirmed Lassie Peterson. DNA confirmed the fetus was Connor, born posthumously and strangled by his own umbilical cord. The prosecution argued that Scott Peterson murdered Lassie on the night of December 23rd or early morning of December the 24th, then dumped her body from his fishing boat in the bay, where tides carried her to the shore 4 months later. The defense argued Lacey had been kidnapped by a satanic cult that had been seen prowling the neighborhood, a theory supported by no evidence. The trial, held in Redwood City after a change of venue, lasted 5 months. On November 12, 2004, the jury convicted Peterson of first-degree murder for Lassie and second-degree murder for Connor. He was sentenced to death. Peterson was sent to San Quentin State Prison, where he remained on death row for nearly 2 decades. In 2020, the California Supreme Court overturned his death sentence, ruling that potential jurors who opposed the death penalty had been improperly excluded during jury selection. Peterson was resentenced to life in prison without parole. He remains incarcerated at Mule Creek State Prison, still maintaining his innocence. In 2024, the Los Angeles Innocence Project took up his case, filing a motion claiming that new evidence, including a burglary across the street from the Peterson home on the day Lacey vanished, pointed to another suspect. Lacey's mother, Sharon Rocha, who wrote a memoir titled For Lassie, has never wavered. She said in 2024, "I buried my daughter and my grandson. Scott can rot." Amber Frey, the mistress, wrote her own book, Witness, for the prosecution of Scott Peterson, and has become an advocate for domestic violence awareness. The Peterson case introduced America to the concept of the sympathetic killer, a handsome, charming man who seemed too perfect to be a murderer. He was not perfect. He was a liar, a cheat, and almost certainly a killer. The shadow of Lassie Peterson, pregnant and hopeful, still walks the streets of Modesto in the memory of those who loved her. Chapter 13. Casey Anthony. On July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony called 911 to report that her granddaughter, 2-year-old Kaylee Anthony, was missing. Cindy had not seen Kaylee for 31 days. Her daughter, 22-year-old Casey Anthony, claimed Kaylee had been kidnapped by a nanny named Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez, who worked at the Universal Studios theme park in Orlando. Casey led detectives on a bizarre walking tour of Universal Studios, pointing to empty offices and claiming the nanny had disappeared. There was no Zenaida. There was no nanny. There was no job at Universal. Casey had been fired years earlier and had been lying to her parents about working there. The investigation quickly turned to the trunk of Casey's Pontiac Sunfire. Investigators found a garbage bag containing a stain that tested positive for chloroform and decomposition. A strand of Kaylee's hair was found in the trunk, with the microscopic characteristics of a hair from a dead body. An internet search on the family's home computer showed queries for chloroform, how to make chloroform, and neck breaking. On December 11, 2008, a meter reader discovered Kaylee's skeletal remains in a trash bag less than a half-mile from the Anthony home. The skull was wrapped in duct tape. The cause of death could not be determined. The trial of Casey Anthony, which began May 24, 2011, in Orlando, was the first major true crime trial of the social media age. HLN's Nancy Grace covered it nightly, calling Casey the most hated woman in America. The prosecution argued that Casey, a party girl who resented her daughter, drugged Kaylee with chloroform, suffocated her with duct tape, and dumped her body in the woods. They pointed to Casey's behavior in the month after Kaylee disappeared. She got a tattoo reading Bella Vita, beautiful life. She partied at clubs, she slept with her boyfriend, and she never once reported her daughter missing. The defense, led by Jose Baez, argued something different, that Kaylee had accidentally drowned in the family swimming pool, and George Anthony, Casey's father, had staged the drowning as a murder to cover up years of sexual abuse. George Anthony testified in court, denying both the abuse and the cover-up. The prosecution presented no direct evidence of murder, no cause of death, no witness who saw Casey harm Kaylee, and no confirmed chloroform in the trunk beyond trace amounts. On July 5, 2011, after less than 11 hours of deliberation, the jury acquitted Casey Anthony of first-degree murder, aggravated manslaughter, and aggravated child abuse. She was convicted only of 4 misdemeanor counts of providing false information to law enforcement. She was sentenced to time served and released 1 week later. The reaction was apoplectic. Protests erupted outside the courthouse. Nancy Grace called it a miscarriage of justice. Casey Anthony, now in her late 30s, has lived mostly in hiding, though she has given occasional interviews. In 2022, she claimed that her father had drowned Kaylee and that she had been too traumatized to remember the truth, a claim George Anthony has denied. The case remains legally closed. No one else has ever been charged. The question that haunts the Anthony case is also its answer. Why did the jury acquit? Because the prosecution could not prove murder beyond a reasonable doubt, and reasonable doubt is a very high wall. That wall, built brick by Jose Baez, stands today. Behind it, Casey Anthony is free. In front of it, a 2-year-old girl with big brown eyes is still dead, and the world still wants to know who put the duct tape on her face. Chapter 14. Chris Watts. The case of Chris Watts is the most watched domestic murder in the age of body cameras and home surveillance. On August 13, 2018, Shanann Watts, 34, and her 2 daughters, 4-year-old Bella and 3-year-old Celeste, were reported missing by Shanann's friend, Nicole Atkinson, after Shanann failed to show up for a doctor's appointment. Chris Watts, 33, gave a televised interview from his front porch in Frederick, Colorado. He looked into the camera and said with a straight face, "I just want them to come back. I want everybody to be safe. I want them to come back." He smiled. He said, a lot. He appeared nervous but sympathetic. The next day, he failed a polygraph test. On August 15th, he sat for an interview with FBI agents. They told him that surveillance video from a neighbor's camera showed his truck backing into the garage on the morning of the disappearance, a time when he claimed he had not been home. Chris Watts broke. He confessed to the murder of his wife, but claimed Shanann had strangled the children in a rage, and he had killed her in a fit of anger. That story was a lie. In a subsequent full confession, he admitted the truth. He had been having an affair with a co-worker, Nicole Kessinger. He wanted out of his marriage. In the early morning hours of August 13th, after Shanann returned home from a business trip, Chris strangled her in their bed while she lay face down. He then loaded her body into his work truck. He then woke his daughters. He drove to a remote oil work site that he knew well. At the site, he smothered Bella and Celeste with a blanket, one by one. Bella fought so hard that her tongue was bitten through. Chris then shoved his children's bodies through the 8-inch manhole of an oil battery tank, submerging them in crude oil. He buried his wife in a shallow grave nearby. Chris Watts led police to the bodies on August 16th. He pleaded guilty to all charges on November 6, 2018, avoiding the death penalty. He was sentenced to 5 life terms without parole. The case exploded on social media because of the discovery of body camera footage from Officer Nathan Kuhn, who searched the Watts home with Chris on the night of the disappearance. In the footage, Chris walks through his house, sweet and helpful, while Shanann's purse sits on the table and the children's beds lie empty. The footage has been analyzed frame by amateur detectives. A documentary, American Murder: The Family Next Door, used only real footage, text messages, Facebook videos, police interviews, to tell the story without narration. The effect is devastating. Shanann is alive on her Facebook page, smiling with her girls. Chris is alive on the body camera, lying about where they are. Nicole Kessinger, the mistress, has disappeared from public life. Shanann's family has sued Chris for wrongful death and won. Her parents, Frank and Sandra Razuchek, have given interviews describing their grief. Chris Watts gave a prison interview from the Dodge Correctional Institution in Wisconsin, claiming he has found God and that demons told him to kill his family. No one believed him then. No one believes him now. The Watts case is simple in its facts and bottomless in its horror. There is no mystery. There is no unsolved cipher. There is only a father who drove his children to an oil field, watched them die and dropped their bodies into a dark hole. That darkness lives in every parent who kisses a daughter goodnight and wonders, could the person who loves me most become the person who destroys me entirely? Chapter 15. The Murder of Kitty Genovese. For half a century, the murder of Catherine Kitty Genovese was taught in psychology classes as the defining example of the bystander effect, the phenomenon where individuals are less likely to offer help to a victim when other people are present. The story, as reported by the New York Times on March 27, 1964, was that 38 law-abiding citizens in Kew Gardens, Queens, watched or heard Kitty Genovese, 28, be stalked and stabbed to death over a period of 35 minutes. Not one called the police. Not one intervened. The headline read, 37 who saw murder didn't call the police. The story was a sensation. It confirmed America's worst fear, that cities had turned neighbors into cowards. But the original reporting by journalist Martin Gansberg was deeply flawed. Here are the facts. On March 13, 1964, at approximately 3:20 a.m., Kitty Genovese parked her red Fiat near the Kew Gardens Long Island Railroad station and walked toward her apartment building. She was followed by Winston Moseley, a 29-year-old married man who had previously killed 2 other women. Moseley stabbed Genovese in the back. She screamed, "Oh my God, he stabbed me! Help me!" A man named Robert Moser shouted from his window, "Let that girl alone!" Moseley ran. Genovese staggered to her feet and crawled to the back of her apartment building, where she collapsed in a hallway. She was hidden from the street. Moseley returned, changed into a hat to disguise himself, and searched for her in the parking lot. He found her in the hallway and stabbed her repeatedly. He also raped her. The attack lasted not 35 minutes, but perhaps 10. The police were called not by a bystander, but by a neighbor, Carl Ross, who phoned his friend and asked him to call police because Ross did not want to get involved. That call came at 3:50 a.m. Police arrived at 3:51 a.m. Kitty Genovese was taken to the hospital and died en route. She was 28 years old. Winston Moseley was arrested 6 days later while stealing a television from another home. He confessed to all 3 murders. He was sentenced to death, but the sentence was commuted to life in prison. He died in prison in 2016 at age 81, after more than 50 years of incarceration. So what of the 38 witnesses? There were never 38. The Times count included anyone who might have heard a scream from a window. Most of them later testified that they thought it was a lover's quarrel or a drunkard's fight. Several called police, but their calls were routed to an overloaded switchboard. One woman, Sophie Farrar, actually went downstairs and cradled the dying Genovese in her arms. The bystander effect is real. Psychology experiments have replicated it, but it did not cause Kitty Genovese's death. A man named Winston Moseley caused her death. He stabbed her. He stabbed her again. He raped her. The myth of the 38 witnesses persists because it offers a comforting lie that the failure to intervene is a quirk of human nature, not a choice made by individuals. We want to believe that if we had been there, we would have called. The truth is that some people did call. The truth is that Kitty Genovese died alone on a concrete floor in Kew Gardens because a predator found her, not because a city ignored her. Her brother, Bill Genovese, spent years correcting the record. He produced a documentary, The Witness, that told the real story. He said, "I don't want my sister to be remembered as the girl who was killed while 38 people watched. I want her remembered as Kitty, a bar manager, a lesbian, a woman who loved her family." Kitty Genovese is buried in New Haven, Connecticut, under a stone that reads, "Her tragic death shocked the world into awareness of the apathy of which people are capable." The irony is that the apathy was in the reporting, not the neighbors. The public wanted a parable, and the press gave them one. The real murder was terrible enough without the lie. A young woman walked home alone at 3:20 a.m. A man followed her. She never made it to her door. That is the story. That is the only story. Chapter 16. The Murder of Emmett Till. On August 24, 1955, a 14-year-old black boy from Chicago named Emmett Till walked into Bryant's grocery and meat market in Money, Mississippi to buy candy. He was visiting his great-uncle, Moses Wright, and had boasted to his cousins about his white girlfriend back home. What happened inside the store is disputed. Carolyn Bryant, the white 21-year-old wife of the owner, later testified that Till grabbed her hand, asked her for a date, and said he had been with white women before. In a 2008 interview with historian Timothy Tyson, Bryant admitted she had fabricated the most serious testimony, that Till had grabbed her waist and made lewd advances. She said, "That part's not true." The truth, likely, is that Till whistled at her. That was enough. 4 days later, at 2:30 a.m. on August 28th, Carolyn's husband, Roy Bryant, and his half-brother, J.W. Milam, arrived at Moses Wright's cabin, armed with pistols and a flashlight. They dragged Emmett Till from his bed. They drove him to a tool shed near Bryant's store, where they beat him so severely that his face became unrecognizable. They shot him in the head. They tied a 75-pound cotton gin fan to his neck with barbed wire and pushed his body into the Tallahatchie River. Till's body was discovered 3 days later, swollen and disfigured by two boys fishing. The only way Moses Wright could identify the body was by a ring on the finger, a silver ring carved with the initials LT for Till's father, Louis Till, who had been executed by the U.S. Army in Italy for rape and murder during World War II. Emmett's mother, Mamie Till Bradley, made a decision that changed American history. She insisted on an open casket funeral at Robert's Temple Church of God in Christ in Chicago. She told the funeral director, "Let the people see what they did to my boy." Thousands filed past the glass-topped casket. The open casket photograph, published in Jet magazine, showed Emmett Till's face, a swollen, misshapen mask, the eyes gone, the skull partially collapsed. The trial of Roy Bryant and J.W. Milan began on September 19, 1955, in Sumner, Mississippi. The all-white jury deliberated for 67 minutes. Their verdict, not guilty. One juror said they would have acquitted even sooner if we hadn't stopped to drink pop. Months later, protected by double jeopardy, Bryant and Milam confessed to the murder in a paid interview with Look magazine. They told the interviewer, William Bradford Huey, that they had intended to beat Till and throw him in the river, but when Till refused to beg or show fear, they killed him. Milam said, "I just made up my mind. Chicago boy, I'm tired of 'em. I'm gonna make an example of you, just so everybody can know how me and my folks stand." Neither man ever served a day for the murder. Roy Bryant died of cancer in 1994. J.W. Milam died of cancer in 1980. Carolyn Bryant, the woman whose accusation sparked the murder, lived quietly in Mississippi, remarried, and died in 2023 at age 89. She never publicly recanted her testimony to a court. The legacy of Emmett Till is the legacy of the civil rights movement. Rosa Parks later said that she was thinking of Emmett Till when she refused to give up her seat on a Montgomery bus 100 days after his murder. The Emmett Till Unsolved Civil Rights Crime Act, passed in 2008, allowed the Department of Justice to investigate cold cases from the civil rights era. In 2022, an unserved arrest warrant for Carolyn Bryant was discovered in the basement of a Mississippi courthouse. The Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, making lynching a federal hate crime, was signed into law by President Joe Biden on March 29, 2022, nearly 67 years after Till's death. Mamie Till Bradley died in 2003. She had spent her life telling her son's story. On her tombstone, next to her own name, is Emmett's. He was 14 years old. He wanted some candy. He whistled at a white woman. He was murdered. America saw his face and could not look away. Chapter 17. The Assassination of John F. Kennedy. November 22, 1963, 12:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Dealey Plaza, Dallas, Texas. President John F. Kennedy, the 35th President of the United States, was riding in an open-top limousine with his wife Jacqueline, Texas Governor John Connally, and Connally's wife Nellie. The motorcade had turned from Houston Street onto Elm Street, passing the Texas School Book Depository. From a sixth-floor window, a man fired 3 shots. One missed, striking a curb and sending a fragment into a bystander's cheek. One struck President Kennedy in the upper back, exited through his throat, and then hit Governor Connally in the chest, wrist, and thigh. One struck President Kennedy in the head, exploding the right side of his skull and spraying blood, bone, and brain tissue onto Jacqueline Kennedy and the Secret Service agents riding behind. The president was pronounced dead at 12:32 p.m. at Parkland Memorial Hospital. At 1:33 p.m. aboard Air Force One, Lyndon B. Johnson was sworn in as the 36th president. Jacqueline Kennedy, still wearing her blood-stained pink Chanel suit, stood beside him. The accused assassin was Lee Harvey Oswald, a 24-year-old former Marine who had defected to the Soviet Union and then returned. A Marxist who admired Fidel Castro. Oswald was arrested 70 minutes after the shooting in a Texas movie theater. He denied killing anyone. On November 24th, as Oswald was being transferred from Dallas Police Headquarters to the county jail, a nightclub owner named Jack Ruby lunged from a crowd of reporters and shot Oswald in the abdomen at point-blank range. Ruby died of cancer in 1967. The killing of the alleged assassin created the single largest body of conspiracy theories in American history. The Warren Commission, appointed by President Johnson and chaired by Chief Justice Earl Warren, concluded after 10 months of investigation that Oswald acted alone. The Commission's 888-page report, issued on September 24, 1964, has been disputed ever since. The problems are numerous and famous. The magic bullet theory, that a single bullet, dubbed Commission Exhibit 399, caused 7 wounds in Kennedy and Connolly, defies physics for many. The Zapruder film, an 8mm home movie shot by clothing manufacturer Abraham Zapruder, shows Kennedy's head snapping backward and to the left, which some argue suggests a shot from the front, not from the 6th-floor rear. Witnesses in Dealey Plaza reported hearing shots from the grassy knoll, a small hill to the president's right front. The Secret Service destroyed evidence, including the limousine's windshield and the president's brain, before it could be independently examined. Oswald did not fit the profile of a lone political assassin. He was a poor shot, he was marginally employed, and he had no history of violence. Yet, he had purchased the rifle, a Mannlicher Carcano, by mail order under a false name. He had brought it to the book depository. His fingerprints were on the rifle and the boxes stacked to form a sniper's nest. Subsequent investigations, including the House Select Committee on Assassinations in 1979, concluded that Kennedy was probably assassinated as a result of a conspiracy, and that there was a high probability that a second gunman fired from the grassy knoll. But no second gunman has ever been identified. The autopsy photographs and X-rays, held under seal by the National Archives, have been analyzed by forensic experts who disagree. In 2017, President Donald Trump ordered the release of thousands of previously classified documents related to the assassination. Most were mundane, but some revealed CIA and FBI surveillance of Oswald before the shooting, surveillance that was never shared with the Warren Commission. The question remains, did a lone gunman kill the President of the United States? Or was it the Mafia, angry over Attorney General Robert Kennedy's crackdown? The CIA, angry over Kennedy's refusal to support the Bay of Pigs invasion? The Cubans, angry over the missile crisis and assassination plots against Castro? The Soviets, acting defensively? Or Lyndon Johnson himself, desperate for power? No evidence has ever proven any of these theories. The only proven fact is that John F. Kennedy died in his wife's lap, and a nation that believed in Camelot woke up on November 23rd to a world without its prince. The 50th anniversary of the assassination in 2013 drew no new conclusions. The 60th drew no new conclusions. The body of John F. Kennedy was moved to a permanent grave at Arlington National Cemetery in 1967. The eternal flame burns there still. Lee Harvey Oswald is buried in Fort Worth, Texas, under a headstone that reads simply, Oswald. Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis died in 1994. No one has ever been charged in the murder of John F. Kennedy. It is the open wound of American history, a wound that will not heal because it cannot be sutured. There is no final answer. There is only Dealey Plaza, the grassy knoll, and a president whose brain was scattered on a Dallas street. Chapter 18. The Assassination of Abraham Lincoln. On April 14, 1865, Good Friday, President Abraham Lincoln attended a performance of Our American Cousin at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. The Civil War had effectively ended 5 days earlier when Confederate General Robert E. Lee surrendered to Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox. Lincoln was tired, his face lined with the weight of 4 years of slaughter. He had told his wife, Mary Todd, that he dreamed of a ship sailing with a great sadness. At approximately 10:15 p.m., John Wilkes Booth, a 26-year-old actor and Confederate sympathizer, slipped into the presidential box. The box had 2 locks. The first was broken, the second was not engaged. Lincoln's bodyguard, a Metropolitan Police officer named John Parker, had left his post to watch the play from the orchestra pit. Booth waited for the play's biggest laugh, the line, "You sock-dologizing old man trap," then fired a single .44 caliber Derringer bullet into the back of Lincoln's head. The bullet entered behind the left ear and lodged behind the right eye. Mary Todd Lincoln screamed. Major Henry Rathbone, who was in the box with his fiancée, Clara Harris, lunged at Booth. Booth slashed Rathbone's arm with a hunting knife and leaped from the box to the stage. His boot spur caught on a flag draped over the railing, and he landed awkwardly, fracturing his left fibula. He raised his knife and shouted, "Sic semper tyrannis," thus always to tyrants, the Virginia state motto. He limped across the stage and escaped through a back door to a waiting horse. Lincoln was carried across the street to the Peterson House, where he was laid diagonally on a bed too short for his 6 feet 4 inches frame. He never regained consciousness. He died at 7:22 a.m. on April 15th. Secretary of War Edwin Stanton reportedly said, "Now he belongs to the ages." Booth's conspiracy was larger than one man. He had planned to kill Lincoln, Vice President Andrew Johnson, and Secretary of State William H. Seward in a coordinated strike designed to decapitate the federal government. George Atzerodt was assigned to kill Johnson, but lost his nerve and got drunk instead. Lewis Powell, also known as Lewis Payne, broke into Seward's home, stabbed him repeatedly in the face and neck, and fled believing he had killed him. Seward survived, though his face was permanently scarred. Booth fled into southern Maryland and then Virginia. He was tracked to a tobacco barn on the farm of Richard Garrett near Port Royal, Virginia. On April 26th, Union soldiers surrounded the barn. Booth refused to surrender. The soldiers set the barn on fire. Sergeant Boston Corbett shot Booth through a crack in the barn wall, hitting him in the neck. Booth was dragged from the barn and died on the porch of the Garrett farmhouse at sunrise. His last words were, "Useless, useless." The 8 conspirators were tried by a military tribunal. 4 were hanged on July 7, 1865, including Mary Surratt, the first woman executed by the United States federal government. The question that has haunted Lincoln's assassination is not who Booth is guilt beyond doubt, but why. Lincoln had already forgiven the South. His second inaugural address, delivered 5 weeks before his death, had pleaded for malice toward none and charity for all. Booth killed Lincoln because Lincoln had proposed giving voting rights to educated black men and black veterans. Booth wrote in his diary after the assassination, "Our country owed all her troubles to him, and God simply made me the instrument of his punishment." The assassination of Abraham Lincoln changed Reconstruction from mercy to vengeance. Andrew Johnson, a white supremacist from Tennessee, was a disastrous president who was impeached by Congress. Radical Republicans gained control of Reconstruction and imposed harsh measures on the South. Lincoln's dream of a gentle reunion died with him. Ford's Theater was converted into a warehouse after the assassination and then a museum. It reopened as a working theater in 1968. Every year on April 15th, the Lincoln Memorial is visited by millions. They look up at his marble face. They read the Gettysburg Address carved into the wall. They do not think of John Wilkes Booth. They think of the man who held the Union together, who freed the enslaved, who loved sad dreams and bad puns, who was shot while laughing at a play. He would have wanted them to laugh too. Instead, they stand in silence. Chapter 19. The Assassination of Martin Luther King, Jr. April 4th, 1968, 6:01 p.m. Memphis, Tennessee. Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., the 39-year-old Nobel Peace Prize laureate and leader of the Civil Rights Movement, stood on the second-floor balcony of the Lorraine Motel. He was leaning over the railing talking to Jesse Jackson and musician Ben Branch. He asked Branch to play "Take My Hand, Precious Lord" at the rally that evening. A single shot rang out. The bullet entered King's right cheek, shattered his jaw, traveled through his neck, and severed his spinal cord before lodging in his shoulder. King collapsed on the balcony, his legs splayed, a cigarette still burning between his fingers. He was pronounced dead at St. Joseph's Hospital at 7:05 p.m. He was 39 years old. The assassin was James Earl Ray, a 40-year-old escaped convict and petty criminal with a history of robbery and burglary. Ray had checked into a rooming house across the street from the Lorraine Motel under the alias Eric Galt. The bathroom window of that rooming house faced the motel balcony. Ray's fingerprints were found on a Remington rifle abandoned near the scene, along with binoculars and a radio. He fled to Canada, obtained a Canadian passport under the name Ramon George Schneid, and flew to London. He was arrested at Heathrow Airport on June 8, 1968, trying to fly to Brussels. On March 10, 1969, Ray pleaded guilty to the murder of Martin Luther King, Jr. He was sentenced to 99 years in prison. He recanted his confession 3 days later and spent the rest of his life trying to withdraw his guilty plea. He claimed he was a patsy, set up by a mysterious figure named Raoul to take the fall for a government conspiracy. Ray died in prison on April 23, 1998, at age 70. His liver had failed. He had no visitors. The King family has never accepted Ray as the lone gunman. In 1999, a Memphis civil trial jury found that Ray was part of a conspiracy involving government agencies and organized crime. The trial was a wrongful death lawsuit brought by the King family against Lloyd Jowers, a white restaurant owner who claimed to have hired a hitman to kill King. The jury awarded the King family $100 in damages, a symbolic verdict. The Department of Justice investigated again and concluded in 2000 that there was no evidence of a conspiracy. The truth is murkier. Ray was a terrible marksman. The shot that killed King was exceptionally difficult, requiring a sniper's precision. Ray had no known political motive. He was a racist, yes, but he was also a small-time thief who had escaped from a Missouri prison the year before. Who paid for his travel to Canada and Europe? How did he obtain a Canadian passport? Why did the FBI surveil King for years, including sending him an anonymous letter urging him to kill himself, yet failed to protect him in Memphis? These questions have no final answers. What is known is that Martin Luther King Jr. was in Memphis to support striking sanitation workers. They were mostly black men who worked for poverty wages, handling garbage without gloves or safety equipment. 2 had been crushed to death by a malfunctioning truck. King had given his final sermon the night before at Mason Temple. He said, "I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land." The day after his murder, riots erupted in over 100 American cities. The National Guard was deployed. Thousands were arrested. Dozens were killed. The Lorraine Motel is now the National Civil Rights Museum. James Earl Ray's rooming house across the street is part of the exhibit. You can stand at the bathroom window and look at the balcony where a great man bled. You can see the wreath that marks the spot. You can read the words of Mahalia Jackson, King's favorite gospel singer, who said after his death, "He was a man, but he was a man of God." The murder of Martin Luther King Jr. did not kill the civil rights movement, but it bled it white. Without him, there was no single voice. Without him, there was only rage. The Poor People's Campaign, which King was planning at his death, limped forward and then collapsed. His dream of economic justice for all Americans, black, white, brown, poor, died with him on that balcony. They played "Take My Hand, Precious Lord" at his funeral. It was the song he had requested. A woman named Coretta Scott King, his widow, sat in the front row. Her daughters held her hands. The world watched. The world wept. The world has not stopped weeping. Chapter 20. The Murder of John Lennon. December 8, 1980, 10:50. p.m. New York City. John Lennon, the 40-year-old former Beatle, and his wife, Yoko Ono, were returning to their home at the Dakota, an ornate apartment building overlooking Central Park at 72nd Street. They had spent the afternoon at Record Plant Studios, mixing Yoko's song, "Walking on Thin Ice." Lennon was holding a cassette tape of the final mix. He was wearing a beige jacket and his trademark round glasses. As Lennon and Ono walked through the archway of the Dakota, a man standing in the shadows called out, "Mr. Lennon." Lennon turned. The man, Mark David Chapman, assumed a combat stance and fired 5 hollow-point bullets from a .38 special revolver. 4 hit Lennon in the back and shoulder. 1, the fatal shot, severed his aorta. Lennon staggered up 5 steps toward the concierge booth, said, "I'm shot," and collapsed. The doorman, Jose Perdomo, yelled at Chapman, "Do you know what you just did?" Chapman replied calmly, "I just shot John Lennon." He then sat down on the sidewalk and began reading J.D. Salinger's The Catcher in the Rye. Police arrived within minutes. They found Lennon face down in a pool of blood, the cassette tape still in his pocket. He was rushed to Roosevelt Hospital, but the damage was catastrophic. He had lost 80% of his blood volume. Dr. Stephen Lynn, the head of emergency services, later recalled, "We had a celebrity, but he was also dead. John Lennon was pronounced dead at 11:07 p.m. Yoko Ono, who had witnessed the shooting, was in the hospital waiting room. She went to see her husband's body. She kissed him. She asked for time alone. She later said, "There is no funeral. John loved the earth. He would have wanted to give his body back to the earth." Chapman had planned the murder for months. He had traveled to New York earlier in the year, stalked Lennon, even obtained an autograph on a copy of Double Fantasy, the album Lennon had released 5 weeks earlier. Chapman considered himself a guardian of Holden Caulfield, the protagonist of The Catcher in the Rye, whom he believed was being corrupted by Lennon's phoniness. He also believed that murdering Lennon would make him famous. He was right. Chapman pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 20 years to life. He has been denied parole 12 times as of 2024. He remains at Green Haven Correctional Facility in Stormville, New York. Each time he is asked, "What would you say to Yoko Ono if you were released?" Each time he says some version of, "I would apologize for the pain I caused." Each time the parole board says no, The murder of John Lennon transformed New York City. Within days, thousands gathered in Central Park, singing "Give Peace a Chance" and holding candles. A 2.5-acre section of the park across from the Dakota was renamed Strawberry Fields in 1981. The Imagine Mosaic, a circular tile installation with a single word, Imagine, was added in 1985. It is one of the most visited spots in New York. Every December 8th, fans gather to sing songs, leave flowers, and hold a minute of silence at 10:50 p.m. In Liverpool, a statue of Lenin stands at the Cavern Club. In Tokyo, there is a Lenin museum. In Havana, Fidel Castro ordered a minute of silence. Mark David Chapman took John Lennon's life, but he could not take John Lennon's music. Imagine is played at peace rallies, at New Year's Eve celebrations, at funerals. It is a song about a world with no heaven, no hell, no countries, no possessions. A world where everyone lives in peace. John Lennon wrote it in 1971, 9 years before a man with a revolver found him in a doorway. He wrote, "You may say I'm a dreamer / but I'm not the only one / I hope someday you'll join us / and the world will be as one." On the night of December 8th, 1980, the world was not as one. The world was a cold sidewalk in Manhattan, and a man who sang about peace was bleeding to death because another man thought he was a phony. The Beatles had sung "All You Need Is Love." John Lennon had sung "You Are Here." On December 9th, the headline in the New York Post read, "The Day the Music Died." It was wrong. The music did not die. It just got much, much quieter. Chapter 21, The Murder of Tupac Shakur. September 7th, 1996, 11:15 p.m. Las Vegas, Nevada. Tupac Amaru Shakur, the 25-year-old rapper, actor, and poet who had become the most controversial and influential voice in hip-hop, was riding in the passenger seat of a black 1996 BMW 75 OIL driven by Suge Knight, the CEO of Death Row Records. They had just attended the Mike Tyson versus Bruce Seldon fight at the MGM Grand. A casino surveillance camera captured Tupac in the lobby, laughing, wearing a black Versace shirt and a diamond-studded necklace. He looked immortal. He was not. As the BMW stopped at a red light on Flamingo Road near the intersection of Koval Lane, a white Cadillac pulled up on the passenger side. A man inside the Cadillac extended a Glock handgun and fired 13 rounds in rapid succession. 4 hit Tupac, 2 in the chest, 1 in the arm, 1 in the thigh. A fragment struck his right lung. Suge Knight was grazed by a fragment but survived. Tupac was rushed to University Medical Center. He was operated on for 2 hours. Surgeons removed his right lung. He was placed in a medically induced coma. He died on September 13th at 4:03 p.m. He was 25 years old. His mother, Afeni Shakur, held his hand. The murder of Tupac Shakur has never been solved. The primary suspect, Orlando Anderson, a rival Crip gang member who had been in a fight with Tupac at the MGM Grand Lobby earlier that night, died in a separate gang shooting in 1998. He never spoke publicly about Tupac's murder. The white Cadillac was found abandoned shortly after the shooting, its interior wiped clean of fingerprints. No witnesses cooperated. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, overwhelmed by the culture of gang silence and their own incompetence, produced no arrests. The case went cold. Theories abound. The official theory: Anderson shot Tupac in retaliation for the MGM fight. The conspiracy theory: Suge Knight, who owed Tupac millions and feared he would leave Death Row Records, hired the hit. The East Coast theory: Tupac's feud with the notorious B.I.G. and Bad Boy Records escalated into hired gunfire. The 50 Cent theory: Tupac is alive in Cuba. That last one is false. Tupac's body was cremated. His ashes were later mixed with marijuana and smoked by members of the Outlaws, his rap group. Tupac had written about his own death obsessively. On If I Die Tonight, he rapped, "I wonder if heaven got a ghetto." On So Many Tears, he rapped, "They got me mobbing like a damn fool. I'm only 23 and I'm too young to be dying." On Dear Mama, he rapped about Afeni, his Black Panther mother who had been addicted to crack cocaine when he was born. He had predicted his murder for years. In 2023, a man named Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, a former Crip gang leader, was arrested and charged with Tupac's murder. Davis had claimed in his 2019 memoir, Compton Street Legend, that he was in the white Cadillac and that his nephew, Orlando Anderson, was the shooter. Davis was indicted by a Clark County grand jury on one count of murder with a deadly weapon. As of 2025, his trial was pending. Tupac's legacy is immeasurable. He sold over 75 million records worldwide. He is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. His lyrics are taught in universities. He was a thug and a poet, a misogynist and a feminist, a gangbanger and a revolutionary. He once said, "I'm not saying I'm going to change the world, but I guarantee that I will spark the brain that will change the world." On September 13, 1996, that brain was scattered on a Las Vegas sidewalk. The spark, though, lived on. It lives in every rapper who speaks truth to power. It lives in every fan who plays Dear Mama on Mother's Day. It lives in Las Vegas, where the streetlight at Flamingo and Koval still turns red, and where a 25-year-old boy in a black Versace shirt bled out while Suge Knight screamed at him to stay awake. He could not stay awake. He died. But Tupac is not dead. That is the paradox of the murdered icon. He is more alive than most living people. He is a ghost with a platinum record. Chapter 22. The Murder of the Notorious B.I.G. March 9, 1997, 12:30 a.m., Los Angeles, California. Christopher Wallace, known to the world as the Notorious B.I.G. or Biggie Smalls, was leaving a Soul Train Awards after-party at the Peterson Automotive Museum on Wilshire Boulevard. He was 24 years old, a father of two, and the king of East Coast hip-hop. His album, Life After Death, was scheduled for release 2 weeks later. He rode in the passenger seat of a dark green Chevrolet Suburban, driven by his friend Damian Butler. His entourage followed in 2 other vehicles. The party had been tense. Tupac had been dead for 6 months. The East Coast-West Coast feud was at its bloodiest. Biggie had been warned not to attend. He went anyway. As the Suburban stopped at a red light at the intersection of Wilshire and Fairfax, a black Chevrolet Impala pulled up alongside. The driver rolled down the window, extended a 9mm handgun, and fired multiple shots. 4 bullets hit Biggie. 3 were non-fatal. The 4th entered his right hip, tore through his colon, liver, heart, and left lung, and lodged in his left shoulder. The Suburban rushed to Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, but Biggie arrived without a heartbeat. Surgeons attempted to open his chest and massage his heart manually. They could not save him. He was pronounced dead at 1:15 a.m. He was 24 years old, exactly 6 months and 6 days after Tupac. The murder of the Notorious B.I.G. remains unsolved. The primary suspect was a man named Amir Muhammad, a convicted felon with alleged gang ties who owned a black Impala. Muhammad was arrested in 2005 but never charged. The prosecutor cited insufficient evidence. The LAPD was accused of deliberately botching the investigation. A former LAPD officer named Greg Kading, who led a joint task force on the murders, later wrote a book claiming that Suge Knight had hired a hitman named Wardell Poochie Faust to kill both Tupac and Biggie. Faust died in 2003. Kading's theory, Knight was angry that Biggie had recorded "Who Shot Ya?" While Tupac was in prison, a song Tupac believed was mocking him. Biggie denied that interpretation, but the damage was done. Tupac had publicly accused Biggie and Bad Boy Records CEO Sean Diddy Combs of orchestrating a robbery and shooting that had nearly killed Tupac in 1994. That accusation was never proven. Biggie's mother, Valletta Wallace, has spent decades seeking justice. She hired private investigators. She sued the city of Los Angeles. She has never stopped believing that someone knows who killed her son. In 2024, a documentary titled I Need a Miracle reignited public interest in the case, but no new charges have been filed. The notorious B.I.G. was buried at Fresh Pond Crematory in Middle Village, Queens, near the neighborhood where he sold crack cocaine as a teenager before becoming a rapper. His grave is unmarked. His mother wanted it that way. She said, "We don't need a stone. He lives in our hearts." His music, like Tupac's, has outlived his killers. Juicy, Big Papa, Hypnotize, and Mo Money Mo Problems are anthems of 1990s hip-hop. His verse on Notorious Thugs is considered one of the greatest in rap history. He was a storyteller of the Brooklyn streets, a man who could rhyme about the crack game and the pain game in the same breath. He once rapped, "We can't change the world unless we change ourselves." He did not get the chance to change himself fully. He was 24. He had a daughter, Tiana, and a son, Christopher Jr. He was wearing a blue suit and a platinum crown when he died. The crown was his trademark. He was the King of New York. The king is dead. Long live the king. Chapter 23, The Disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa. July 30th, 1975, approximately 2:30 p.m., Bloomfield Township, Michigan. James Riddle Hoffa, the 62-year-old former president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, had spent the morning at his summer home in Lake Orion. He had a meeting scheduled with two mafia captains, Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone and Anthony Tony Pro Provenzano, at the Marcus Red Fox restaurant on Telegraph Road. Hoffa believed the meeting was about his plan to regain the Teamsters presidency. He had been released from prison in 1971 after President Richard Nixon commuted his sentence on charges of jury tampering and pension fraud. The condition: Hoffa could not engage in union activities until 1980. He could not wait. He arrived at the Marcus Red Fox at approximately 2 p.m. He sat in the parking lot waiting for Giacalone and Provenzano. They never came. At approximately 2:30 p.m., Hoffa was seen speaking to a man in a dark car. That was the last confirmed sighting of Jimmy Hoffa. At 2:45 p.m., Hoffa's wife, Josephine, called the restaurant. The host told her that Hoffa had not been seen inside. At 3:30 p.m., she called again. No answer. At 7 p.m., she reported her husband missing. The FBI launched the largest missing persons investigation in American history. They interviewed hundreds of witnesses, searched thousands of acres, and followed dozens of leads. They found nothing. No body, no weapon, no confession. The disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa is the great cold case of American labor history. The suspects are obvious but unprovable. Tony Giacalone and Tony Provenzano, both mafia figures with ties to the Teamsters, had motive. Hoffa was trying to reclaim power from men who had benefited from his absence. Frank Sheeran, a Teamster official and hitman portrayed in the film The Irishman, claimed on his deathbed that he had killed Hoffa in a Detroit house and had the body cremated. The FBI investigated Sheeran's claim and found it unsubstantiated. Other theories. Hoffa was buried under Giant Stadium in New Jersey. Hoffa was thrown into a car compactor at a Detroit auto plant. Hoffa was fed to alligators in Florida. Hoffa was ground into hamburger meat. Hoffa's body was hidden in a concrete foundation at the Renaissance Center in Detroit. The FBI has searched dozens of locations based on deathbed confessions, anonymous tips, and psychic visions. Every search has failed. In 2013, the FBI dug up a field in Milford, Michigan, based on a tip from a man who claimed his late father, a mafia associate, had told him Hoffa was buried there. The FBI found a metal pipe and some animal bones. No Hoffa. The case remains open but inactive. The FBI officially closed its active investigation in 2006, citing a lack of new leads. But the legend of Jimmy Hoffa will not die. He was a folk hero to the working class, a man who built the Teamsters into the most powerful union in America, a man who stared down Robert Kennedy in televised hearings, a man who disappeared on a summer afternoon and left behind nothing but questions. His daughter, Barbara Hoffa-Kranzer, has spent her life searching for answers. She has said, "I just want to bury my father." She is in her 80s now. She will likely die without knowing. The Marcus Red Fox restaurant closed in 1999. The building was demolished in 2004. A shopping center now occupies the site. If you walk through the parking lot on a warm July afternoon, you might feel a presence. You might not. Jimmy Hoffa was a man who wanted power and got it, then lost it, then died trying to get it back. The Mafia gave him the Teamsters. The Mafia took him away. The only thing the Mafia did not take was his name, which remains, 50 years later, the first thing anyone thinks of when they hear the word disappearance. Jimmy Hoffa is gone, but he is not forgotten. He is the ghost in the parking lot, the shadow in the union hall, the whisper at the dinner table. Where is Jimmy Hoffa? The answer is simple. Wherever the Mafia wanted him to be. Chapter 24. The Disappearance of Madeleine McCann. May 3rd, 2007, 8:30 p.m. Praia da Luz, Algarve, Portugal. Madeleine Beth McCann, a 3-year-old British girl with blonde hair and a distinctive dark flash in her right iris, was left asleep in a ground-floor bedroom at the Ocean Club Resort, with her twin siblings, Sean and Amelie. Her parents, Kate and Jerry McCann, both physicians, were dining with friends at a tapas restaurant 50 yards away. They took turns checking on the children every 30 minutes. At 9:05 p.m., Jerry McCann checked. Madeleine was asleep. At 9:30 p.m., a friend, Matthew Oldfield, checked. He saw the twins but did not open the bedroom door. At 10 p.m., Kate McCann checked. The bedroom door was wide open. The twins were in their cribs. Madeleine was gone. The apartment window was open. The shutters had been jimmied. A forensic examination later found a partial palm print on the window that did not match any family member. The Portuguese police, led by Goncalo Amaral, focused their investigation on the McCanns themselves. They argued that Madeleine had died accidentally in the apartment, perhaps from a fall or from sedation given by the parents to make her sleep, and that the McCanns had staged a kidnapping to cover up the death. The McCanns were named Arguidos, formal suspects, in September 2007. The media crucified them. British tabloids ran headlines calling them liars and monsters. The McCanns maintained their innocence. In July 2008, the Portuguese Attorney General closed the case, citing a lack of evidence against the McCanns. The Arguido status was lifted. The case was shelved. But the investigation did not end. Private investigators hired by the McCanns followed leads across Europe. Scotland Yard opened its own review, Operation Grange, in 2011. The British inquiry has cost over £12 million and produced a list of 600 sex offenders as potential suspects. The most famous suspect is Christian Bruckner, a German convicted pedophile and drug dealer who lived in a camper van in the Algarve at the time of Madeleine's disappearance. In June 2020, German prosecutors announced that they had concrete evidence that Bruckner murdered Madeleine McCann. They have not charged him. They have not produced a body. Bruckner is currently serving a 7-year prison sentence in Germany for the rape of a 72-year-old American woman in Portugal in 2005. He has denied any involvement in Madeleine's disappearance. His lawyer has said he had nothing to do with it. The McCanns have never stopped searching. They fund a website, findmadeleine.com. They have released age progression photos of what Madeleine would look like at 10, at 15, at 20. In 2023, on the 16th anniversary of her disappearance, Kate McCann wrote an open letter. The world has moved on. We have not. Madeleine McCann would be 22 years old in 2025. She may be alive. She may be dead. She may be in a basement in Germany. She may be walking down a street in Morocco with no memory of who she was. The case has become the most famous missing child case in history, surpassing even the Lindbergh kidnapping in global attention. The reason is the paradox of the McCanns. They were good parents who made a terrible decision. They left their children alone in a foreign country while they ate dinner. That decision was not neglect. It was normal in British middle-class culture in 2007. It is not normal now. The McCanns changed parenting. They changed how parents think about resort holidays. They changed how the world looks at a 3-year-old girl with a flash in her eye. Every year on May 3rd, the McCanns release a statement. Every year they write the same words. We love you, we miss you, we will never give up. Every year the world reads those words and wonders, is she alive? The answer is a closed door with a jimmied shutter, a palm print that matches no one, a bed where a 3-year-old was sleeping and then was not. The answer is no answer at all. Chapter 25, The Disappearance of Amelia Earhart. July 2nd, 1937, approximately 10 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, somewhere over the central Pacific Ocean. Amelia Mary Earhart, the 39-year-old American aviator, and her navigator, Fred Noonan, were attempting to fly around the world at the equator. They had completed 22,000 miles of the 29,000-mile journey. Their Lockheed Model 10E Electra had departed Lae, New Guinea, at 12 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time on July 2nd, bound for Howland Island, a tiny coral atoll 2,556 miles away. The flight was expected to take 20 hours. The U.S. Coast Guard cutter Itasca was stationed off Howland to guide them by radio. At 2:45 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, Earhart radioed, "Cloudy, cloudy weather overcast." At 5:18 a.m. she radioed, "We are on the line of position 157-337. We will repeat this message on 6,210 kilocycles. Wait." At 7:42 a.m. she radioed, "We must be on you but cannot see you. Gas is running low. Been unable to reach you by radio. We are flying at altitude 1,000 feet." Her voice was calm. At 8:43 a.m., the Itasca heard her final transmission. "We are on the line of position 157-337. We are running north and south." Then silence. The Itasca immediately began searching. The U.S. Navy launched the largest air and sea search in American history, covering 250,000 square miles of ocean. They found nothing. No wreckage, no bodies, no fuel slick, no radio distress signal. On July 19th, the search was called off. Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan were declared dead in absentia. They were, and remain, the most famous missing people in aviation history. The official theory: Earhart ran out of fuel and crashed into the ocean. The Electra sank, and the bodies were eaten by sharks or scattered by currents. This theory is supported by the fact that Earhart was a skilled pilot, but not a skilled navigator, and Noonan had been drinking heavily before the flight. The radio transmissions suggest confusion about their position. They likely missed Howland by a few miles and flew past it into the open Pacific. The competing theory: Earhart and Noonan landed on Nikumaroro, an uninhabited island 400 miles south of Howland, then called Gardner Island. In 1940, a British colonial officer found a partial human skeleton, a woman's shoe, a box sextant, and a bottle of liqueur. The skeleton was sent to Fiji, measured and declared male, then lost. In 1998, forensic anthropologists re-examined the measurements and concluded the skeleton was consistent with a woman of Earhart's height and ethnic background. The International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery, TIR, has conducted multiple expeditions to Nikumaroro, finding artifacts that may be from the Electra, including a piece of aluminum panel that matches the aircraft's design. The theory? Earhart landed on the reef, survived for days or weeks as a castaway, and died of dehydration or starvation. The coconut crabs of Nikumaroro, which can grow to 3 feet across, would have consumed her body. In 2019, a forensic dog trained to detect human remains indicated a spot on Nikumaroro where bone dust was found. The dog's handler believed it was a grave. The evidence is suggestive, not conclusive. A 2024 expedition led by ocean exploration company Deep Sea Vision used sonar to capture an image of a plane-shaped object 16,000 feet underwater off the coast of Howland. The object was roughly the size and shape of an Electra. The team plans to return for a closer look. Until then, Amelia Earhart remains a ghost of the Pacific, a symbol of courage and mystery. She was not just a pilot, she was a celebrity, a best-selling author, a fashion icon, and a feminist. She wore trousers when women wore skirts. She cut her hair short when women wore it long. She flew because I want to do it because I want to do it. She disappeared because the world was too big, the sky was too vast, and the ocean was too deep. Her last known words, "We are running north and south, like a compass with no destination, like a life with no end, like a mystery that will never be solved because the only person who could solve it died 88 years ago, somewhere over the Pacific, in a silver plane that fell into the blue." Amelia Earhart is gone. But every time a little girl sees an airplane and points, every time a woman says, "I'll do it because I want to do it," every time a pilot looks at the horizon and feels small, Amelia Earhart is there. She is not in the ocean. She is in the sky. And she is still flying. Chapter 26, D.B. Cooper Hijacking, November 24th, 1971, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Portland, Oregon. A Pacific Standard Time, Portland, Oregon. A man in his mid-40s wearing a black raincoat, a brown suit, a black tie, and a snap-brim hat approached the Northwest Orient Airlines counter at Portland International Airport. He purchased a one-way ticket to Seattle, Washington, under the name Dan Cooper. The ticket cost $20. He boarded Flight 305, a Boeing 727-100, and took seat E18C, a window seat in the rear of the plane. His fellow passengers later described him as nondescript. Dark sunglasses, medium build, calm demeanor, no distinguishing features. He ordered a bourbon and soda. At approximately 3 p.m., as the plane flew over the Cascade Mountains, Dan Cooper handed a note to flight attendant Florence Schaffner. She assumed it was a businessman's phone number and put it in her pocket without reading it. Cooper leaned over and said, "Miss, you'd better look at that note. I have a bomb." Schaffner opened the note. It read in neat capital letters, "I have a bomb in my briefcase. I will use it if necessary. I want you to sit next to me. You are being hijacked." Schaffner complied. Cooper opened his briefcase long enough for her to see 8 red cylinders wrapped in red tape, a mass of wires, and a cylindrical battery. He then dictated his demands: $200,000 in $20 bills, 4 parachutes, 2 primary, 2 reserve, a fuel truck standing by in Seattle, He did not want the plane to be in the air for longer than necessary. Schaffner relayed the demands to the cockpit. Captain William Scott called Seattle-Tacoma Airport and requested the money and parachutes. The FBI scrambled to assemble the ransom. The $200,000 was withdrawn from the Seafirst Bank in Seattle, each bill photographed and its serial number recorded. The parachutes were purchased from a local skydiving school. At 5:24 p.m., Flight 305 landed at Seattle-Tacoma. Cooper allowed the 36 other passengers to deplane in exchange for the money and parachutes. The flight attendants and 3 crew members remained aboard. Cooper then ordered the plane refueled and gave new instructions. Fly to Mexico City at an altitude of 10,000 feet, landing speed of 150 knots, flaps at 15 degrees, and the rear staircase lowered. The plane took off at 7:40 p.m. At approximately 8 p.m., as the 727 flew over the Cascade Range southwest of Tacoma, Cooper activated the rear staircase. The cockpit indicator showed that the aft stairwell had been deployed. The crew felt a sudden change in air pressure. At 8:11 p.m., the tail of the plane lurched upward. An off-duty flight attendant, Tina Mucklow, later testified that she heard a sound like a heavy thud, followed by a wind that sounded like a hurricane. Cooper had jumped. He was never seen again. The plane landed in Reno, Nevada at 10:15 p.m. The FBI found 2 of the 4 parachutes, a black tie, and a mother-of-pearl tie clip in the plane. The $200,000 was gone. The search for D.B. Cooper, the name was a media error, misreporting Dan as D.B., became the longest and most exhaustive manhunt in FBI history. Agents searched the woods of southwestern Washington for months. They found nothing. In 1980, an 8-year-old boy named Brian Ingram was digging a campfire pit on the north bank of the Columbia River near Vancouver, Washington. He uncovered 3 packets of $20 bills, totaling $5,800. The serial numbers matched the Cooper ransom. The bills were water-damaged but intact. No other money has ever been found. The FBI officially closed the Cooper case in 2016, citing a lack of evidence and the passage of time. The agency said it had identified over 800 suspects, including a former Boeing employee named Robert Rackstraw, a merchant marine named Dwayne Weber, a paratrooper named Richard McCoy, Jr., who pulled a near-identical hijacking in 1972 and was killed in a shootout with the FBI, and a dozen other men who confessed on their deathbeds. None of the confessions panned out. Forensics tested DNA from the tie clip and the black tie. The DNA matched no known suspect. In 2024, a team of amateur investigators claimed to have identified Cooper as a former Army paratrooper and airline pilot named Vince Peterson, who died in 2022. The FBI declined to comment. The mystery endures because D.B. Cooper did something no other hijacker has done. He disappeared completely. He did not crash. He was not captured. He did not surface in another country with a new identity. He simply jumped into a freezing November rainstorm over a forest of fir trees, wearing loafers and a business suit, carrying $200,000 in $20 bills, and vanished. The obvious conclusion is that he died. The parachute was a dummy model unsuitable for a jump. The wind chill at 10,000 feet would have killed him within minutes. The terrain was mountainous and heavily forested. His body would have been eaten by animals or buried under snow. But if he died, where is the money? Where is the skeleton? Where are the shreds of the raincoat? The less obvious conclusion is that he survived. He was an expert parachutist who brought his own equipment. He landed near a road, changed clothes, walked to a car, and drove away. He buried the money, returned for it later, and lived out his life in anonymity. That is the theory, anyway. That is the dream. The dream is that a man can steal $200,000 from the government, leap into the dark, and never be caught. That is the American dream, inverted. The nightmare is that he is still out there somewhere, an old man in a nursing home who once opened a briefcase full of red cylinders and said, "I have a bomb," and then disappeared into the rain. D.B. Cooper is not a man, he is a question. What if you could get away with it? What if you could be no one, have no past, leave no trace? The answer is that you would become a legend, and legends do not die. They just wait for the next November rain. Chapter 27, the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Heist, March 18, 1990, 1:20 a.m., Boston, Massachusetts. Two men dressed as Boston police officers knocked on the side entrance of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. The security guard, Richard Abbott, answered the door. The men said they were responding to a report of a disturbance. Abbott violated protocol and admitted them. The men handcuffed Abbott and the other guard on duty, Randy Hestand, wrapped their heads in duct tape, and led them to the basement. The thieves then spent 81 minutes in the museum. They did not take everything. They took specific things. They removed 13 works of art from their frames, cutting some canvases out with a knife, and left the empty frames hanging on the walls. The total value of the stolen art is estimated at $500 million, making it the largest property theft in history. The stolen works include the concert by Johannes Vermeer, one of only 34 known Vermeers in the world, The Storm on the Sea of Galilee by Rembrandt van Rijn, the artist's only seascape, A Lady and Gentleman in Black by Rembrandt, a self-portrait by Rembrandt from 1634, the artist's earliest known self-portrait, Landscape with an Obelisk by Govert Flinck, once attributed to Rembrandt, 3 works by Edgar Degas, including Programme for an Artistic Soirée 1 and 2, and La Sortie des Paysages, a pastel of a horse race, 5 works by Edouard Manet from the artist's Toroni series, and Chez Tortoni by Manet, a small portrait of a man in a top hat. The thieves also stole a Chinese bronze beaker from the Shang dynasty, dated to 1200 to 1100 BCE. They left behind a Titian, a Raphael, a Michelangelo drawing, and every work in the museum's Blue Room. They knew what they wanted. The investigation was catastrophic from the start. The Boston Police Department did not arrive until 8 a.m., nearly 7 hours after the theft. The FBI took over the case but made little progress. The security guard, Richard Abbott, became an object of suspicion. He had opened the door for the thieves. He had turned off the motion sensors before their arrival, a routine end-of-shift procedure that looked like collaboration. He was never charged. He died in 2021, maintaining his innocence. The most promising lead came in 1994, when a man named Miles Connor, an art thief serving a prison sentence, claimed he could recover the paintings in exchange for a reduced sentence. The FBI negotiated with Connor but did not recover anything. In 1997, the FBI received a letter from a dead gangster's associate offering to return the art for a $10 million ransom. The negotiations fell apart. In 2013, the FBI announced that it had identified the thieves as members of a criminal organization based in the Mid-Atlantic. The agency said it knew who had stolen the art and that the paintings had been moved to Philadelphia and then to Connecticut, but they did not make arrests. The statute of limitations for theft had expired, but the statute for possession of stolen goods had not. No arrests were made. In 2015, the FBI released surveillance footage of a man attempting to enter the museum on the night of the theft, but finding the door locked. The man was never identified. The Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum offers a $10 million reward for information leading to the return of the art. The reward has never been claimed. The empty frames still hang on the walls of the museum in the exact positions where the paintings once hung. Isabella Stewart Gardner, the museum's founder, stipulated in her will that nothing in the museum could be moved or changed. Her will does not mention theft, so the museum maintains the frames as a memorial to what was lost. Visitors walk through the Dutch room and look at the empty Rembrandt frame. They walk through the short gallery and look at the empty Vermeer frame. They wonder, where are the paintings? The most common theory is that they were stolen by organized crime and then lost or destroyed in the chaos of the criminal underworld. A second theory: the paintings are hidden in a Boston area attic or basement, waiting to be found by a homeowner who does not know their value. A third theory: the paintings were burned, buried, or thrown into a river when the thieves realized they could not sell them. No Vermeer has ever been stolen and successfully sold on the black market. They are too famous. They are too recognizable. They are, in a sense, worthless because they are priceless. The Gardner heist is not a whodunit. It is a where is it. The thieves are mostly dead. The paintings are somewhere. They could be in a warehouse in New Jersey. They could be in a shipping container in Rotterdam. They could be in a landfill. Every few years, a tip comes in. The FBI sends agents. They search a basement. They find nothing. The empty frames hang in Boston. Isabella Gardner, who collected art with obsessive passion, who wore a large diamond ring and a string of pearls, who threw parties where she served champagne from a silver shoe, stares out from her portrait. She seems to say, "I trusted you. You failed me. Return what you took." But no one returns, and the frames wait. Chapter 28. The Antwerp Diamond Heist. February 15, 2003, approximately 2 a.m., Antwerp, Belgium. Leonardo Notarbartolo, a 41-year-old Italian professional thief, led a team of 4 others into the Antwerp Diamond Center, a fortress-like building that housed the world's largest diamond vault. The vault was protected by 10 layers of security, a combination lock with 100 million possible codes, a magnetic field, a seismic sensor, a Doppler radar, a thermal camera, a light beam system, infrared heat detectors, a private guard force, armored steel doors, and a concrete foundation poured into bedrock. Notarbartolo got in. He had spent 2 years planning the heist. He rented a small office in the Diamond Center under a false name, posing as a diamond dealer. He studied the security systems, filmed the guards' routines, and befriended an elderly janitor who revealed the secrets of the vault's alarm system. He commissioned replicas of the key cards, the locks, and the magnetic field disruptors. On the night of the heist, Notarbartolo and his team bypassed every layer of security. They disabled the magnetic field with a custom-made device. They sprayed hairspray on thermal cameras to blind them. They covered their bodies with police-issue anti-infrared suits. They used their replica key cards to enter the vault. Once inside, they opened 160 of the 189 safety deposit boxes. They removed loose diamonds, gold, jewelry, cash, and other valuables. The total value of the theft is estimated between $100 million and $500 million, depending on whether uncertified diamonds are valued at wholesale or retail. It is commonly called the heist of the century. Notarbartolo and his team were caught because of a sandwich. A member of the team, known only as the King of Keys, discarded a half-eaten ham sandwich near the scene. The sandwich contained DNA that matched Notarbartolo. Police also recovered a videotape from a hidden surveillance camera that the team had missed. The tape showed Notarbartolo inside the vault. He was arrested in Italy later in 2003. His accomplices fled and were never identified. Notarbartolo was sentenced to 10 years in prison. He served about half. He was released in 2009 and returned to Italy. In a 2009 interview with Wired magazine, Notarbartolo changed his story. He claimed that the heist was not a simple theft, but an insurance fraud. He said the diamonds in the vault were low quality, and the dealers had hired him to steal them so they could collect insurance money on inflated valuations. He said he had kept only a small percentage of the diamonds as payment. He said the rest had been returned to the dealers before the theft was discovered. The insurance companies rejected this story. No evidence supported it. Notarbartolo's former accomplices have never come forward. The diamonds have never been recovered. The Antwerp Diamond Center upgraded its security after the heist. It now uses even more layers of protection, including biometric scanners and a 24/7 armed response team. The vault where the theft occurred is still in use. Tourists can visit the Diamond Center and view the empty deposit boxes that Notarbartolo opened. The heist has been the subject of multiple documentaries, a film titled The Heist of the Century, and a Netflix series. Leonardo Notarbartolo lives quietly in Turin. He does not give interviews. He is known to have said, "I am not a thief, I am a problem solver." The problem was a vault that could not be opened. He opened it. The problem was 160 deposit boxes. He emptied them. The problem was escaping. He escaped. The only problem he did not solve was a ham sandwich. He left it behind. It had his DNA on it. That is the difference between a perfect crime and a near-perfect crime. A perfect crime leaves no evidence. A near-perfect crime leaves a sandwich. Leonardo Notarbartolo is not a hero. He is a thief. But he is a thief who walked through walls, who made a fortress into a pantry, who took $100 million in diamonds and got caught because he was hungry. The human appetite is the downfall of every great plan. Notarbartolo should have skipped lunch. Instead, he ate a sandwich in a parking lot, threw the wrapper on the ground, and walked into history as the man who almost got away with the heist of the century. Chapter 29, The Great Train Robbery, UK, August 8, 1963, 3 a.m., Buckinghamshire, England. The night mail train from Glasgow to London was travelling at 70 miles per hour when it approached a signal at Bridego Railway Bridge. The signal was red. The driver, Jack Mills, applied the brakes. The reason the signal was red was that the robbers had cut the wires and attached a 6-volt battery to the line, forcing the signal to stay red. 600 yards past the signal, the robbers had uncoupled a section of rail. The train stopped. The robbers boarded. The attack was swift and brutal. The robbers, 15 men led by Bruce Reynolds, identified themselves as part of a government investigation and ordered the train crew to cooperate. The driver, Jack Mills, hesitated. A robber struck him on the head with a metal bar, fracturing his skull. Mills never fully recovered and died of a brain tumor in 1970, though the connection to the assault was never proven. The robbers uncoupled the locomotive and the first 2 carriages from the rest of the train. They drove the locomotive to a disused bridge at Bridego Bridge, where they had parked a fleet of vehicles. They located the high-value package carriage, the second carriage, which contained 120 mail bags. They loaded £2.6 million into the waiting vehicles. Adjusted for inflation, that is approximately $70 million today. The robbery took less than 40 minutes. The robbers fled to a rented farmhouse called Leatherslade Farm, about 20 miles away. They had planned to stay there for a week, letting the heat die down, then divide the money and scatter. They did not anticipate that the owner of the farmhouse, John Maris, would be identified by police within days. A neighbor had seen activity at the farmhouse and reported it. Police searched Leatherslade Farm on August 13th. They found the robbers' fingerprints everywhere, on playing cards, on a Monopoly board, on ketchup bottles, on the walls, on the money bags. The entire haul was recovered except for about £300,000 that had been distributed before the search. The arrests were swift. Bruce Reynolds was caught in 1968, having fled to Mexico and Canada for 5 years. Ronnie Biggs, one of the robbers, famously escaped from Wandsworth Prison in 1965 by climbing a wall and jumping into a waiting furniture van. He fled to Brazil, where he lived for 36 years, fathered a son, and became a minor celebrity, selling free Ronnie Biggs t-shirts and recording a song with the Sex Pistols. He returned to Britain in 2001, was imprisoned, and was released on compassionate grounds in 2009 due to failing health. He died in 2013. Driver Jack Mills's son, John Mills, later said, "My father never got over it. They ruined his life." And people made Ronnie Biggs into a hero. They called him a cheeky chappie. He was a thug who smashed an old man's head in. The great train robbery was not great because of its violence. It was great because of its audacity. It was the largest robbery in British history at the time. It captivated a nation still recovering from post-war austerity. The robbers were working-class men who had stolen from the state, the Royal Mail, the Crown. That made them folk heroes to some, even though they had broken a man's skull and left him on the floor of a locomotive. The lesson of the great train robbery is that timing matters. The robbers planned for months, but overlooked the simplest detail. They left their fingerprints everywhere. They stayed on the farm too long. They played Monopoly while the police closed in. The name Great Train Robbery is now a brand. It has been the subject of multiple films, including Robbery, 1967, and The Great Train Robbery, 2013, and an episode of the TV series Doctor Who. The real story is not romantic. It is the story of a man named Jack Mills, who went to work on a summer night and was hit in the head with a metal bar by a man who wanted his money. Jack Mills died 5 years before Ronnie Biggs escaped to Brazil. He died not knowing that his attacker's name would become a punchline, a t-shirt, a song. He died with a brain tumor that his family believes was caused by the blow. The great train robbery was clever. It was not kind. Chapter 30. The Mona Lisa Theft. August 21st, 1911, 7 a.m., Paris, France. The Louvre Museum was closed to the public. A 30-year-old Italian handyman named Vincenzo Peruggia, who had previously worked at the Louvre installing glass panels over the museum's most valuable paintings, walked into the museum wearing his white worker's smock. He knew which doors would be unlocked. He knew which stairwells had no guards. He walked to the Salon Carré, the room that housed the Mona Lisa. He unhooked Leonardo da Vinci's masterpiece from the 4 iron pegs that attached it to the wall. He removed the glass case and the wooden frame. He hid the painting, which measures just 30 by 21 inches, under his smock. He walked out of the museum. He was not stopped. The guards assumed he was a worker removing the painting for cleaning. The theft was not discovered until the next day, when a painter named Louis Beroud arrived at the Salon Carré to sketch the Mona Lisa and found only 4 iron pegs. The Louvre closed for a week. The head of security and the director of the Louvre were fired. The poet Guillaume Apollinaire was arrested and questioned. His friend Pablo Picasso was brought in for questioning as well. Both were released. The Mona Lisa was gone for 2 years. During those 2 years, she became the most famous painting in the world. Before the theft, the Mona Lisa was well regarded, but not particularly famous. It was one of many Renaissance portraits in the Louvre. After the theft, newspapers printed her image on front pages around the world. Crowds gathered at the Louvre to stare at the empty space on the wall. People wrote poems, songs, and plays about her. The theft made the Mona Lisa a celebrity. Vincenzo Peruggia kept the painting in a trunk in his tiny Paris apartment. He told his friends it contained personal items. He did not try to sell it. He was waiting for the right moment. In December 1913, Peruggia wrote to an art dealer in Florence, Italy, named Alfredo Geri. He said he had the Mona Lisa and wanted to return it to Italy, where it belonged. Perugia believed that Napoleon had stolen the painting from Italy. He had not. Leonardo had sold it to the King of France in 1516. Jerry contacted the director of the Uffizi Gallery, Giovanni Poggi. On December 11th, 1913, Perugia arrived at Gary's apartment with a wooden trunk. He opened the trunk. Inside, wrapped in red silk, was the Mona Lisa. Poggi authenticated it immediately. He told Perugia to wait in the room while he went to get the reward money. Instead, he called the police. Perugia was arrested. He was tried in Italy and sentenced to 7 months in prison, the maximum for theft of a work of art at the time. The Italian public, however, saw Perugia as a patriot. He had returned the painting to its homeland. He had stolen it not for money, but for love of country. Crowds cheered him as he entered and left the courtroom. The Mona Lisa was displayed at the Uffizi Gallery in Florence, then at the Borghese Gallery in Rome, then returned to the Louvre on January 4th, 1914. She has never left the Louvre since. Perugia served his 7 months and was released. He returned to France, where he was given a hero's welcome by some and treated as a common criminal by others. He died in 1947, at age 66, having never explained why he kept the painting in a trunk for 2 years instead of selling it. Some historians believe he was waiting for a buyer. Some believe he truly believed he was returning the painting to Italy. Some believe he was a simple man who had no idea what to do with a painting that everyone was looking for. The Mona Lisa herself has outlasted Perugia and the Louvre, and maybe France itself. She sits behind bulletproof glass, her smile as enigmatic as it was in 1911, as it was in 1503 when Leonardo painted her. She is not the most beautiful painting in the world. She is not the most technically accomplished. But she is the most famous, and she is famous because a janitor stole her. Vincenzo Perugia gave the Mona Lisa the gift of theft. Without the theft, she would be one of many. With the theft, she is the only one. The empty space on the wall of the Salon Carré is now filled with a video monitor showing a loop of her history. Visitors stand in front of that monitor and watch her be stolen again and again, every hour of every day. They do not realize that they are watching the moment a mediocre painting became a masterpiece. The masterpiece was not the paint. The masterpiece was the crime. Chapter 31, The Boston Strangler. Between June 14, 1962 and January 4, 1964, 13 women in the Boston, Massachusetts area were murdered in a manner so distinctive that the press dubbed the unknown killer the Boston Strangler. The victims ranged in age from 19 to 85. They were single women living alone. Each was sexually assaulted, each was strangled, and each was posed in a ritualistic manner. Nude or partially nude, with a stocking or a piece of clothing tied in a bow around the neck. Some victims had been bludgeoned, some had been stabbed, some had been left with their bodies arranged as if they were sleeping. The terror in Boston was absolute. Women bought deadbolt locks, guard dogs, and firearms. The city's single female population fled to the suburbs. Police held press conferences announcing nothing. The break in the case came on October 27, 1964, when a woman named Mary Sullivan, a 19-year-old secretary, was found murdered in her apartment on Charles Street. The killer had left a Christmas card with the words, "Happy New Year," in her palm. He had also left a semen sample that would, decades later, yield DNA. The police believed they were looking for a single man. They were wrong. In 1967, a man named Albert DeSalvo confessed to being the Boston Strangler. DeSalvo was a 31-year-old handyman and petty criminal who was already in prison for a series of sexual assaults known as the Green Man attacks. He confessed in detail to the 13 murders, as well as to 2 additional murders that had not been linked to the Strangler. He claimed he had acted alone. He described the interiors of the victims' apartments, the positions of their bodies, and the knots he had tied. His confessions were recorded, transcribed, and reviewed by prosecutors. But DeSalvo was not tried for the stranglings. The physical evidence linking him to the crime scenes was weak. No fingerprints, no witnesses, no DNA in 1967. Instead, he was tried for the Green Man assaults and sentenced to life in prison. In 1973, Albert DeSalvo was stabbed to death in his cell at the Massachusetts Correctional Institution in Walpole. The killer was a fellow inmate named Robert Wilson. Wilson claimed DeSalvo had tried to assault him. DeSalvo was buried in an unmarked grave. For decades, the case was considered solved. DeSalvo was the Boston Strangler. The book The Boston Strangler by Gerald Frank, published in 1966, and the film of the same name, starring Tony Curtis as DeSalvo, cemented his guilt in the public mind, but doubts lingered. In 2001, a DNA test was performed on the semen sample from Mary Sullivan's murder scene. The DNA did not match Albert DeSalvo. It matched an unknown male. The Massachusetts Attorney General's office reopened the case. In 2013, a second DNA test confirmed the original result. DeSalvo was not the source of the semen. However, the semen might have come from a boyfriend or a previous sexual encounter, not the killer. The Attorney General's office concluded that the DNA evidence did not rule out DeSalvo as the strangler. Mary Sullivan's nephew, Casey Sherman, who wrote a book titled A Rose for Mary, disagreed. He believed the DNA proved DeSalvo did not kill his aunt. In 2013, the Boston Police Department exhumed DeSalvo's body to test for additional DNA. The results were inconclusive. The case remains officially unsolved. Albert DeSalvo is still listed as the prime suspect, but the Boston Strangler, if DeSalvo was not him, may have been multiple killers whose crimes were lumped together by panicked police and an even more panicked press. Some of the 13 murders were likely committed by different people. The real Boston Strangler, if there was a single one, may have died free. Or he may have been Albert DeSalvo, a man who confessed to murders he did not commit because he liked the attention. DeSalvo once told a psychiatrist, "I got more recognition for being the strangler than I ever got for being Al." That is the pathology of false confession. The need to be seen, to be important, to be the monster in the headlines. Albert DeSalvo was a monster, but he was a rapist, not a strangler. The strangler may have watched DeSalvo go to prison, may have read the headlines, may have laughed. Or he may have been DeSalvo and the DNA belongs to someone who had consensual sex with Mary Sullivan days before her death. We will never know, and the women are dead. The killer, or killers, is dead. Boston is no longer afraid, but the bow on the neck remains. Chapter 32. The Yorkshire Ripper, Peter Sutcliffe. Between 1975 and 1980, the counties of West Yorkshire and Greater Manchester, England, were terrorized by a man who murdered 13 women and attempted to murder 7 more. The press called him the Yorkshire Ripper, a reference to Jack the Ripper, because he targeted prostitutes and used a hammer and a knife. Peter William Sutcliffe, a 34-year-old lorry driver from Bradford, was the man. He was married to a woman named Sonia, who told police after his arrest that she suspected nothing. Sutcliffe's first known attack was on July 5, 1975, when he struck Anna Rogolski, a 36-year-old woman, with a hammer as she walked home in Keighley. She survived but suffered permanent brain damage. His first murder was on October 30, 1975, when he killed Wilma McCann, a 28-year-old mother of 4 in Leeds. He struck her twice with a hammer, then stabbed her neck, chest, and abdomen 15 times. Over the next 5 years, the pattern continued. Sutcliffe would approach women, often prostitutes, offer them money, then attack them with a hammer and a sharpened screwdriver or a knife. He often posed the bodies, leaving them with their legs spread and their clothes pulled up. He wrote letters to the police, signing them Jack the Ripper, and sent a tape recording of a man's voice saying, "I'm Jack. I see you are having no luck catching me. I have the greatest respect for you, but you are not even close." The tape was played on national television. The voice on the tape was not Sutcliffe's. It was a hoaxer who was never identified. The hoax wasted thousands of police hours. The investigation was also hampered by a massive and incompetent manhunt. Police interviewed Sutcliffe 9 times between 1977 and 1981. They did not arrest him. They noted that he was the registered owner of a car seen near 2 murder scenes. They let him go. On January 2, 1981, Sutcliffe was stopped by 2 police officers in Sheffield for having false license plates. They noticed he was carrying a hammer and a knife. They arrested him. He confessed to all 13 murders and 7 attempted murders over the next day. At his trial, Sutcliffe claimed that God had told him to kill prostitutes. He said he heard the voice of God while working as a gravedigger, commanding him to cleanse the streets of filth. He pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. The jury rejected the insanity plea. They found him guilty of 13 counts of murder. He was sentenced to 20 concurrent life sentences, with a recommendation that he serve a minimum of 30 years. The judge, Mr. Justice Boreham, called him a peculiarly dangerous man. In 2010, the Home Secretary changed the minimum term to a whole life order, meaning Sutcliffe would never be released. He died in prison on November 13, 2020, at age 74, from complications of COVID-19 and diabetes. He had refused medical treatment for weeks. His last words, according to prison officials, were unremarkable. The legacy of the Yorkshire Ripper is complicated. His victims were mostly sex workers. The police investigation prioritized the safety of ordinary women over the safety of prostitutes. The Assistant Chief Constable, George Oldfield, told a reporter, "We seem to have a man who is intent on murdering prostitutes. The ordinary woman is not at risk. The ordinary woman was at risk. Several of Sutcliffe's victims were not prostitutes. He attacked a 20-year-old university student, a 20-year-old civil servant, and a 47-year-old shopkeeper. But the perception that prostitutes were his only target allowed the investigation to proceed slowly, with less urgency than it would have if the victims had been middle-class housewives. The families of the victims have spent decades fighting for justice. The mother of one victim, Emily Jackson, said after Sutcliffe's death, "He is still a monster. He died a monster. He never apologized. He never felt remorse. He was just a man who hated women." Peter Sutcliffe was not insane. He did not hear voices. He was a misogynist who found a convenient excuse in religion. He killed women because he wanted to kill women. The hammer, the knife, the screwdriver, those were just tools. The real weapon was hatred. Chapter 33, The Green River Killer, Gary Ridgway. Between 1982 and 1998, Gary Leon Ridgway, a mild-mannered truck painter from Washington State, murdered at least 49 women and girls. He confessed to 71. The true number is likely higher. He is the most prolific serial killer in American history by confirmed victims. The name Green River Killer came from the Green River in King County, Washington, where the first 5 bodies were found in 1982. The victims were mostly young women, runaways, prostitutes, hitchhikers, drug addicts. Ridgway would pick them up on the Pacific Highway South, the Strip in Seattle, offer them money for sex, then strangle them in his truck or apartment. He killed in clusters. In 1982 and 1983 alone, he murdered 19 women. He often returned to the bodies to have sex with them after death. He told investigators that he would place them in nice positions in the woods, the bushes, the river. The investigation was the largest in Washington state history. The Green River Task Force employed dozens of detectives, interviewed thousands of suspects, and spent millions of dollars. They interviewed Ridgway himself in 1984. He passed a polygraph test. He was eliminated as a suspect. The task force was criticized for focusing on a man named Melvin Foster, who was eventually cleared. No arrests were made for nearly 20 years. In 2001, DNA technology had advanced enough to link a semen sample from 3 of the victims to Ridgway. He was arrested on November 30th, 2001, as he left work at the Kenworth Truck Company in Renton, Washington. He was 52 years old. He had been killing for 2 decades. He had murdered women, then gone home to his wife, eaten dinner, and watched television. His wife, Judith Ridgway, told police Shuey had no idea. The plea bargain was controversial. Ridgway agreed to plead guilty to 48 counts of first-degree murder in exchange for a sentence of life without parole, avoiding the death penalty. The condition: he had to lead investigators to the remains of the victims. Over the next months, Ridgway took detectives to remote locations throughout Washington and Oregon. He led them to rivers, forests, landfills, and highway medians. He described in chilling detail how he had killed each woman, what she was wearing, what she said, how she died, where he put her. The guilty plea was entered on November 5, 2003. In court, Ridgway wept. He said, "I killed so many women I have a hard time keeping them straight." The judge, Richard Jones, said to him, "You have killed so many women, you have taken so many lives, that even the most depraved of human beings on this planet can't fathom the enormity of your crime." Ridgway is serving his life sentence at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla. He was attacked by another inmate in 2017, but survived. In 2023, he was transferred to a medical facility after a decline in his health. He is now in his mid-70s. He has not been released. He will never be released. The mothers of the victims have reacted differently. Some have forgiven him. Some will never forgive him. One mother, whose daughter's body was never found, said at the sentencing, "You took my daughter, and you took my grandchildren's mother. You took her away from us. But I forgive you. I have to forgive you because I cannot live with hatred in my heart." Another mother screamed, "Rot in hell." The Green River Killer was not a monster. He was a man who painted trucks for a living, who went to church with his wife, who seemed normal. That is the horror. That is always the horror. The horror is not the claw, the fang, the tail. The horror is the man next door who smiles and says hello, and then drives to the strip and picks up a 16-year-old girl named Wendy, who ran away from home because her stepfather hit her, and strangles her with a rope, and leaves her in the bushes by the river and goes home to watch the news and see if anyone has found her yet. The horror is that he did this 49 times. The horror is that he thinks he did it 71 times. The horror is that he might have done it more. Chapter 34. The Moore's Murderers, Ian Brady and Myra Hindley. Between July 1963 and October 1965, Ian Brady and Myra Hindley, a couple living in Manchester, England, abducted, sexually assaulted, tortured and murdered 5 children and teenagers. The victims were Pauline Reed, 16, John Kilbride, 12, Keith Bennett, 12, Leslie Ann Downey, 10, and Edward Evans, 17. They buried 4 of the victims on Saddleworth Moor, a desolate expanse of peat bog and heather in the Pennines. The 5th victim, Edward Evans, was killed in their home and buried in a shallow grave. The killers were not caught for 2 years. Brady, 25, was a stock clerk and a self-educated sadist who worshipped Nietzsche and Hitler. Hindley, 21, was a secretary who fell in love with Brady's violence. She later claimed he had brainwashed her. The prosecution argued she was an active participant. The audio recording of Leslie Ann Downey's murder proves complicity. The tape played at trial captured the 10-year-old's screams, her pleas for her mother, and the voices of Brady and Hindley telling her to be quiet. At one point, Hindley can be heard saying, "Shut up, will you? Shut up." The tape also captured the sound of tearing paper, the rustle of clothing, and the child's final whimper. The arrest came on October 7, 1965, after David Smith, Hindley's 17-year-old brother-in-law, witnessed Brady kill Edward Evans with an axe. Smith pretended to help clean up the blood, then fled and called the police. Officers arrived at 16 Wardlebrook Avenue to find Evans's body in the spare bedroom. Brady and Hindley were arrested. They initially denied everything. They confessed only when confronted with the evidence. The trial began on April 19, 1966, at Chester Assizes. Brady was found guilty of all 3 murders for which he was charged. The bodies of Reed and Bennett had not yet been found. Hindley was found guilty of 2 murders, Downey and Evans, and of harboring Brady for the 3rd. She was acquitted of John Kilbride's murder because the body had not been found. The judge, Justice Fenton Atkinson, called them 2 sadistic killers of the utmost depravity. Brady was sentenced to 3 concurrent life sentences. Hindley was sentenced to 2 life sentences plus 7 years for harboring. Both were told they would never be released. That promise was broken for Hindley. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, Hindley's legal team argued that she had been rehabilitated. She had become a Roman Catholic. She had taken A-level exams in prison. She had expressed remorse. The parole board considered her case multiple times. The public outcry was deafening. The tabloids ran headlines, "Don't let this evil woman out." The families of the victims, especially John Kilbride's mother, Winnie Johnson, campaigned against her release. Hindley remained in prison. She died on November 15, 2002, at age 60, from a heart attack and respiratory failure. She had spent 36 years behind bars. Ian Brady died on May 15, 2017, at age 79, at Ashworth High Secure Hospital in Merseyside, where he had been held since 1985. He was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and forced to take antipsychotic medication. He never expressed remorse. He wrote letters to a journalist describing his murders in explicit detail. He called his victims the result of an experiment. He starved himself to death in his final years. One victim's body has never been found. Keith Bennett, 12, was buried somewhere on Saddleworth Moor that only Brady and Hindley knew. Brady took the location to his grave. Hindley claimed she could not remember. The search for Keith Bennett has continued for 60 years. His mother, Winnie Johnson, died in 2012 at age 78, never having buried her son. Her last words to a reporter were, "I want to find Keith before I die. I want to put flowers on his grave." She never did. The Moor's murders are uniquely British in their horror. The windswept moor, the fog, the peat, the heather. The children's bodies hidden under the same ground where hikers walk on sunny Sundays. The photographs of Myra Hindley, with her bleached blonde hair and heavy mascara, standing on the moor with her dog, smiling. That photograph became the image of evil, not a claw, not a fang. A young woman in a polka-dot dress, smiling at the camera, standing over a grave she dug herself. That smile is the terror. That smile is the Moor. Chapter 35, Fred and Rose West. The house at 25 Cromwell Street in Gloucester, England, was known locally as the House of Horrors. Between 1967 and 1987, Frederick Walter Stephen West and his wife, Rosemary Pauline West, abducted, tortured, raped, and murdered at least 12 young women and girls. Some were hitchhikers. Some were lodgers in the West's home. Some were Rose's own daughter, Heather. The official death toll is 12, but investigators believe it could be 20 or more. Fred West was born in 1941 in Much Marcle, Herefordshire. He was sexually abused by his father and his mother. He suffered a traumatic brain injury in a motorcycle accident at age 17. He was a petty criminal and a sexually sadistic predator. Rose Letts was born in 1953 in Northam, Devon. She was abused by her father. She met Fred West when she was 15. He was 27. They began a relationship. They married in 1972. They killed together. The method was consistent. Fred would pick up young women, often hitchhikers, and bring them to 25 Cromwell Street. He and Rose would rape and torture them, often for days. They would then strangle them, dismember the bodies with a hacksaw, and bury the remains in the basement, the garden, or under the patio. The first known victim was Mary Bastholm, 15, who disappeared in 1968. Her body has never been found. The first murder for which Fred was convicted was Charmaine West, his daughter from a previous relationship. He killed her in 1971 when she was 8 years old. He told Rose that Charmaine's mother had taken her. Rose believed him. The killing spree escalated. Between 1973 and 1979, 8 young women disappeared from the Gloucester area. The Wests killed them all. The discovery came by accident. In 1992, Heather West, Fred and Rose's 16-year-old daughter, was reported missing by her school. Fred told social workers that Heather had run away to join a religious cult. In 1994, a friend of Heather's told the police that she believed Heather was dead. Police applied for a search warrant. They dug up the garden at 25 Cromwell Street. They found bones. They kept digging. Over the next months, they exhumed the remains of 9 victims: Heather West, 16, Lucy Partington, 21, Therese Siegenthaler, 21, Shirley Hubbard, 15, Juanita Mott, 18, Carol Ann Cooper, 15, Linda Goff, 19, Allison Chambers, 16, and Anne McFall, 18. They also found the remains of Charmaine West on a different part of the property. Fred and Rose were arrested on February 24, 1994. Fred confessed to 12 murders. He said he had acted alone. He said Rose knew nothing. He said he had dismembered the bodies alone. Rose said she knew nothing. She claimed Fred was violent, controlling, and that she feared for her life. The trial of Rose West began on October 3, 1995. Fred West was scheduled to be a witness. On January 1, 1995, while awaiting trial at Birmingham's Winson Green Prison, Fred West hanged himself with a bedsheet. He was 53. Rose West was tried alone. The prosecution argued that she was an active participant, that she lured victims, that she joined in the torture, that she stabbed one victim with a knife. The jury convicted her on 10 counts of murder on November 22, 1995. She was sentenced to 10 life sentences. The judge, Sir Patrick Garland, told her, "If you are ever released, it will be a matter of great public concern. I recommend that you never be released." She has never been released. As of 2025, Rose West is 72 years old. She remains at HMP Newhall in West Yorkshire. She has been refused parole multiple times. She maintains her innocence. Her children, some of whom were in the house during the murders, have given interviews describing the horror of growing up with parents who killed people in the basement. The house at 25 Cromwell Street was demolished in 1996. A landscaped path now runs through the site. No marker identifies what happened there. The town of Gloucester has tried to forget, but the families of the victims cannot forget. The father of Lucy Partington, one of the victims, told a reporter, "She was going to be a writer. She was brilliant. She was kind. And she got into a car with a man with a beard and a woman with a smile. And they took her to a house on Cromwell Street. And they killed her. And they put her in the garden. And her mother and I will never see her again." Fred and Rose West were not monsters in the sense of being inhuman. They were human, deeply, terribly, awfully human. They were a married couple with children, a garden, a job, a mortgage. They went to the pub, they watched television, they carved Sunday roasts, and in the basement, in the garden, under the patio, they buried the girls. That is the truth of the Wests. They were not other, they were us. And that is why we cannot look away. Chapter 36, Harold Shipman. Between 1975 and 1998, Dr. Harold Frederick Shipman, a general practitioner in Hyde, Greater Manchester, England, murdered at least 215 of his patients. He is the most prolific serial killer in modern British history. The true number may exceed 250. Shipman did not use a knife, a gun, or a rope. He used a syringe filled with diamorphine, medical-grade heroin. He injected his victims, mostly elderly women, while they sat in their armchairs, believing they were receiving a routine house call from their trusted doctor. They died within minutes. Shipman would then sign their death certificates, listing the cause as old age or natural causes. He inherited small sums from some of his victims' wills. He stole jewelry, antiques, and cash from others. But money was not the primary motive. Shipman killed because he enjoyed the power of deciding who lived and who died. He was a god in a white coat, and his parish was the terrace streets of Hyde. The first known victim was Eva Lyons, 73, who died on March 17, 1975. Shipman had just opened his practice. He told her family she had died of a heart attack. The last known victim was Kathleen Grundy, 81, a former mayor of Hyde. She died on June 24, 1998. Her daughter, solicitor Angela Woodruff, became suspicious because her mother had recently changed her will to leave £386,000 to Shipman. Woodruff contacted the police. An exhumation and toxicology test revealed traces of diamorphine in Grundy's body. Shipman was arrested on September 7, 1998. The investigation that followed uncovered the largest serial murder case in medical history. Police exhumed dozens of bodies. Families came forward by the hundreds, saying their relatives had died suddenly, inexplicably, under Shipman's care. A public inquiry chaired by Dame Janet Smith, published in 2002, concluded that Shipman had murdered 215 patients and that he almost certainly murdered more. The report also found that the British medical and legal systems had failed catastrophically. Shipman had been investigated twice before, once in 1976 after a pharmacist noted he was ordering excessive amounts of diamorphine, and once in 1997 after a funeral director noticed an unusual number of cremations from Shipman's practice. Neither investigation resulted in action. Shipman's trial began at Preston Crown Court on October 5, 1999. He pleaded not guilty to 15 murders. The prosecution presented forensic evidence, witness testimony, and Shipman's own forged medical records. The jury deliberated for 6 days. On January 31, 2000, Shipman was convicted of 15 counts of murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. The judge, Mr. Justice Forbes, told him, "You are a cruel, calculating, callous, and wicked man. I can see no hope of your ever being released." Shipman showed no emotion. He never confessed. He never expressed remorse. He maintained his innocence, claiming he had merely helped his patients die peacefully at their own request. No evidence supported this claim. In prison, Shipman refused to participate in rehabilitation programs. He was housed in a single cell at H.M. Prison, Wakefield, the maximum security prison in West Yorkshire. On the morning of January 13, 2004, a prison officer found Shipman hanging from a bedsheet attached to the window bars of his cell. He had tied the sheet in a loop, placed it around his neck, and stepped off a chair. He was 58 years old. He left no note. The Harold Shipman case changed British medicine forever. The Shipman Inquiry, the longest and most expensive public inquiry in British history, led to reforms in death certification, cremation procedures, and the regulation of doctors. The General Medical Council now requires regular performance reviews. GPs are no longer allowed to sign death certificates for patients they have treated without independent verification. But no reform can bring back the dead. The families of Shipman's victims live with a unique horror. Their loved ones were killed not by a stranger in a dark alley, but by the man they trusted to heal them. They kissed him goodbye at the front door. They thanked him for coming. They died with his face as the last thing they saw. One daughter of a victim said, "My mother loved Dr. Shipman. She called him a saint. She said he was the only doctor who ever listened to her. And he killed her. He killed her in her own living room on her own sofa while she was wearing her best dress because she wanted to look nice for the doctor." Harold Shipman was not a monster in the traditional sense. He was a husband, a father of 4, a churchgoer, a pillar of his community. He was also a man who injected old women with heroin and watched them die because he liked the feeling. He liked the feeling so much that he did it 215 times. That is not madness. That is not illness. That is evil. And evil wore a tie and carried a black bag and said, "This won't hurt a bit." Chapter 37. Andrei Chikatilo. Between 1978 and 1990, Andrei Romanovich Chikatilo, a Soviet teacher and engineer, murdered at least 52 women and children in the Russian republics of Russia, Ukraine, and Uzbekistan. He confessed to 56. He was convicted of 52. The true number is unknown. Chikatilo was a lust murderer. He did not kill for money, revenge, or ideology. He killed because he experienced sexual release only through stabbing, mutilating, and eating the bodies of his victims. He was impotent with living women. He could achieve erection only by plunging a knife into a living body. His victims ranged in age from 7 to 45. Most were female prostitutes or runaways, but he also killed young boys. His method was consistent. He would approach his victims at bus stops, train stations, or parks, offer them money, cigarettes, or a ride, lead them into the forest, then attack. He would stab them dozens of times, cut out their eyes. He believed the eyes retained an image of the killer. Remove their internal organs and sometimes eat their breasts, uteri, or tongues. He bit off the nipples of several victims. He drank their blood. The Soviet investigation was a masterpiece of incompetence and denial. Chikatilo was interviewed by police multiple times. He passed polygraph tests. He submitted blood samples. He was arrested for suspicious behavior at a train station in 1984, but released after 3 months due to lack of evidence. The police were hampered by the Soviet ideology that serial murder does not occur under socialism. The very concept of a serial killer was dismissed as Western decadence. Instead, the authorities blamed the murders on asocial elements, mad dogs or escaped lunatics. The body count rose. The political turning point came in 1985 when Mikhail Gorbachev's policy of glasnost, openness, allowed the Soviet media to report on the murders. The public pressure forced the KGB to take over the investigation. A team of forensic psychologists profiled the killer as a middle-aged, sexually dysfunctional man with a history of humiliation. They circulated Chikatilo's name internally. In November 1990, an undercover officer followed Chikatilo to a train station. Chikatilo attempted to lure a young woman into the forest. The officer arrested him. Chikatilo confessed within days. He described his murders in graphic detail, laughing as he recalled the stabbings. The trial of Andrei Chikatilo began in April 1992 in Rostov-on-Don. He was held in an iron cage to protect him from the families of his victims. The courtroom was packed with spectators who screamed, wept, and spat at him. Chikatilo responded by exposing himself, shouting obscenities, and claiming he was a mistake of nature. The judge, Leonid Akubzhinov, asked Chikatilo if he felt remorse. Chikatilo replied, "I am a sick man, I am a monster. But you created me. You, the state, the system, the lies, the poverty. You made me what I am." The jury deliberated for several hours. They found Chikatilo guilty of 52 murders. The judge sentenced him to death by a single bullet to the back of the head. Chikatilo appealed. He was denied. On February 14, 1994, in Novocherkassk prison, Andrei Chikatilo was led to a soundproofed room and shot. He was 57 years old. He did not ask for a last meal. He did not ask for a priest. He asked only that he not be shot in the back of the head. He was shot in the back of the head. The legacy of Andrei Chikatilo is the legacy of the Soviet system's failure. A man who was sexually abused as a child, who was humiliated by his mother, who was a pathetic failure in every aspect of his life, turned to murder because he had no other way to feel powerful. The system that should have stopped him instead enabled him because it could not admit that a monster could be a loyal communist. After his execution, the Russian government destroyed his prison cell. The families of his victims have never received a public apology. Andrei Chikatilo's name is now a synonym for the savage, the inhuman, the animal. But he was not an animal. Animals kill for food or territory. Chikatilo killed for pleasure. He killed because he liked it. And he liked it so much he did it 52 times. That is not animal. That is human. That is the worst of human. That is the human who stares at a child in the forest and smiles. Chapter 38. H. Holmes, The Murder Castle. Herman Webster Mudgett, better known as Dr. Henry Howard Holmes, was the first documented serial killer in American history. Between 1890 and 1894, in the Englewood neighborhood of Chicago, Holmes built a 3-story commercial building that housed his pharmacy, his retail store, and a hotel for visitors to the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition. The building was not a hotel, it was a murder castle. Holmes designed the building himself, and he kept the blueprints secret. The ground floor contained legitimate businesses, his pharmacy, a jewelry store, a restaurant. The upper floors contained at least 35 rooms, some with no windows, some with doors that opened onto brick walls. He installed soundproof rooms, gas lines that could be controlled from a central panel, and a kiln for burning bodies. He built a secret staircase that led only to his office. He installed a vault with a locked door and no ventilation. He built a torture room with a gas jet that could suffocate a victim, while Holmes watched through a peephole. He built a dissection table, acid vats, and a crematorium in the basement. He employed contractors to build the castle, fired them when the work was done, and never paid them. He changed contractors constantly so that no one person saw the whole design. He claimed the insurance money. Holmes's method was as follows. He would lure young women, mostly employees, guests, or lovers, into the castle, seduce them, often marry them bigamously, take out life insurance policies on them, and then kill them. He preferred asphyxiation by gas, but he also used strangulation, stabbing, and blunt force. He would strip the flesh from the skeletons, sell the skeletons to medical schools, and burn or dissolve the remaining tissue in acid. He also killed men, usually business partners who discovered his frauds. The exact number of Holmes's victims is unknown. He confessed to 27 murders. He was tried for one, the murder of his accomplice, Benjamin Pitezel, whom Holmes had killed to collect a $10,000 life insurance policy. Pitezel was a married father of 5. Holmes had promised his wife that Benjamin was alive and in hiding. Instead, Holmes had killed Benjamin with chloroform and burned his body. He then traveled with the Pitezel children, eventually killing 3 of them in a rented house in Toronto. He was caught after a series of increasingly desperate frauds, thefts, and forgeries. The trial began on October the 28th, 1895, in Philadelphia. Holmes was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to death. On May 7, 1896, H. Holmes was hanged at Moyamensing Prison in Philadelphia. His neck did not break. He strangled slowly for 15 minutes. He was pronounced dead at 10:40 a.m. He was 35 years old. He asked not for a last meal, but for a coffin lined with cement, so that grave robbers would not dig up his body. His request was denied. He was buried in an unmarked grave. The murder castle outlived Holmes by several years. It was sold, then used as a boarding house. In 1938, the building caught fire. The fire department arrived to find a structure so poorly built, with so many false walls and hidden passages, that they could not safely enter. The building burned to the ground. The site is now a United States Post Office at 601 to 603 West 63rd Street in Chicago. No marker indicates what stood there before. H. Holmes has been the subject of countless books, documentaries, and films. In 2003, historian Eric Larson published The Devil in the White City, a non-fiction bestseller that juxtaposed Holmes's murders with the construction of the 1893 World's Fair. The book reignited public fascination with Holmes. To this day, amateur historians search for the remains of his victims. They find nothing. The murder castle was not a castle. It was a 3-story commercial building on a busy Chicago street. People walked past it every day. They did not know that behind the pharmacy counter, up the hidden staircase, through the soundproof door, a woman was dying in a sealed vault, while a man with a mustache and spectacles watched through a peephole. H. Holmes was not a demon. He was a pharmacist who built a hotel where the rooms had no windows. He was a husband who killed his wives. He was a father who killed his children. He was a man who smiled at the World's Fair and said, "Welcome. The room is on the 2nd floor. The door will lock behind you." Chapter 39. The Axeman of New Orleans. Between May 23, 1918 and October 27, 1919, the city of New Orleans was terrorized by a serial killer who struck only at night, used only an axe, and seemed to target Italian-American grocers and their families. The press called him the Axeman of New Orleans. He killed 6 known victims and wounded at least 6 more. He may have killed more. His first confirmed attack was on May 23, 1918, at 9 p.m. He broke into the home of Joseph Maggio, a 65-year-old Italian grocer, and his wife, Catherine. He used an axe from the Maggio's own shed to strike both in the head. Joseph died instantly. Catherine died the next day. The killer then used a razor to slash Joseph's throat. He cleaned the axe and the razor and placed them neatly on the kitchen table. He did not steal anything of value. The second attack, on June 28, 1918, was nearly identical. Louis Bessumer, a 72-year-old grocer, and his mistress, Anna Lowe, were attacked in their bed. Bessumer survived but was badly wounded. Lowe died a week later. The third attack, on August 5, 1918, was different. The killer attacked Ida and Joe Davino in their grocery store. He used a hatchet, not an axe. Ida died. Joe survived. The fourth attack, on August 10, 1918, was the most brutal. The killer broke into the home of Pauline and Mike Pepitone, an Italian couple who ran a grocery. Mike Pepitone was struck in the head with a 20-pound iron pipe. He died. Pauline was not attacked. The killer used the iron pipe to smash the mirror and the furniture, and then he disappeared. The police were baffled. The Italian community of New Orleans was terrified. The murders followed a pattern. The killer entered through a removable panel on the kitchen door, attacked while the victim slept, and used a weapon from the home. But there were also oddities. The killer left cryptic messages. After the Basuma attack, a note was found in the gutter. "The Axeman will return." After the Pepitone murder, Pauline Pepitone claimed she had seen a large white man with an axe. The police suspected the murders were part of a mafia vendetta. They arrested a man named Joseph Mumphrey, who confessed, then recanted, then was released. No one was ever convicted. The most famous document of the Axeman case is the letter he allegedly sent to the New Orleans Times-Picayune on March 13, 1919. The letter said in part, "I am a devil from the hottest corner of hell. I am the Axeman. I have been in New Orleans for years, and I have killed many people. I am not a human being, but a spirit from the beyond. On Tuesday night, March 19th, I will pass over New Orleans. I will not strike anyone who is playing jazz. Please spread the word." On the night of March 19th, 1919, the city of New Orleans did not sleep. Every dance hall, bar, and restaurant was packed with people listening to jazz. Private homes held parties. Pianists played through the night. The Axeman did not strike on March 19th. He never struck again. His last known victim was a man named John Zanka, who was attacked on October the 27th, 1919, at his grocery store. He survived. The Axeman vanished. The identity of the Axeman of New Orleans remains one of the great unsolved mysteries of American crime. Suspects include Joseph Mumphrey, a man named Mike Pepitone Jr., the son of the murdered Mike Pepitone, who was later killed by his mother in a bizarre revenge plot, and a man named Orlando Giordano, who was tried for the Pepitone murder and acquitted. Most historians believe the Axeman was not one man but several, and that the press sensationalized a series of unrelated Italian community crimes into a single monster. But the legend endures. Every year, the city of New Orleans holds a Night of the Axeman celebration. Jazz bands play in the French Quarter. People dress in 1919 costumes. They drink, they dance, they pretend that a spirit from hell might still be listening. The letter said, "I am a devil, I love jazz, do not fear me, fear the ones who do not dance." The Axeman may have been a psychopath, he may have been a fantasy. But he gave New Orleans one gift, a night when the only weapon against evil was music. And on that night, the music won. Chapter 40, The Cleveland Torso Murderer. Between 1934 and 1938, the city of Cleveland, Ohio, was haunted by a serial killer who decapitated and dismembered his victims, leaving their torsos in vacant lots, riverbanks, and lakefronts. The killer was never identified. The press called him the Cleveland Torso Murderer, the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, and the American Jack the Ripper. The official victim count is 12, but investigators believe the true number may exceed 20, including victims from the 1920s in Pittsburgh and the 1940s in Cleveland. The first confirmed victim was found on September 5, 1934, on the Lake Erie shore. The body was male, decapitated and dismembered. The head, arms, and legs were never found. The second victim was found on September 23, 1934, in a gravel pit on East 49th Street. No head. Third victim, July 22, 1935, found in a burlap sack in Kingsbury Run, a shantytown of unemployed laborers. No head. Fourth victim, August 24, 1935, found in Kingsbury Run. No head. The pattern was consistent. The victims were poor, transient, often alcoholic, and mostly male. Some were prostitutes or gay men. No one reported them missing. The police were overwhelmed. The coroner, Dr. Arthur Pierce, estimated that the dismemberment had been performed by someone with anatomical knowledge. He believed the killer was a surgeon, a butcher, or a medical student. The leading suspect was Dr. Francis E. Sweeney, a 60-year-old physician and former Army surgeon who was also a distant cousin of a sitting U.S. congressman. Sweeney had been committed to a mental hospital in 1928 after a nervous breakdown. He was released. Murders began in 1934. Sweeney was questioned multiple times by the legendary Cleveland safety director, Eliot Ness, the former Prohibition agent who had led the Untouchables against Al Capone. Ness believed Sweeney was the killer. He brought Sweeney in for interrogation. He threatened him. He had him followed. But Sweeney had political protection. His cousin, Congressman Martin Sweeney, pressured the police and the press to leave Dr. Sweeney alone. Ness could not arrest without evidence. No evidence was found. The murders stopped in 1938, coinciding with a police raid on Kingsbury Run that cleared the shantytown. Ness believed the killer had died or been institutionalized. In 1942, the killing resumed. A torso was found on East 9th Street. Another torso was found in 1950. The Cleveland torso murderer may have killed into the 1950s. Dr. Francis Sweeney died in 1964 at the Dayton Veterans Hospital psychiatric ward. He had been a patient there since 1943. He was 80 years old. After his death, a nurse told police that Sweeney had once told her, "If I told you what I did, you wouldn't believe me. I killed people. I cut them up. I was the mad butcher of Kingsbury Run." The nurse's statement was never officially recorded. Eliot Ness, who wrote about the torso murders in his posthumous memoir, The Untouchables, said he was certain Sweeney was the killer, but that he could not prove it. The case remains open. The victims' names are largely unknown. They were the poorest of the poor, the ones who slept in shanties and drank from bottles and had no families to search for them when they vanished. The killer knew that. He chose them because no one would look. He was right. No one looked. The Cleveland torso murderer is not a mystery because he was clever. He is a mystery because his victims were invisible. Invisible to the police, to the press, to the city. He killed invisible people, and so he became invisible too. That is the real horror of Kingsbury Run. Not the missing heads, not the burlap sacks, and not the knife work. The real horror is that a man can go missing in a city of 900,000 people, and only his killer notices that he is gone. Chapter 41. The Boy in the Box. February 25, 1957, 2:30 p.m., Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. A college student named Frederick Benoit was checking traps for small animals in a wooded area off Susquehanna Road, near the Fox Chase section of the city. He found a cardboard box. Inside the box, wrapped in a plaid blanket, was the body of a young boy. The boy was approximately 4 to 6 years old. He was naked except for a pair of child's socks. His hair had been crudely cropped, suggesting someone had cut it recently with dull scissors. His body was covered in bruises and lacerations, some old and some fresh. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. The boy had been dead for 2 to 3 days. He was never identified. The Philadelphia Police Department launched one of the largest investigations in the city's history. They distributed 400,000 flyers with the boy's photograph in 6 languages. They interviewed thousands of people. They searched missing children databases across the country. They found no match. The boy's fingerprints were sent to the FBI. No match. His dental records were compared to every missing boy in America. No match. The plaid blanket was traced to a department store in North Carolina. The cardboard box was traced to a J.C. Penney store in Philadelphia. Neither lead produced a suspect. The case went cold. In 1998, the boy's body was exhumed for DNA testing. Samples were taken from his teeth, his bones, and a small clump of hair preserved from the autopsy. His DNA was entered into the national database. No match. In 2002, a woman named Martha, who wished to remain anonymous, came forward with a story. She claimed her abusive mother had purchased a boy, whom she called Jonathan, through an illegal adoption agency. Martha said that her mother had killed the boy by pushing him down a flight of stairs and then ordered Martha and her siblings to dispose of the body. The Philadelphia police interviewed Martha extensively. They found corroborating details: the boy's cropped hair, the blanket, the cardboard box. But Martha's story had inconsistencies, and she refused to reveal her married name or allow a formal recorded interview. The police could not verify her claims. Martha died in 2014, her secret intact. In 2018, a forensic geneticist named Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick used a new technique called genetic genealogy to analyze the boy's DNA. She identified a possible surname, Zarelli. The boy, she believed, was the child of a woman from the Zarelli family in Chester, Pennsylvania. The Philadelphia police reopened the case. They tracked down surviving family members. They found that a young woman in the Zarelli family had given birth to a child out of wedlock in the early 1950s. The child's father was unknown. The child had been placed for adoption, or perhaps abandoned, or perhaps killed. The woman died in the 1990s. No one in the family knew what had happened to the baby. On November 30th, 2022, the Philadelphia Police Department held a press conference. They announced that the boy had been identified as Joseph Augustus Zarelli, born on January 13th, 1953. He was 4 years old when he died. He had lived in West Philadelphia. His mother and father were named but not charged. Both were deceased. The case of Joseph Augustus Zarelli is not solved in the sense of a conviction. No one will go to prison, but the boy has a name. For 65 years, he was the boy in the box, the most famous unidentified child in American history. He was buried in a potter's field, in a grave marked only by a small stone that read, "Heavenly Father, bless this unknown boy." In 1958, the children of Philadelphia collected pennies to buy him a proper headstone. The headstone read, "America's Unknown Child." Now the headstone will be changed. It will read Joseph Augustus Zarelli, 1953 to 1957. His biological siblings, who never knew he existed, have said they will visit the grave. They will bring flowers. They will say his name. That is all that justice can be sometimes. Not an arrest, not a trial, not a punishment. Just a name. The boy in the box is not a boy anymore. He is Joseph. Joseph was 4 years old. He was wrapped in a plaid blanket and placed in a cardboard box and left in the woods. Someone killed him. Someone cut his hair. Someone drove him to Susquehanna Road and walked into the trees and left him there. That someone is dead now, probably. But Joseph is not dead. Joseph's name is spoken, and as long as his name is spoken, he is not in a box. He is in the air, in the mouths of the living, in the story that will not end. The story of the boy who was no one, and then was someone. The story of the child who waited 65 years to be called by his name. Chapter 42, The Somerton Man, Tayman Shud. December 1st, 1948, 6:30 a.m. Somerton Park, Adelaide, Australia. A man was found dead on the beach, lying on his back with his head resting against the sea wall. He was well dressed, a white shirt, a maroon tie, a brown suit jacket, brown trousers, and polished brown shoes. He had no wallet, no identification, no money, no luggage, no ticket stubs, no hotel key. The labels on his clothing had been cut out. He had no hat, though the sun was strong. He had no sand on his feet, suggesting he had been placed on the beach after death or had walked there in his shoes. The man was approximately 45 to 50 years old, 5 feet 11 inches, with blue-gray eyes, reddish-brown hair, and a distinctive dental pattern. He was missing his lateral incisors and had a pronounced overbite. The cause of death was mysterious. No wounds, no struggle, no water in his lungs. The autopsy revealed that the man had died of heart failure, but the heart failure was unexplained. The pathologist found that the man's spleen was congested, his brain showed small hemorrhages, and his stomach contained partially digested food, but no poison was detected. The conclusion: he had been poisoned by a toxin that left no trace. On January 14, 1949, police found a brown suitcase that had been checked into the Adelaide railway station on November 30th. Inside the suitcase were clothing with the same missing labels, a stenciling brush, a pair of scissors, and a roll of thread. The clothing included a shirt stamped with the name T. Keane. No T. Keane was ever found. The laundry marks led to a dead end. The turning point came 6 months later. A man named John Freeman was leafing through his copy of a rare book, The Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, given to him by a friend. In the back of the book, Freeman found a hidden pocket. Inside the pocket was a scrap of paper with the words Tamam Shud written on it. Tamam Shud is Persian for "it is ended." The scrap had been torn from the final page of a book. Police quickly identified the book as a rare 1928 edition of the Rubaiyat. They tracked down the original copy. It was found in the back seat of a car that had been unlocked on the street. The book's last page was missing. The torn scrap matched perfectly. Inside the book, written in faint pencil, was a cipher. The cipher was a series of 5 lines of capital letters, with the 6th line crossed out. It has never been definitively solved. The Tamam Shud cipher is one of the most famous unsolved codes in history. Amateur cryptographers have proposed dozens of solutions, ranging from a simple substitution cipher to a complex one-time pad. None have been universally accepted. The most common proposed solution reads, the beginning of the end slash the end of the beginning slash the beginning of the end slash the end of the beginning. This solution is considered unsatisfactory by most experts. The book also contained a telephone number that belonged to a 27-year-old nurse named Jessica Ellen Jo Thompson. Jo Thompson was interviewed by police. She said she had never met the dead man, but she identified a plaster cast of his face as resembling a man she had once known as Justin. Justin was a former army officer who had given her a copy of the Rubaiyat in 1945. She said she had given the book away. She could not remember to whom. She would not reveal Justin's real name. Jo Thompson died in 2007. Her children have since cooperated with investigators. DNA testing in 2021 revealed that the Somerton man was the father of Jo Thompson's son, Robin, born in 1947. Robin Thompson died in 2009. The identity of the Somerton man, however, remains unknown. In 2022, researchers led by genealogist Colleen Fitzpatrick used DNA from the Somerton man's hair and tooth to identify a possible surname, Webb. They believe the man was Carl Webb, a 43-year-old instrument maker and electrical engineer from Melbourne. Webb had a history of depression and had been treated for mental illness. He had a wife and child. He disappeared in 1947. The police have not confirmed the identification. The case of the Somerton man remains open. The theories are endless. He was a spy, poisoned by Russian agents. He was a jilted lover, killed by a jealous husband. He was a suicide who swallowed a poison that metabolized before autopsy. He was a man who simply died of a heart defect, and the missing labels, the cipher, the book, the hidden pocket are all coincidences. The most haunting detail is the scrap of paper. Tamam Shud. It is ended. But it is not ended. It will never be ended. A man lies on a beach in Adelaide, beautifully dressed with no name. A book is passed from hand to hand. A cipher waits to be solved. A nurse named Jo knows more than she says. A son is born who never knows his father. The Somerton man is the most beautiful corpse in criminal history. He is a poem. He is a puzzle. He is a promise that some secrets are too perfect to be solved. He is the man who was no one, who is now everyone, who lies on the beach forever with the tide coming in and the tide going out, and a scrap of paper pressed against his chest that says it is ended. But nothing is ended. Everything is beginning. Chapter 43, The Keddy Cabin Murders. April 12, 1981, 7 a.m. Keddy, California. A 14-year-old boy named Greg Sharp woke up in a friend's house and walked to his own cabin at 28 Cedar Way, a summer resort community in the Sierra Nevada mountains. He found the front door locked, which was unusual. He went around to the back. He looked through a window. He saw blood. The crime scene inside Cabin 28 was one of the most brutal in California history. Sue Sharp, 36, was found dead on a pull-out couch in the living room. She had been beaten, stabbed, and strangled. Her hands were tied behind her back with an electrical cord. A knife was still embedded in her neck. Her daughter, Tina Sharp, 12, was missing. Her son, John Sharp, 15, was found in the back bedroom. He had been beaten in the head with a claw hammer, stabbed and strangled. His hands were also tied behind his back. A friend of John's, Dana Wingate, 17, was found in the same bedroom. He had been beaten, stabbed, and strangled. His skull was crushed. The fourth child in the cabin, 10-year-old Rick Sharp, had slept through the entire attack. He woke up, saw the blood, and ran to a neighbor's house. He was unharmed. The investigation was a disaster from the start. The Plumas County Sheriff's Department did not secure the crime scene. Dozens of people walked through the cabin, including reporters, neighbors, and the coroner, who took measurements and then left before the forensic team arrived. Fingerprints were not lifted. Blood spatter patterns were not analyzed. The cabin was not photographed for hours. By the time the investigation began in earnest, the scene was contaminated beyond repair. The missing girl, Tina Sharp, was never found. Her remains have never been recovered. Suspects abounded. The primary suspect was Martin "Marty" Smart, a 32-year-old handyman who lived in the cabin next door. Smart had a criminal record for assault and had been seen arguing with Sue Sharp on the night of the murders. He had also been seen washing a knife and a hammer in the early morning hours of April 12th. Smart was questioned but not arrested. He was later arrested for an unrelated crime and died in prison in 2000. He never confessed. A second suspect was John Bo Bubede, a friend of Smart's. Bubede was questioned and released. He died in 2009. A third suspect was a man named John Mads Madsen, who had attended a party at Cabin 28 the night of the murders. Madsen was questioned and released. He died by suicide in 2003. In 2016, the case was reopened. New witnesses came forward claiming that Smart and Bubed had confessed to them decades earlier. The Plumas County Sheriff's Department exhumed Smart's body for DNA testing. The results were inconclusive. The case remains unsolved. Cabin 28 still stands at Keddy Resort. It is boarded up, fenced off, and marked with warning signs. Tourists occasionally trespass, hoping to see the ghost of Tina Sharp. They see only empty rooms, peeling wallpaper, and a back bedroom where a 15-year-old boy was beaten to death with a hammer, while his 10-year-old brother slept in the next room. The Keddy cabin murders are not mysterious in the way of ciphers or locked rooms. They are mysterious because the investigators failed. They are mysterious because the killer or killers walked out of Cedar Way and into the California night and never looked back. They are mysterious because a 12-year-old girl named Tina is still missing, and her mother is dead, and her brother Greg is old now, and he still wakes up some mornings thinking, maybe today they will find her. Maybe today they will tell me who did it. But they never do. The door of Cabin 28 is locked. The key is lost. And Tina Sharp is somewhere in the Sierra Nevada, under the pine trees, under the snow, under the dirt, waiting for someone to dig. Chapter 44. The Murder of Grace Brown. July 11th, 1906, Big Moose Lake, New York. Grace May Brown, a 20-year-old former factory worker from Cortland, New York, was rowing on the lake with her lover, Chester Gillette, the 23-year-old superintendent of his uncle's skirt factory. Gillette had promised to marry Grace. She was pregnant with his child. He had no intention of marrying her. He had been courting other women, wealthier women from respectable families. He had written to his cousin, "I am going to take her for a boat ride. I will make it look like an accident." On the lake, Gillette struck Grace in the face with a tennis racket. Then he hit her with a wooden oar. Then he pushed her into the water. She could not swim. Her body was found 3 days later, floating near the shore. Her skull was fractured. She had water in her lungs. She had died by drowning, but only after being knocked unconscious. Gillette fled to a hotel in the Adirondacks, where he signed the register with his real name. He was arrested the next day. The trial of Chester Gillette began on November 12, 1906, in Herkimer County. The prosecution was led by District Attorney George Ward. The defense argued that Grace had drowned accidentally, that Gillette had tried to save her, that the oar had struck her during a panic. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours. They found Gillette guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to death. On March 30th, 1908, Chester Gillette was executed in the electric chair at Auburn Prison. He was 24 years old. He did not confess. He did not apologize. He wrote a letter to Grace's parents saying, "I am not guilty of murder. I loved your daughter. I would have married her." No one believed him. The murder of Grace Brown is not famous because of its brutality. It is famous because a man named Theodore Dreiser read about it in the newspapers and turned it into a novel. Dreiser's An American Tragedy, published in 1925, follows the story of Clyde Griffiths, a young man who drowns his pregnant lover, Roberta Alden, and is executed for her murder. The novel was a bestseller. It was adapted into a 1931 film, An American Tragedy, and again into a 1951 film, A Place in the Sun, starring Montgomery Clift and Elizabeth Taylor. The films made Grace Brown immortal. But the real Grace Brown was not a character. She was a factory girl who fell in love with the boss's nephew. She wrote him letters, 50 of them, which were read aloud at his trial. In one letter she wrote, "Chester, I am so afraid. I am going to have a baby. You said you would marry me. Please do not lie to me. I have no one else." In another, "If you do not marry me, I will kill myself. I will throw myself into the river." She did not kill herself. He killed her. Grace Brown is buried in Cortland, New York, in a grave marked with a small stone. Grace May Brown, 1886 to 1906. Chester Gillette is buried in an unmarked grave in Auburn. The lake at Big Moose Lake is still there. You can rent a rowboat. You can row to the middle of the lake. You can look down into the water and see nothing but your own reflection. But if you listen very closely, you can hear a young woman saying, "Please do not lie to me. I have no one else." She had no one. She had only him. And he hit her with an oar and pushed her into the dark water. That is the American tragedy. Not the novel, not the film, the girl. The girl who trusted a man who smiled and said, "I will make it look like an accident." It looked like an accident, but it was not. It was murder. And Grace Brown died knowing that the man she loved was killing her. That is the end of the letter. That is the end of the story. Chapter 45. The Murder of Mary Fagan. April 26, 1865, Confederate Memorial Day. Atlanta, Georgia. Mary Fagan, A 13-year-old white girl who worked at the National Pencil Company factory went to the factory to collect her paycheck. She never came home. The next morning, a night watchman named Newt Lee found her body in the basement of the factory. She had been struck on the head, strangled, and possibly sexually assaulted. A note was found near her body, apparently written by the killer. "Ma'am, that Negro liar shot that girl. I write this so they will catch him." The grammar and spelling suggested a poorly educated white man trying to frame a black man. The factory's superintendent, Leo Max Frank, a 29-year-old Jewish man from New York, was arrested for the murder. Frank was the last person known to have seen Mary Fagan alive. She had gone to his office to collect her paycheck. He had written the check. He had signed it. Then she was dead. The trial of Leo Frank began on July the 28th, 1913, in Atlanta. The prosecution's star witness was a black janitor named Jim Conley, who had a prior criminal record and who had been caught trying to wash blood off his shirt on the day of the murder. Conley testified that Frank had asked him to dispose of a body. He said Frank was a sexual deviant who preyed on young girls. The defense argued that Conley was the killer, that he had murdered Mary Fagan during a robbery, and that he had framed Frank to save himself. The jury, composed entirely of white men, did not believe the defense. They found Leo Frank guilty of murder. He was sentenced to death. Frank's lawyers appealed to the Georgia Supreme Court and to the U.S. Supreme Court. Both denied the appeals. The governor of Georgia, John Slayton, reviewed the case. He concluded that Frank was innocent. He wrote, "I would rather be 1,000 times wrong in freeing an innocent man than one time wrong in executing him." On June 21, 1915, Slayton commuted Frank's sentence to life in prison. The people of Georgia were outraged. A mob gathered outside the governor's mansion, threatening to lynch him. Slayton fled the state. On August 16, 1915, a group of 25 armed men, calling themselves the Knights of Mary Fagan, broke into the state prison farm in Milledgeville, Georgia, where Frank was being held. They drove him 100 miles to Marietta, the hometown of Mary Fagan. They hanged him from an oak tree at 5:30 a.m. Leo Frank was 31 years old. His last words were, "I think more of my wife than I do of my own life." A crowd of several hundred gathered to watch. They cut pieces of Frank's clothing as souvenirs. They photographed the body. They sold the photographs. The lynching of Leo Frank is one of the most infamous acts of anti-Semitism in American history. Frank was innocent. In 1982, a man named Alonzo Mann, who had been an office boy at the National Pencil Company, came forward. He was 83 years old. He said he had seen Jim Conley carrying Mary Fagan's body to the basement on the day of the murder. He said Frank was not there. Mann had kept silent for 69 years because his mother told him he would be killed if he testified. In 1986, the Georgia State Board of Pardons and Paroles granted Leo Frank a posthumous pardon. It said, without ambiguity, that the state of Georgia had failed to protect Frank from the mob, and that Frank was not guilty. Mary Fagan is buried in Marietta. Her grave is a shrine. People leave flowers. They leave notes. They pray. Leo Frank is buried in Brooklyn, New York, in a grave marked with his name and the date of his death. Between them is the oak tree, which was cut down in the 1950s. A historical marker now stands at the site. It reads, Leo Frank, 1884 to 1915, murdered by a mob. His death led to the founding of the Anti-Defamation League. The Anti-Defamation League, founded in 1913 in response to the Frank case, is now one of the most powerful civil rights organizations in the world. Leo Frank's death helped create it. But Leo Frank is still dead, and Mary Fagan is still dead, and the only man who knew the truth, Jim Conley, died in 1962, never having confessed. He was a liar. He was a thief. He was a murderer. But the mob did not hang Jim Conley. The mob hung a Jewish man from New York because he was Jewish and from New York. The oak tree is gone. The marker remains. It says in so many words, here is where justice died. But justice did not die. It just went to sleep. And every night at 5:30 a.m., it wakes up and looks in the mirror and sees the face of Leo Frank and says, I am sorry. I am so sorry. I should have been there. I was not. I am sorry. Chapter 46. The Murder of Thomas Becket. December 29, 1170, Canterbury, England. Thomas Becket, the Archbishop of Canterbury, was kneeling before the altar in the north transept of Canterbury Cathedral, chanting the hour of Vespers. 4 knights, Reginald Fitzurse, Hugh de Morville, William de Tracy, and Richard le Breton, had travelled from the court of King Henry II, who had famously exclaimed, "Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest?" Whether Henry intended his words as a command or a lament is a matter of historical debate. The knights interpreted them as an order. They found Becket in the cathedral. They demanded that he absolve the bishops he had excommunicated and resign his office. Becket refused. He said, I am ready to die for my Lord, that in my blood the church may obtain peace and liberty. The knights tried to drag him outside, where they could kill him without desecrating the cathedral. Becket resisted. Fitzurse struck him on the shoulder with the flat of his sword. Becket, still standing, cried out, I commend my cause and the cause of the church to God. He bowed his head. Le Breton struck him with a blow that severed the crown of his skull and scattered his brains on the pavement. He fell face down. De Tracy stepped forward and placed the point of his sword into the open wound. He said, Let us go. This fellow will rise no more. The knights fled. The monks of Canterbury collected Becket's blood and brain matter in chalices. They preserved his torn vestments as relics. Within days, miracles were reported at his tomb. Pilgrims flocked to Canterbury. Becket was canonized by Pope Alexander III on February 21, 1173, less than 3 years after his death. Henry II, who maintained that he had never ordered the murder, did public penance at Becket's tomb in 1174. He walked barefoot to the cathedral, wore a hair shirt, and allowed each of the 80 monks to strike him with a rod. He spent the night in prayer. The knights who killed Becket were excommunicated, then absolved on condition of serving as pilgrims in the Holy Land for 14 years. All 4 died in obscurity. Their names are remembered only because they killed a saint. Canterbury Cathedral was burned in a fire in 1174, but the site of the murder was preserved. A stone marker now stands in the north transept, marking the spot where Becket fell. For centuries, the murder of Thomas Becket was the most famous murder in European history. It was the subject of plays, poems, paintings, and Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales. In 1971, T.S. Eliot's play, Murder in the Cathedral, revived the story for modern audiences. The murder of Thomas Becket is not a murder in the usual sense of this book. It is not an unsolved case. It is not a serial killing. It is not a mystery. It is a martyrdom. Becket chose to die. He could have fled. He could have compromised. He could have apologized. He did none of those things. He stood by the altar and waited for the sword. He knew that his death would turn him into something larger than a man. He was right. Thomas Becket is a saint. The knights who killed him are footnotes. The king who cursed him is a character. But the murder itself is the thing. A man on his knees, a sword falling, blood on the pavement, brains in a chalice, a saint made in an instant. The cathedral still stands. The stone still marks the spot. And every year on December the 29th, the monks of Canterbury process to the north, transept, and say a prayer for the soul of Thomas Becket. They do not pray for the knights. They do not pray for the king. They pray for the man who died for the church. And the church, which was built on the blood of martyrs, built the murder of Thomas Becket into its foundation. You cannot remove it. It is stone. It is blood. It is prayer. Chapter 47. The Murder of Rasputin. December 30th, 1916. December 17th, Old Style. Petrograd, Russia. Grigory Yefimovich Rasputin, the Siberian peasant mystic who had bewitched Tsar Nicholas II and Tsarina Alexandra with his purported healing powers, was lured to the Yusupov Palace by Prince Felix Yusupov, the wealthiest man in Russia. Yusupov, along with a co-conspirator, Grand Duke Dmitry Pavlovich, and a right-wing politician, Vladimir Purushkevich, had decided that Rasputin was the cause of Russia's military disasters in World War I and the disintegration of the monarchy. They planned to kill him. Yusupov had befriended Rasputin over several months, gaining his trust. On the night of the murder, Yusupov invited Rasputin to his palace for a party. He led Rasputin to a small basement dining room. He served him cakes and Madeira wine, both laced with potassium cyanide, enough cyanide to kill 5 men. Rasputin ate, he drank. He showed no effect. He asked for music. Yusupov played Yankee Doodle on a gramophone. Rasputin asked for more wine. Yusupov gave him more cyanide. Nothing. According to Yusupov's memoir, written years later, he then grew desperate. He went upstairs, borrowed a revolver from Grand Duke Dmitry, and returned to the basement. He shot Rasputin in the chest. Rasputin fell. Yusupov checked the body. He left the room to fetch his co-conspirators. He returned. Rasputin opened his eyes. He lunged at Yusupov, grabbing him by the throat and hissing, "Felix, Felix, I shall tell the Tsarina everything." Yusupov broke free and ran upstairs. Grand Duke Dmitry and Purushkevich followed. They found Rasputin crawling up the stairs. Purushkevich shot him twice. 1 bullet hit him in the back. 1 bullet hit him in the head. Rasputin fell again. The conspirators wrapped his body in a blue curtain, drove him to the Malaya Nevka River, and pushed him through a hole in the ice. 3 days later, Rasputin's body was recovered. The autopsy found that the cause of death was drowning. He had been alive when he hit the water. He had breathed water into his lungs. He had died of drowning, not of cyanide, not of bullets. The autopsy also found that he had no stomach contents consistent with cyanide. The poison had either not been ingested or had been neutralized by Rasputin's severe alcoholism. The murder of Rasputin was supposed to save the Russian monarchy. It did the opposite. The Tsarina, who had believed Rasputin was the only man who could heal her hemophiliac son, Alexei, was devastated. She withdrew further from public life. The Duma, the Russian parliament, was outraged that a group of nobles had taken the law into their own hands. The murder deepened the crisis of legitimacy that would explode into the February Revolution 2 months later. In March 1917, the Tsar abdicated. In July 1918, the Tsar, the Tsarina, and all 5 of their children were executed by Bolsheviks. Rasputin had told the Tsarina that as long as he lived, the monarchy would live. He was right. He died. The monarchy died with him. But Rasputin did not die easily. He did not die at all, in the popular imagination. He is a ghost in a blue curtain, a man who ate cyanide and asked for music, a man who was shot and then crawled up the stairs, a man who drowned in an icy river with his hands tied behind his back. He is the undead, the unkillable, the mad monk with the piercing blue eyes and the tangled beard. He is the man who should have died 5 times and kept walking. Felix Yusupov lived in exile in Paris until his death in 1967. He sold his wife's jewels. He wrote his memoirs. He claimed that Rasputin had possessed supernatural powers. Grand Duke Dmitry died in Switzerland in 1941. Vladimir Purushkevich died of typhus in 1920. Rasputin's body was exhumed after the February Revolution and burned by a mob. His ashes were scattered to the winds, but his legend, like his body on the stairs, keeps crawling. Chapter 48, The Execution of the Romanovs. July 17, 1918, 2:15 a.m., Yekaterinburg, Russia. Tsar Nicholas II, the last emperor of Russia. His wife, Tsarina Alexandra. Their 5 children, Olga, Tatiana, Maria, Anastasia, and Alexei. Their family doctor, Evgeny Botkin, and 3 servants were awakened from their sleep and told to dress quickly. They were being moved to a new location for their protection. The White Army, loyal to the monarchy, was approaching Yekaterinburg. The Bolsheviks did not want the Tsar to be liberated. They had decided to kill him. The family was led to a small, empty basement room in the Ipatiev house, the building where they had been imprisoned for 78 days. The room measured approximately 16 by 17 feet. There was no furniture. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling. The Tsarina asked for chairs. 2 chairs were brought in. She and the Tsar sat. Alexei, who had hemophilia and could not walk, was held by his father. The girls stood. Dr. Botkin and the servants stood. At approximately 2:15 a.m., a squad of 11 Bolsheviks, led by Yakov Yurovsky, entered the room. Yurovsky read a short statement. In view of the fact that your relatives are continuing their attack on Soviet Russia, the Ural Executive Committee has decided to execute you. The Tsar, confused, said, "What?" Yurovsky repeated the statement. The Tsar said, "Lord, what is this?" Yurovsky drew his revolver and shot the Tsar in the chest. The other soldiers opened fire. The room filled with smoke and blood. The children did not die quickly. The girls had sewn diamonds and rubies into the lining of their corsets, which acted as primitive body armor. The bullets ricocheted off the jewels. The girls screamed. The soldiers fixed bayonets and stabbed them. Alexei, who was on the floor bleeding from a gunshot wound, was stabbed repeatedly. He did not die. Yurovsky took out his revolver and shot Alexei twice in the head. The murders took 20 minutes. The bodies were stripped, loaded onto a truck, and driven to the Ganina Yama mine, a forest clearing 12 miles from Yekaterinburg. The Bolsheviks attempted to destroy the bodies with grenades, acid, and fire. They failed. The bodies were left in the mine for 3 days, then removed and buried in a second location, a muddy road known as the Four Brothers. For decades, the Soviet Union denied that the Romanovs had been executed. The official story was that the Tsar was killed, but his family was safe. In the 1970s, amateur investigators found the mass grave. The Soviet government suppressed the discovery. In 1991, after the fall of the Soviet Union, the grave was officially excavated. The bodies of the Tsar, Tsarina, 3 of their daughters, Dr. Botkin, and the 3 servants were identified through DNA. The bodies of Alexei and 1 daughter, either Maria or Anastasia, were missing. In 2007, a second grave was discovered a few hundred feet away. Alexei and his sister, Maria, were identified. The Romanovs were finally complete. In 1998, the remains of the Tsar and his family were reburied in the Peter and Paul Cathedral in St. Petersburg, the traditional burial place of the Romanovs. The Russian Orthodox Church canonized them as passion-bearers, saints who faced death with humility and faith. The Ipatiev house was demolished in 1977 on the orders of Boris Yeltsin. The Church on the Blood was built on the site in 2003. It stands as a memorial to the last Romanovs. The execution of the Romanovs ended 3 centuries of Romanov rule. It was the murder of a royal family, but it was also the murder of the idea that monarchs are chosen by God. The Bolsheviks killed God that night. They killed the Tsar, they killed his wife, they killed his children. They shot an 8-year-old hemophiliac boy twice in the head. Then they threw gasoline on the bodies and tried to burn them. They failed. The bodies remained. The bones told the story. The bones said, "We were not killed by a firing squad in a moment of revolutionary passion. We were stabbed with bayonets in a small room with no windows while our children screamed for mercy." The bones said, "This is what revolution looks like. Not liberation, not justice, not freedom. This, a boy with a bleeding disorder, stabbed in the chest, shot in the head, buried in a muddy road. That is the revolution. That is the murder. That is the Romanovs." Chapter 49, The Murder of Marie Antoinette. October 16th, 1793, 12:15 p.m., Paris, France. Marie Antoinette, the 37-year-old former Queen of France, was led to the guillotine in the Place de la Révolution, now the Place de la Concorde. She had been convicted of treason, lèse-majesté, and incest with her son, a charge so absurd that even the Revolutionary Tribunal hesitated to bring it. Her hair had turned completely white overnight, 6 days earlier, after she heard that her closest friend, the Princesse de Lamballe, had been beheaded by a mob and her head paraded on a pike outside Marie's window. The Queen wore a simple white chemise. Her hands were tied behind her back. Her hair was cut short so that the blade would not catch. She stepped out of the cart and walked to the scaffold. She accidentally stepped on the foot of her executioner, Charles-Henri Sanson. She said, "Pardon me, monsieur, I did not mean to do it." She knelt. She placed her head in the lunette. The blade fell. Sanson held her severed head by the hair and showed it to the crowd. The crowd cheered. They dipped handkerchiefs in her blood. They bought commemorative ribbons. They waded in her blood as if it were holy water. Marie Antoinette was the daughter of Empress Maria Theresa of Austria. She was sent to France at age 14 to marry the future King Louis XVI. She was frivolous, extravagant, and unwise. She played at being a shepherdess in a fake village on the ground of Versailles while French peasants starved. She was famously misquoted. She never said, "Let them eat cake." She said in response to a report that the poor had no bread, "Then let them eat brioche." Brioche is a bread enriched with butter and eggs. The quote is almost certainly apocryphal, but it became true because the people believed it. The people believed that Marie Antoinette was a foreign whore who bled France dry. They were wrong. France bled because of an archaic tax system, a corrupt monarchy, and a series of bad harvests. Marie Antoinette was a symptom, not a cause. But symptoms are easier to guillotine than causes, so they guillotined her. Her husband, Louis XVI, had been guillotined 9 months earlier, on January 21st, 1793. He had walked calmly to the scaffold. He had said, "I forgive my enemies. I die innocent." He died. She died. Their son, Louis Charles, the uncrowned Louis XVII, died in prison at age 10, probably of tuberculosis. Their daughter, Marie Thérèse, was released in 1795. She lived to age 72, dying childless. The Bourbon monarchy was restored in 1815, collapsed in 1830, flickered again, and died. The Place de la Concorde is now a busy traffic circle. The guillotine is gone. The blood is washed away. Tourists take selfies. They do not know that a queen was beheaded there. They do not know that she apologized to her executioner for stepping on his foot. They do not know that her hair turned white in a single night. They do not know that the phrase, "let them eat cake," is a lie. They do not know that Marie Antoinette, in her final days, wrote a letter to her sister-in-law. "I am calm. I am calm as one is when one's conscience is clear. I have nothing to reproach myself with. I have no regrets. I am only sorry to leave my poor children." She was not a monster. She was a woman. A flawed woman. A foolish woman. A woman who loved her children, who wore too many diamonds, who played shepherdess while the world burned. And then the world burned her. The blade fell. The crowd cheered. The blood ran into the cobblestones. and Marie Antoinette, the last queen of France, became a ghost in a white chemise, forever apologizing for a crime she did not commit. Pardon me, monsieur, I did not mean to do it. Chapter 50. The Assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, June 28, 1914, 10:45 a.m. Sarajevo, Bosnia. Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Este, the heir presumptive to the Austro-Hungarian throne, and his wife, Sophie, Duchess of Hohenberg, were riding in an open-top car through the streets of Sarajevo. They had survived one assassination attempt that morning. A young Bosnian Serb named Nedeljko Kabrinović had thrown a grenade at their car. The grenade bounced off the folded roof and exploded under the following vehicle, wounding several officers. Kabrinović swallowed cyanide and jumped into the river. The cyanide was old, it only made him vomit. He was dragged from the river and arrested. The Archduke insisted on continuing his visit. He wanted to go to the hospital to visit the wounded officers. His driver, Leopold Loika, took a wrong turn. He turned onto Franz Joseph Street instead of continuing straight on Appel Quay. He was told to reverse. The car stopped. It was idling in front of a delicatessen named Schiller's. A 19-year-old Bosnian Serb named Gavrilo Princip was standing outside Schiller's. He had been one of the 7 assassins positioned along the route earlier that morning. After the first attempt failed, he had given up and gone to Schiller's for a sandwich. He was eating his sandwich when the Archduke's car stopped directly in front of him. Princip stepped forward. He drew a semi-automatic pistol. He fired 2 shots. The first bullet struck Sophie in the abdomen. She was 5 months pregnant. The second bullet struck Franz Ferdinand in the neck. Sophie slumped forward. Franz Ferdinand turned to her and said, Sophie, don't die. Stay alive for our children." He lost consciousness. He and Sophie were rushed to the governor's residence. They were both dead on arrival. Franz Ferdinand was 50. Sophie was 46. Gavrilo Princip tried to shoot himself. He was tackled by a crowd of bystanders. He was arrested. He was too young to be executed. Under Austro-Hungarian law, the death penalty could not be imposed on anyone under 20. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison. He died in 1918 of tuberculosis, aggravated by malnutrition and the harsh conditions of his cell. He was 23 years old. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand was the spark that ignited World War I. Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia on July 28, 1914. Germany declared war on Russia on August 1st. France declared war on Germany on August 3rd. Britain declared war on Germany on August 4th. By the end of the war in 1918, 20 million people were dead. The Austro-Hungarian Empire had collapsed. The German Empire had collapsed. The Russian Empire had collapsed. The Ottoman Empire had collapsed. Gavrilo Princip's 2 bullets killed Franz Ferdinand, Sophie, and their unborn child. They also killed the 19th century. The world that emerged from the ashes of World War I was a world of fascism, communism, genocide, and another world war. It is not an exaggeration to say that the sandwich Gavrilo Princip was eating changed the course of history. If he had not been hungry, if the driver had not made a wrong turn, if the cyanide had worked, if the grenade had killed the Archduke, if. The bullet that killed Franz Ferdinand is preserved in a museum in the Czech Republic. The car he was riding in is preserved in the Heeresgeschichtliches Museum in Vienna. The blood-stained uniform he was wearing is preserved in the same museum. The sandwich is gone. Gavrilo Princip is gone. The Archduke is gone. Sophie is gone. But the war is not gone. The war is still being fought in the memory of Europe, in the bones of the battlefields, in the names of the dead. And it all started with a wrong turn on a sunny morning in Sarajevo, when a man stopped for a sandwich, and a driver made a mistake, and an Archduke said to his wife, Stay alive for our children. She could not. He could not. The children who were not in the car survived. They lived. They grew old. They died. And the world, which was already a powder keg, exploded. The assassin's bullet is a thing. The sandwich is a thing. The wrong turn is a thing. But the thing that matters is the dead. 20 million of them. All because Gavrilo Princip wanted to be free. He was not free. He was a prisoner. He was a killer. He was a fool. And so were we all. Chapter 51. The Assassination of Julius Caesar. March 15th, 44 BC, the Ides of March, Rome. Gaius Julius Caesar, dictator perpetuo of the Roman Republic, walked into the theater of Pompeii for a meeting of the Senate. He was 55 years old. He had defeated his enemies in civil war, been declared dictator for life, and had begun to act like a king. Rome had not had a king for nearly 500 years. A group of Roman senators led by Gaius Cassius Longinus and Marcus Junius Brutus decided that Caesar must die to save the Republic. They called themselves the Liberators. There were 60 of them. They hid daggers under their togas. As Caesar took his seat, one of the conspirators, Tillius Cimber, approached him with a petition. The other conspirators gathered close. Cimber grabbed Caesar's toga and pulled it from his shoulders. Casca struck first, stabbing Caesar in the neck. Caesar turned, grabbed Casca's arm, and said in Latin, "Casca, you villain, what are you doing?" He then saw the other daggers. He saw Brutus. He stopped fighting. According to the Roman historian Suetonius, Caesar said in Greek, "Kai su teknon." "You too, my child." Brutus stabbed him in the groin. The other conspirators closed in. Caesar was stabbed 23 times. He died at the foot of a statue of his old rival, Pompey the Great. His body lay in the Senate house for 3 hours before slaves carried it away. The liberators expected to be hailed as heroes. They were not. The Roman mob, which had loved Caesar, rioted. Mark Antony, Caesar's ally, gave a funeral oration that turned the crowd against the conspirators. The liberators fled Rome. Within 2 years, Cassius and Brutus were dead by suicide after military defeat. The Roman Republic did not survive. Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian, became Augustus, the first Roman emperor. The Ides of March became a warning. Beware of friends with daggers. Caesar's murder is the most famous political assassination in Western history. It has been painted by Titian and Vincenzo Camuccini. It has been played by actors from William Shakespeare to John Gielgud. Shakespeare's version, written in 1599, gave Caesar the famous last words, "Et tu, Brute." And you, Brutus? These words are not historical, but they are true. Caesar trusted Brutus. Brutus was his friend. Brutus was the son of Caesar's mistress, Servilia. Caesar had treated Brutus like a son, and Brutus stabbed him in the groin. The murder of Julius Caesar is not a mystery. We know who did it. We know why. We know what happened after. The mystery is why Brutus did it. Brutus was an idealist. He believed in the Republic. He believed that Caesar's ambition would destroy Rome. He was right. Caesar's ambition did destroy Rome. But Brutus's daggers destroyed it faster. After the murder, there was no republic. There was only chaos, then empire, then decline, then fall. Brutus killed Caesar to save Rome. He killed his friend to save his country. He died a failure. His last words, according to the historian Cassius Dio, were, "We must fly, but not with our feet. We must fly with our hands." He meant that suicide was the only escape. He fell on his sword. His body was buried by his friends. Mark Antony, who had fought him, covered his body with a purple garment as a sign of respect. Antony said, "He was the noblest Roman of them all. All the conspirators, save only he, did that they did in envy of great Caesar." He only, in a general honest thought and common good to all, made one of them. Antony was wrong. Brutus was not noble. He was a murderer. He killed a man who had spared his life, promoted his career, and loved his mother. That is not nobility. That is betrayal. But it is also the founding myth of Western politics. Every assassination since the Ides of March has been compared to Caesar's. The friend who turns, the dagger under the toga, the last words that may or may not have been spoken. Caesar fell. The Republic fell. The Empire rose. And at the center of it all is a man with 23 stab wounds, lying at the foot of a statue of his enemy, his blood pooling on the marble floor. He did not say, "Et tu, brute," but he should have. Chapter 52. The Killing of Tsarevich. Ivan Ivanovich by Ivan the Terrible. November 16th, 1581, the Alexander Kremlin, Russia. Tsar Ivan IV, Vasilievich, known as Ivan the Terrible, was 51 years old. He had ruled Russia for nearly half a century. He had conquered Kazan and Astrakhan. He had created the Oprichnina, a personal army of executioners who dressed in black and rode with a dog's head and a broom on their saddles, symbolizing that they would bite and sweep away the Tsar's enemies. He had killed thousands. On this night, he killed his son and heir. The story as told by the papal envoy Antonio Posevino, who was in Moscow at the time, is this. Ivan entered his son's private chambers. He found the Tsarevich's wife, Elena, lying on a sofa. She was pregnant. She was wearing only an undergarment, which violated the strict Russian dress code. Ivan struck her. The Tsarevich Ivan Ivanovich confronted his father. He shouted, "You have sent my first wife to a convent. You have beaten my second wife. Now you strike my third wife in her condition. You are a tyrant." Ivan raised his iron-tipped staff. He struck his son in the head. The Tsarevich fell. He was bleeding from the temple. Ivan fell to his knees, cradling his son's head. He cried, "May I be damned! I have killed my son! I have killed my son!" The Tsarevich died a few days later on November 19th. His mother, the Tsarina, was Ivan's second wife. The Tsarevich's wife, Elena, miscarried the child shortly after. She was sent to a convent. Ivan spent the remaining 3 years of his life in deep depression and religious fervor. He asked monasteries across Russia to pray for his son's soul. He wrote a will naming his second son, Fyodor, as his heir. Fyodor was sickly, frail, and possibly intellectually disabled. He would be the last of the Rurik dynasty. When Fyodor died childless in 1598, Russia descended into the Time of Troubles, a period of civil war, famine, and foreign invasion. Ivan the Terrible died on March 28, 1584, while playing chess. He fell backwards off his chair. He was 53. The painting of the event by Ilya Repin is one of the most famous in Russian history. Ivan the Terrible and his son. Ivan on November 16, 1581, shows the Tsar holding his dying son, his eyes wide with horror, his hand pressed against the wound. The son looks up at his father with forgiveness. The painting was vandalized in 1913 by a man who slashed it with a knife. It was restored. In 2018, a drunk man attacked it with a metal pole, shattering the glass and damaging the frame. The painting was restored again. The murder of Tsarevich Ivan is not a political assassination in the sense of Caesar or Lincoln. It is a domestic murder. A father killed his son. The father was a king. The son was a prince. But the crime was the same as any father who strikes his child in a moment of rage. The difference is the consequence. When a peasant kills his son, the family mourns. When a Tsar kills his heir, a dynasty collapses. Ivan the Terrible was already terrible. He had already tortured, executed, and murdered thousands. He had beaten his pregnant daughter-in-law. He had killed his friend, the Saint Philip of Moscow, by having him strangled in his cell. He was not a good man. He was not a sane man. He was a paranoid, sadistic, possibly syphilitic tyrant. But he loved his son. He had named his son as co-ruler. He had planned for his son to succeed him. And then, in a moment of rage, he struck him with a staff. The staff had an iron tip. The tip fractured the Tsarevich's skull. The Tsarevich bled onto the floor of the Alexander Kremlin, and the Tsar held him and wept, and the weeping was real. The horror was real. The painting captures it perfectly. The father's terror, the son's forgiveness, the blood on the carpet, the end of a dynasty. Russia has never recovered from Ivan the Terrible. He made Russia an empire. He also made Russia a police state. The Oprichnina, the secret police who dressed in black and wore a dog's head on their saddle, are the ancestors of the KGB, the NKVD, the OGPU, the Cheka. They are the ancestors of every Russian who has ever been disappeared in the night. Ivan the Terrible killed his son, but he also killed the idea that Russian rulers are accountable to anyone but themselves. That idea died in the Alexander Kremlin on a November night with a staff and a skull and a father's cry, "May I be damned, I have killed my son." He was damned. He knew it. He did not care. He was the Tsar. Chapter 53, The Assassination of Indira Gandhi. October 31st, 1984, 9:20 a.m., New Delhi, India. Indira Gandhi, the 66-year-old Prime Minister of India, was walking from her residence at 1 Safdar-Jung Road to her office next door. She was dressed in a maroon sari. She was guarded by 2 Sikh security officers, Satwant Singh and Beant Singh. She had been warned that Sikh extremists, seeking revenge for her military attack on the Golden Temple in Amritsar, Operation Blue Star, June 1984, might try to kill her. She had been advised to remove her Sikh guards. She refused. She said, "They have served me for years. They are loyal." As she approached the gate, Beant Singh called out to her. She stopped. He drew his revolver and shot her 3 times in the abdomen. Satwant Singh then raised his submachine gun and fired 30 rounds into her body. Her personal bodyguard, Sub-Inspector Rameshwar Dayal, shot Beant Singh dead. Satwant Singh was wounded, arrested, and later hanged. Indira Gandhi was rushed to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. She was declared dead at 2:20 p.m. She had been shot 30 times. The bullets had penetrated her liver, kidneys, intestines, and heart. She had no chance. The assassination triggered 4 days of anti-Sikh riots across India. Thousands of Sikhs were killed. Their homes were burned. Their businesses were looted. The government did little to stop the violence. The Congress Party, which Gandhi had led, estimated that 2,700 Sikhs died. Independent estimates range from 8,000 to 17,000. Many of the rioters were Congress Party loyalists, some of whom had been given voter lists identifying Sikh households. The riots were a pogrom. The man who ordered the pogrom was not arrested. He was Indira Gandhi's son, Rajiv Gandhi. He had taken over as Prime Minister hours after his mother's death. He said, "When a giant tree falls, the earth shakes." He then stood by while Sikhs were burned alive in their homes. Rajiv Gandhi was assassinated himself on May 21st, 1991, by a Tamil suicide bomber. He was 46. Indira Gandhi's other son, Sanjay, had died in a plane crash in 1980. The Gandhi dynasty, no relation to Mahatma Gandhi, has no surviving heirs in active politics. The assassination of Indira Gandhi was a revenge killing. She had ordered the Indian army to attack the Golden Temple, the holiest site in Sikhism, to remove Sikh separatists who had occupied the complex. The army had used tanks, artillery, and helicopter gunships. The fighting lasted 3 days. At least 500 people were killed, including many pilgrims who had been trapped inside. The Golden Temple was damaged. The Akal Takht, the highest temporal seat of Sikh authority, was destroyed. Sikhs around the world were outraged. Beant Singh and Satwant Singh were Sikh extremists. They believed they were acting in the name of God. They were wrong. They murdered a woman. She was a mother. She was a grandmother. She was the leader of the world's largest democracy. And she died in her own garden, walking to her office, telling her guards to stay. Beant Singh had served her for years. He had protected her from other threats. He had held her umbrella in the rain. He had opened doors for her. And then he drew his revolver and shot her in the stomach. She fell. She said, "I am dying." She was. The riots after Indira Gandhi's death are a stain on India's democracy. The government did not stop them. The government did not prosecute the killers of Sikhs. The government did not apologize. The Sikhs who survived have never forgotten. They hold a memorial every year at the site where she fell. They lay flowers. They say prayers. They do not chant slogans of revenge. They chant slogans of peace. But the peace is thin. The peace is a bandage on a wound that will not heal. Indira Gandhi was a great leader. She was also a flawed leader. She attacked the Golden Temple because she believed the Sikh separatists were a threat to India's unity. She was right, but she was also wrong. The attack made the separatists stronger. It radicalized a generation of Sikhs. It led to her death. It led to the death of thousands of Sikhs. It led to the death of her son. The Gandhi dynasty is over, but the violence is not. It sleeps, it waits, it wakes. Chapter 54. The Assassination of Anwar Sadat. October 6, 1981, 12:40 p.m., Cairo, Egypt. Anwar Sadat, the 62-year-old president of Egypt, was reviewing a military parade commemorating the 8th anniversary of the October 6th War, the Yom Kippur War. He was seated in the VIP viewing stand with Vice President Hosni Mubarak, Defense Minister Abu Ghazala, and other dignitaries. He was wearing his ceremonial uniform, a dark green jacket with gold epaulets, and his signature peaked cap. A transport plane flew overhead, spraying colored smoke. The crowd cheered. A truck towing a field artillery piece stopped in front of the stand. 4 men in military uniforms jumped from the truck. They were not soldiers. They were members of the Egyptian Islamic Jihad, a militant Islamist group. Their leader, Lieutenant Khalid Islambouli, threw a hand grenade. Another man threw another grenade. The grenades exploded. Islambouli and his men rushed the stand. They fired assault rifles into the dignitaries. Mubarak was wounded in the hand. Ghazala was wounded in the wrist. Sadat stood up. He thought the grenades were part of the celebration. He said, "What is this?" Islambouli ran toward him. He fired into Sadat's chest and neck. Sadat fell. The attackers killed 7 people and wounded 28. Sadat was airlifted to the Mahdi military hospital. He was declared dead at 2:40 p.m. He had been hit by 6 bullets. 5 had entered his chest. 1 had entered his neck. He was the second Egyptian president to be assassinated. His predecessor, Gamal Abdel Nasser, had died of a heart attack in 1970. Islambouli and his co-conspirators were arrested, tried, and convicted. Islambouli was executed by firing squad on April 15, 1982. His brother later claimed that Islambouli had been inspired by the assassination of the Iranian revolutionary leader Ali Shariati. The motive was Sadat's peace treaty with Israel. In 1977, Sadat had become the first Arab leader to visit Israel. In 1978, he and Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin had signed the Camp David Accords, brokered by U.S. President Jimmy Carter. In 1979, Egypt and Israel signed a peace treaty. For this, Sadat was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. For this, he was despised by Islamists, Pan-Arabists, and many Egyptians. He was called a traitor. He was called an American puppet. He was called a hypocrite. He was called a man who sold the Palestinian cause for a piece of paper. He was not a traitor. He was a realist. He knew that Egypt could not afford another war with Israel. He knew that the Sinai Peninsula, which Israel had occupied since 1967, could only be regained through diplomacy. He knew that peace would bring American aid, foreign investment, and stability. He was right. But the Islamists did not care about stability. They cared about jihad. They cared about holy war. They cared about the cleansing of a land they believed belonged to Allah. They killed Sadat not because he was a bad president, but because he was a good one. A good president makes peace. A good president saves lives. A good president puts his country before his ideology. That was Sadat's crime. And for that crime he was shot in the chest while reviewing a military parade, while his vice president bled from his hand, while the band played on. Hosni Mubarak, Sadat's vice president, succeeded him. Mubarak ruled Egypt for 30 years. He was overthrown in the Arab Spring in 2011. He died in 2020. Mubarak never visited Israel. He kept the peace treaty, but he did not embrace it. He did not travel to Tel Aviv. He did not shake hands with Israeli prime ministers. He did not win the Nobel Peace Prize. He did not get shot. Sadat got shot because he dared. He dared to break the taboo. He dared to say that enemies can become friends. He was wrong, of course. Enemies can become friends, but not in the Middle East. In the Middle East, enemies stay enemies. And the man who tries to change that gets 6 bullets in the chest while the crowd cheers the fireworks and the planes fly overhead and the assassins shout, Allahu Akbar. The assassination of Anwar Sadat is not a mystery. The killers were caught, tried, executed. The motive is clear. The consequence is clear. Egypt has not made peace with any other country since. The lesson of Sadat's assassination is that peace is dangerous. Peace gets you killed. Peace gets you called a traitor. Peace gets you a bullet in the neck at a military parade. And so Egypt sits in silence waiting for another Sadat. Waiting for a man who is not afraid to die. But the man who is not afraid to die is already dead. His name is Anwar Sadat, and on October 6, 1981, he stood up and said, "What is this?" He did not know that this was his death, but he had known in his heart for years. He had written in his autobiography, "The day may come when I am assassinated. I am not afraid. I have done my duty. I have served my country. I am ready to meet my God." He met his God on a parade ground in a green jacket with 6 bullets in his chest. He met his God. And his God, if there is a God, said, "Well done, good and faithful servant. You made peace. They killed you for it. Come home." Chapter 55, The Assassination of Yitzhak Rabin, November 4, 1995, 9:30 p.m., Tel Aviv, Israel. Yitzhak Rabin, the 73-year-old Prime Minister of Israel, had just addressed a peace rally at Kings of Israel Square, now renamed Rabin Square. The rally was in support of the Oslo Accords, the peace agreement Rabin had signed with Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat in 1993. The Accords granted the Palestinian Authority limited self-rule in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Rabin had been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1994, along with Arafat and Israeli Foreign Minister Shimon Peres. The rally was enormous. 100,000 people filled the square. They sang peace songs. They waved flags. They held signs that said, "Shalom, Chaver," goodbye, friend. Rabin was in high spirits. He shook hands with the crowd. He took off his bulletproof vest, which was uncomfortable. He said to his security chief, "I don't think anyone is trying to kill me." As Rabin walked to his car, a 27-year-old law student named Yigal Amir stepped out of the crowd. Amir was a religious extremist, a follower of the ultranationalist Rabbi Avigdor Miller. He had been stalking Rabin for months. He had tried to kill him twice before. He drew a semi-automatic pistol. He fired 2 shots. The first bullet hit Rabin in the chest. The second hit him in the back. Rabin fell. He was rushed to the Ichilov hospital. He was declared dead at 11 p.m. He had lost most of his blood. The doctors could not save him. Yigal Amir was arrested at the scene. He was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life in prison. He remains in prison as of 2025. He has never expressed remorse. He told the court that he had acted on the orders of God. The assassination of Yitzhak Rabin was a turning point in Israeli history. The Oslo Accords, already fragile, collapsed. Israeli public opinion turned against the peace process. In 1996, Benjamin Netanyahu, who had opposed the Oslo Accords, was elected prime minister. The Second Intifada broke out in 2000. Thousands of Israelis and Palestinians died. The peace process has not recovered. The square where Rabin was shot is now a memorial. The spot where he fell is marked by a simple plaque. Every year on November 4th, Israelis gather to remember him. They sing the same peace songs. They wave the same flags. They cry. The assassination of Yitzhak Rabin is the assassination of the hope for peace between Israelis and Palestinians. Rabin was a soldier. He had fought in the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, the Six-Day War, and the Yom Kippur War. He was a hardliner. He had ordered the deportation of Palestinian militants. He had said, "We will break their bones." But he had changed. He had come to believe that peace was the only way to preserve Israel as a Jewish and democratic state. He had shaken hands with Yasser Arafat, a man he had once called a terrorist. He had looked into the face of his enemy and said, "Enough of blood and tears." And then a Jewish law student shot him in the back. The irony is unbearable. The man who had fought for Israel's survival was killed by an Israeli. The man who had made peace with Palestinians was killed by a Jew. The man who had risked everything for the future was killed by a man who lived in the past. Yigal Amir is not a hero. He is a murderer. He killed a prime minister. He killed a peacemaker. He killed a grandfather. But he also killed the peace. And that, perhaps, is the greater sin. The murder of a man is a tragedy. The murder of a possibility is a catastrophe. The Oslo Accords were not perfect. They were flawed, incomplete, contested. But they were a beginning. They were a door. Rabin opened that door. Yigal Amir slammed it shut. And on the other side of the door, Palestinians and Israelis are still fighting, still dying, still waiting for someone to open it again. But the one who opened it is gone. His name is Yitzhak Rabin. He was shot in the back at a peace rally. His last words, heard by his security guard, were, "It's okay. It's not serious." It was serious, and it was fatal. It was the end. But the peace rally was not the end. The peace rally is every year, and every year the people sing Shalom Chaver. Goodbye, friend. Come back. We need you. The square is empty. The prime minister is dead. The peace is lost. But the song remains. And the song says, "Do not be afraid. Do not stop believing. Do not stop trying. Do not stop hoping." Yigal Amir wanted to kill hope. He killed a man instead. Hope is harder to kill. Hope is still alive. It is in the square. It is in the song. It is in the tears. Shaveh, friend. Goodbye. We will see you again. In the peace we will one day make. In the land we will one day share. In the world we will one day build. Shalom, Chaver. Shalom. Chapter 56. The Murder of Olof Palme. February 28, 1986, 11:21 p.m. Stockholm, Sweden. Prime Minister Olof Palme, 59, and his wife Lisbeth Palme were walking home from a cinema on Sveavägen, the main thoroughfare of central Stockholm. They had just seen the film The Mozart Brothers, and Palme had dismissed his security detail for the evening, as he often did, believing that Sweden was a safe country where a prime minister could walk the streets like an ordinary citizen. A man approached them from behind. He fired a revolver twice. The first bullet struck Palme in the back, severing his spine and exiting through his chest. The second bullet grazed Lisbeth's back. The killer ran up a narrow alley, disappeared into the night, and was never conclusively identified. Palme collapsed on the sidewalk. He was pronounced dead at the Karolinska Hospital at 12:06 a.m. He was the first modern head of state to be assassinated without a bodyguard. The murder of Olof Palme is the great cold case of Scandinavia. The investigation was the largest in Swedish history, costing over 600 million kroner and producing more than 130,000 named suspects. The lead detective, Hans Holmer, was criticized for focusing on a single suspect, a small-time criminal named Christer Pettersson, who had a history of violent behavior and drug abuse. Pettersson was arrested in 1988, tried and convicted of the murder. The conviction was overturned on appeal due to lack of forensic evidence and unreliable witness testimony. Pettersson was released and died in 2004. He maintained his innocence to the end. Other suspects included the Kurdish militant group PKK, the South African Security Services. Palme was a vocal critic of apartheid. The CIA. Palme opposed the Vietnam War and harbored American deserters, and a lone gunman acting on his own paranoid delusions. In 2020, Swedish prosecutors announced that they had identified the killer, Stig Engström, a graphic designer who worked for a Stockholm insurance company and had been present at the crime scene. Engström had been interviewed by police as a witness, but had never been considered a serious suspect. He had a history of mental illness, a fascination with firearms, and a hatred of Palme's left-wing politics. Engström died by suicide in 2000. The prosecutor, Christer Peterson, said that Engström cannot be formally charged because he is deceased, but based on the evidence, he is the person we believe committed the murder. The Palme family rejected the conclusion. Lisbeth Palme, who witnessed the murder and identified Pettersson as the killer, said, "I am not convinced." She died in 2018. The murder of Olof Palme was the murder of Swedish innocence. After Palme died, Sweden put up barriers around its politicians. It installed metal detectors in government buildings. It assigned armed bodyguards to every cabinet minister. The country that believed itself immune to political violence discovered that no country is immune. Palme had been a transformative leader, a man who expanded the welfare state, who criticized both the United States and the Soviet Union, who dreamed of a third way between capitalism and communism. He was also a man who walked home from a movie theater without a guard on a cold February night, with his wife holding his arm. A man shot him in the back. The man ran away. The man died. The Prime Minister died. The investigation died. But the question did not die. Who killed Olof Palme? The answer is on a file somewhere in a police archive in Stockholm, stamped closed. But the file is not closed. The question is still open. And every February 28th, Swedes lay flowers at the spot on Sveavägen where their Prime Minister fell. They do not know why. They only know that it happened. And that is enough to keep the question alive. Chapter 57, The Kidnapping of Patty Hearst. February 4th, 1974, 9:30 p.m., Berkeley, California. Patricia Patty Hearst, a 19-year-old sophomore at the University of California, Berkeley, and the granddaughter of publishing magnate William Randolph Hearst, was kidnapped from her apartment at 2603 Benvenue Avenue. She was blindfolded, tied up, and thrown into the trunk of a car. Her kidnappers were members of the Symbionese Liberation Army, SLA, a small, violent leftist group that had formed in the San Francisco Bay Area. The SLA demanded that the Hearst family distribute $70 worth of food to every needy person in California. The family complied, spending $6 million to distribute food. The distribution was chaotic. Food was thrown from trucks, fights broke out, and many people received nothing. The SLA was not satisfied. On April 3, 1974, Patty Hearst announced on a tape recording that she had joined the SLA and had changed her name to Tanya. She said she was fighting for the oppressed people of the world. On April 15th, cameras captured her holding an M1 carbine during a bank robbery at the Hibernia Bank in San Francisco. She shouted, "I'm Tanya, move and you're dead." The robbery netted $10,000. The question of whether Patty Hearst was a willing revolutionary or a brainwashed victim of captivity became a national obsession. Her defense attorney, F. Lee Bailey, argued that she had been held in a closet, blindfolded, sexually assaulted, and threatened with death. He argued that she was suffering from Stockholm Syndrome, a psychological condition in which hostages develop sympathy for their captors. The prosecution argued that she had joined the SLA willingly, that she had been seen at SLA hideouts without restraints, and that she had participated in the bank robbery of her own free will. On September 18, 1975, Patty Hearst was arrested by the FBI. She was tried and convicted of bank robbery. She was sentenced to 35 years in prison. President Jimmy Carter commuted her sentence in 1979. She was released after 22 months. President Bill Clinton granted her a full pardon in 2001. Patty Hearst now lives in Connecticut. She is a writer, an actress, and a dog breeder. She has never fully explained what happened inside the SLA. In her memoir, Every Secret Thing, she wrote, "I was afraid for my life. I did what I was told. I am not proud of it. I am not ashamed of it. I survived." The SLA did not survive. Most of its members died in a shootout with police on May 17, 1974, at a house in Los Angeles. The house caught fire. The police besieged it for 4 hours. By the end, 6 SLA members were dead. One of them was the SLA's leader, Donald DeFreeze, known as General Field Marshal Chinque. He had been holding Patty Hearst in that house. She was not there at the time of the shootout. She had been sent to another location. The kidnapping of Patty Hearst is the most famous case of Stockholm Syndrome in American history. Whether she was a victim or a criminal is a question that depends on your definition of free will. If you believe that a 19-year-old girl held in a closet, raped and threatened with death can choose to rob a bank, then she was a criminal. If you believe that such a girl cannot choose, then she was a victim. The jury believed she was a criminal. The president believes she was a victim. The country is still divided. Patty Hearst is an old woman now. She does not give interviews. She does not discuss the SLA. She lives quietly. But once, a long time ago, she was the most famous kidnap victim in the world. She held a gun. She shouted, "Move and you're dead." She was 19 years old. She was terrified. She was brave. She was a liar. She was a truth teller. She was all of these things. And she survived. That is the only fact that cannot be disputed. Patty Hearst survived. Chapter 58, The Kidnapping of J.C. Dugard. June 10, 1991, 8:15 a.m., South Lake Tahoe, California. J.C. Lee Dugard, 11 years old, was walking to her school bus stop. A silver sedan pulled up beside her. A man pressed a stun gun to her neck. He shocked her into paralysis. He threw her into the back of the car, placed a blanket over her, and drove away. Her stepfather, Carl Probin, saw the car speeding away. He chased it on a bicycle. He could not catch it. J.C. was held captive for 18 years. Her captor was Philip Garrido, a 40-year-old convicted sex offender who had served time for the rape of a woman in 1976. He was living in Antioch, California, with his wife, Nancy Garrido. In the backyard of their house, Garrido had built a ramshackle compound of tents, sheds, and soundproofed rooms. JC was kept in this compound. She was chained to a shed. She was raped daily. She gave birth to her first daughter at age 14, fathered by Garrido. She gave birth to her second daughter at age 17, also fathered by Garrido. She was never taken to a doctor. She never attended school. She was taught to read and write by Garrido, who told her that he was a spiritual guide and that she was his secret. She named her daughters Angel and Starlet. She told them that the compound was the whole world. The discovery came by accident. In August 2009, Philip Garrido visited the University of California, Berkeley campus, accompanied by two young girls. A campus security officer, Lisa Campbell, became suspicious. She called Garrido's parole officer. The parole officer visited Garrido's house. He met JC, who identified herself as Alyssa. He did not believe her. He returned with police officers. JC told the truth. She was free. Philip Garrido was arrested. Nancy Garrido was arrested. JC Dugard was 29 years old. She had been missing for 18 years. She had been held in a compound in the backyard of a house in a suburb of San Francisco, while neighbors walked their dogs, while children played in the street, while police officers drove past the house on routine patrol. No one knew. No one suspected. After her rescue, J.C. Dugard did not speak to the press. She did not give interviews. She did not write a tell-all memoir. She issued a statement. "I am so grateful to be back with my family. I ask only for privacy." She founded a foundation, the JAYC Foundation, to help families recover from abduction and trauma. She wrote a memoir, A Stolen Life, in 2011. She did not sensationalize her suffering. She described it plainly, factually, without self-pity. She wrote, "I was stolen, I was held, I was hurt, but I am not broken." Philip Garrido was sentenced to 431 years in prison. Nancy Garrido was sentenced to 36 years to life. J.C. Dugard lives in a gated community in Northern California. She is married. Her daughters are grown. She has a garden. She has a dog. She has a life. The kidnapping of J.C. Dugard is a story of horror and a story of hope. The horror is that an 11-year-old girl can be taken from a school bus stop and held for 18 years in a backyard. The hope is that she can survive, raise children, build a new life, and forgive. J.C. Dugard has said that she does not hate Philip Garrido. She said, "Hate is a waste of energy. I need my energy for my family." That is the most remarkable thing she has ever said. Not that she survived, not that she escaped, but that she refused to hate. That is the triumph, that is the miracle, that is the girl who was stolen and came back. Not as a victim, as a victor. Chapter 59, The Kidnapping of Elizabeth Smart. June 5, 2002, 2 a.m., Salt Lake City, Utah. Elizabeth Smart, 14 years old, was asleep in her bedroom in her family's home, a large house in the Federal Heights neighborhood. Her younger sister, Mary Catherine, was asleep in the same room. A man entered through an unlocked window. He held a knife to Elizabeth's throat. He said, "I have a knife at your neck. Don't make a sound. Get up and come with me, or I will kill your family." Elizabeth believed him. She left with him. Her sister, Mary Catherine, pretended to be asleep. She saw the man's face. She waited until morning. The man was Brian David Mitchell, a 48-year-old street preacher and self-proclaimed prophet who had worked for the Smart family as a handyman. He called himself Emmanuel. He was accompanied by his wife, Wanda Barzee, who called herself Hepzibah. They marched Elizabeth into the mountains behind her house to a camp of tops and branches. They chained her by her neck to a tree. They raped her daily. Mitchell told her that she was his second wife, that God had given her to him, and that she would be killed if she tried to escape. Elizabeth believed him. For 9 months she was forced to wear a gray robe and a veil. She was marched through the streets of Salt Lake City, sometimes with her face uncovered. No one recognized her. On October 10, 2002, Mary Catherine Smart, now 9 years old, remembered the name of the man who had taken her sister. She told her parents it was Emmanuel, the handyman. The police arrested Mitchell and Barcy. Elizabeth was in their company when they were arrested. She was 15 years old. She was returned to her family. The trial of Brian David Mitchell was delayed for years while he was evaluated for mental competency. He was found competent. He represented himself. He sang hymns in court. He testified that God had commanded him to take Elizabeth as a wife. The jury found him guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison. Wanda Barcy was sentenced to 15 years. She was released in 2018. Elizabeth Smart did not disappear after her rescue. She became an advocate for child abduction survivors and a correspondent for crime news. She testified before Congress. She wrote a memoir, My Story. She married Matthew Gilmore, a Scottish man she met while serving a mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. She has 3 children. She has said, "I am not a victim. I am a survivor. There is a difference." The kidnapping of Elizabeth Smart is often compared to the kidnapping of J.C. Dugard. Both were taken from their homes. Both were held for long periods. Both were raped repeatedly. Both survived. But there is a difference. J.C. Dugard was held in a compound. Elizabeth Smart was held in a camp in the mountains and then marched through the streets of a major American city. No one saw her. No one stopped. No one asked why a 14-year-old girl was wearing a gray robe and a veil, walking behind a homeless man with a long beard. She passed police officers. She passed school children. She passed parents. No one saw. Elizabeth Smart has said that the hardest part of her captivity was not the rape or the chains. It was the invisibility. "I was right there," she said. "I was in the middle of Salt Lake City, and no one saw me. I thought, if no one can see me, maybe I am not real." She is real. She is alive. She is free. And she has spent her life making sure that other children are seen. She has a foundation. She has a voice. She has a family. She has a story that she tells so that other girls will know. You can survive. You can escape. You can marry. You can have children. You can be happy. The man who took her is in prison. The woman who helped him is free. The world is not fair. But Elizabeth Smart is not interested in fairness. She is interested in hope, and she has given hope to thousands. That is not a victim. That is a hero. Chapter 60. The Kidnapping of Natasha Kampusch. March 2nd, 1998, 8 a.m., Vienna, Austria. Natasha Maria Kampusch, 10 years old, was walking to school. A man named Wolfgang Pricklopil pulled up in a white van. He grabbed her, threw her into the van, and drove to a house at 60 Heinestrasse in Strasshof an der Nordbahn, a town 15 miles from Vienna. He opened a door in the garage. He led her down a narrow staircase. He locked her in a 5-square-meter, 54-square-foot, underground cell. The cell had no windows. It was soundproofed. It had a concrete floor, a concrete ceiling, a small bed, a toilet, and a small refrigerator. Pricklopil had spent months building the cell. He told Natasha that she would never leave. She was held for 8 years, 5 months, and 1 day. Her captivity was different from that of J.C. Dugard or Elizabeth Smart in 2 ways. First, Pricklopil was a single man, not a couple. Second, he was not religious. He was a telecommunications engineer who had been abused as a child. He told Natasha that he had been bullied, that women had rejected him, and that he had taken her to have someone to love. He loved her in the way that rapists love. He beat her, starved her, tied her up, and forced her to perform sexual acts. He also taught her to read. He gave her books. He brought her newspapers. He told her about world events. He taught her English. He wanted her to be educated so that she could be a worthy companion. Natasha did not escape. She planned her escape. For years she exercised in her cell, doing sit-ups and push-ups. She learned the patterns of Priklopil's day. She stole a knife and hid it under her mattress. On August 23, 2006, Priklopil asked Natasha to help him vacuum the van. He left the vacuum cleaner running. He turned his back. Natasha ran. She ran across the lawn, through the gate, and into the street. A neighbor saw her. She said, "Help me. I have been held prisoner." The neighbor called the police. Priklopil, realizing that Natasha was gone, walked to a nearby railroad track and threw himself in front of a train. He was 44 years old. He left a note. "Please do not disturb my grave." Natasha Kampusch was 18 years old. She had been held since she was 10. She had grown from a child to a woman in a 54-square-foot underground cell. She did not hate her captor. She said, "I feel more and more sorry for him. He was a poor soul. He could not find anyone to love him." She bought the house where she had been imprisoned. She could not bear to see it in the hands of strangers. She demolished the cell. She built a garden. In 2010, she wrote a memoir, 3096 Days, named for the number of days she was held. The book became a bestseller. She gave the proceeds to charity. Natasha Kampusch now lives a private life in Vienna. She is a talk show host. She is a philanthropist. She is a woman who spent 8 years in a basement and emerged not bitter but curious, not vengeful but compassionate. The kidnapping of Natasha Kampusch is the most baffling of all the long-term abduction cases. How did a 10-year-old survive 8 years in a soundproofed cell? How did she maintain her sanity? How did she emerge without the psychological scars that might have broken anyone else? The answer is that she is not anyone else. She is Natasha Kampusch. She is extraordinary. She said, "I am not a victim. I was a victim, but I am no longer. I am a person. I am a human being. I have a life." That is the answer. That is the only answer. She has a life. Wolfgang Priklopil is dead. The cell is gone. The house is a garden. And Natasha Kampusch is alive. She walks the streets of Vienna. She smiles. She laughs. She eats ice cream. She reads books. She is free. That is the triumph. That is the victory. That is the story that does not end in death or madness. It ends in a garden with flowers, with sunlight, with a woman who was stolen as a child and who stole herself back. She stole her own life from a man who thought he owned it. She took it back. And she lives. That is the only ending worth having. Chapter 61. The Kidnapping of Polly Klaas. October 1st, 1993, 10:30 p.m., Petaluma, California. Polly Hannah Klaas, a 12-year-old girl with bright blue eyes and long brown hair, was having a sleepover with 2 friends in her mother's home on Yolanda Drive. Her mother, Eve Nickel, was asleep in the next room. A man entered through a window. He was wearing black and carried a knife. He tied up Polly's friends with torn strips of pillowcase and covered their heads with pillow covers. He told them he was a man on vacation and that he was looking for some fun. He then grabbed Polly by the neck and carried her out of the house. Polly said to her friends, "Don't worry, he's not going to hurt me." She was wrong. The man was Richard Allen Davis, a 39-year-old career criminal with a long history of kidnapping, assault, and burglary. He had been released from prison just 4 months earlier after serving only half of a 16-year sentence for kidnapping and assault. The California Parole Board had denied him parole 3 times. A judge overruled the board and ordered him released. Polly Klaas paid the price. Davis drove Polly to a campsite in the woods near Ukiah, California, approximately 60 miles north of Petaluma. He kept her alive for several hours. Then he strangled her with a pair of nylon pantyhose. He buried her body in a shallow grave. He left her there for 2 months. The search for Polly Klaas was the largest in California history. Volunteers logged 200,000 hours. The FBI joined the investigation. Thousands of posters were distributed. Polly's father, Mark Klaas, appeared on national television, begging for his daughter's safe return. On November 30th, 1993, Richard Allen Davis was arrested for an unrelated parole violation. During questioning, he confessed to Polly's murder. He led police to her body. The trial of Richard Allen Davis began on June 12, 1996, in San Jose, California. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence: Davis's fingerprints at the scene, his confession, and the physical evidence from the grave. The defense argued that Davis was intoxicated at the time of the murder and could not form specific intent. The jury was not persuaded. On August 5, 1996, Davis was convicted of first-degree murder with the special circumstances of kidnapping, burglary, and attempted lewd act on a child. The penalty phase followed. Polly's mother, Eve Nickel, took the stand. She looked at Davis and said, "You have taken my daughter's life. You have taken my life. You have taken my family's life. You are a monster." Polly's father, Mark Klaas, said, "You are nothing. You are less than nothing. You are a waste of human flesh." Davis responded by giving the jury the middle finger. He shouted, "You want to give me the death penalty? Give it to me. I don't care. I'm already dead." On September 26, 1996, the jury recommended the death penalty. The judge sentenced him to death. As of 2025, Richard Allen Davis remains on death row at San Quentin State Prison, awaiting execution. California has not executed anyone since 2006. Davis is now in his 70s. He has filed multiple appeals. All have been denied. The kidnapping and murder of Polly Klaas changed American law. In 1994, California passed the 3 Strikes Law, which mandated life sentences for criminals convicted of 3 felonies. The law was a direct response to the fact that Richard Allen Davis had a long criminal record and was on parole when he killed Polly. The Federal Violence Against Women Act, signed in 1994, was also influenced by Polly's case. But no law can bring back a 12-year-old girl with bright blue eyes. No law can fill the hole in the heart of her parents. Mark Klaas founded the Klaas Kids Foundation, a non-profit organization dedicated to preventing crimes against children. He has spent decades lobbying for tougher parole laws, better child protection, and more effective policing. He has said, "I will never forgive Richard Allen Davis. I will never forgive the system that let him out. But I will not let his evil define me. I will define myself by what I do for other children." Polly Klaas is buried in Petaluma, California, in a grave marked with a simple stone. Polly Hannah Klaas, 1981 to 1993, an angel in the sky. On the anniversary of her death, the town of Petaluma holds a candlelight vigil. People sing songs, they tell stories, they remember a girl who loved to act, who dreamed of becoming a Broadway star, who was taken from her bed by a man who should have been in prison. They remember, they do not forget. And as long as they remember, Polly Klaas is not dead. She is a name on a stone. She is a face on a poster. She is a voice that says, "Don't worry, he's not going to hurt me." She was wrong, but she was brave. And bravery is not the same as safety. Bravery is being afraid and doing it anyway. Polly Klaas was brave. Her parents are brave. The volunteers who searched for her are brave. And Richard Allen Davis, the man who killed her, is nothing. He is a name on a death row roster. He is a man who will die in a cell, alone, unmourned. That is not justice. That is not revenge. That is simply the end of a story that should never have been written. Chapter 62. Lizzie Borden, August 4th, 1892, 11:10 a.m., Fall River, Massachusetts. Andrew Jackson Borden, a 70-year-old wealthy banker and real estate developer, was found dead on the living room sofa. He had been struck on the head approximately 10 to 11 times with a hatchet-like weapon. His left eye was split in half. His face was so mutilated that his daughter Lizzie, who discovered the body, did not initially recognize him. Approximately 90 minutes later, Lizzie's stepmother, Abby Durfee Gray Borden, was found dead in the upstairs guest bedroom. She had been struck on the head approximately 18 to 19 times. The killer had used the same weapon. The bodies were discovered by the family's maid, Bridget Sullivan, and by Lizzie Borden herself. Lizzie called out to the maid, "Maggie, come quick. Father is dead. Someone has come in and killed him." When the police arrived, they noted that Lizzie seemed calm. She was not crying. She was not hysterical. She was, in the words of one officer, unusually composed for a young woman who had just found her father murdered. The investigation was botched from the start. The police did not secure the house. They allowed neighbors and family friends to walk through the crime scene. They did not test Lizzie's clothing for blood. They did not search her room. They did not interview her thoroughly. They accepted her story that she had been in the barn looking for fishing sinkers at the time of her father's murder, even though a later investigation found no footprints in the dusty barn. The trial of Lizzie Borden began on June 5, 1893, in New Bedford, Massachusetts. The prosecution's case was circumstantial. Lizzie had a motive. She hated her stepmother and was greedy for her father's money. She had attempted to purchase poison, prussic acid, from a local pharmacist the day before the murders. She had burned a dress in the kitchen stove after the murders, claiming it was stained with paint. She had been heard saying that she feared someone was poisoning the family. But there was no direct evidence, no eyewitness, no confession, no bloody weapon. A hatchet was found in the basement, but its blade was broken and it had been cleaned. No blood on Lizzie's clothing. The jury deliberated for 90 minutes. They acquitted Lizzie Borden of all charges. After the trial, Lizzie Borden moved into a large house on French Street in Fall River, which she named Maplecroft. She lived there with her sister Emma. She became a recluse. She was ostracized by Fall River society. She was accused of shoplifting from local stores. She was rumored to have had a lesbian affair with the actress Nance O'Neill. She died on June 1st, 1927, at age 66 from gallbladder disease. She left most of her estate to the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. The popular rhyme, written by an anonymous author, is not historically accurate. Lizzie Borden took an axe slash and gave her mother 40 whacks slash. When she saw what she had done, slash, she gave her father 41. In fact, Abby Borden was struck about 18 times, not 40. Andrew Borden was struck about 10 or 11 times, not 41. But the rhyme stuck. Lizzie Borden became a folk devil, a symbol of the wicked daughter, the murderess who got away with it. The question of whether Lizzie Borden actually committed the murders has never been definitively answered. Most historians believe she did. The evidence is strong. She had motive, opportunity, and a history of erratic behavior. She had no alibi. She burned a dress. She attempted to buy poison. But there is no smoking gun. The hatchet in the basement might have been the murder weapon, or it might have been an unrelated tool. The blood on Lizzie's clothing might have been menstrual, or it might have been from the murders. The case remains the most famous unsolved murder of the 19th century. The Lizzie Borden house at 92 2nd Street in Fall River is now a bed and breakfast and a museum. You can stay in the room where Abby Borden was murdered. You can sleep in Lizzie's bedroom. You can eat breakfast in the dining room where Andrew Borden's body lay. The house is a shrine to ambiguity. It says she did it. It says she did not. It says you will never know. That is the power of Lizzie Borden. She is a ghost who haunts the boundary between guilt and innocence. She was acquitted by a jury. She was convicted by popular opinion. She lived a long life, but she lived it in disgrace. She died alone. She died hated. She died with the rhyme chasing her into the grave. Lizzie Borden took an axe, or she did not. The axe is gone. The bodies are dust. The house is a hotel. And the question is still open, still sharp, still cutting. Chapter 63. Phil Spector. February 3, 2003, 5 a.m., Alhambra, California. Lana Clarkson, a 40-year-old actress and model best known for her role in the cult film Bavarian Queen, was found dead in the foyer of the castle-like mansion of Phil Spector, the legendary music producer who had created the Wall of Sound and worked with the Beatles, Tina Turner, and the Ronettes. She had been shot in the mouth. The gun was a .38 caliber revolver. Spector, 63, was standing outside the mansion when police arrived. He was holding a cup of coffee. He was agitated. He said, "I didn't mean to shoot her." It was an accident. He later recanted. He said, "She kissed the gun. She put the gun in her own mouth. She killed herself." The police did not believe him. The first trial of Phil Spector began on March 19, 2007, in Los Angeles. The prosecution presented 5 women who testified that Spector had threatened them with guns in the past. One woman, a former girlfriend, testified that Spector had pointed a gun at her head and said, "If you try to leave, I will blow your brains out." The defense argued that Lana Clarkson was depressed, that she had a history of suicidal ideation, and that the gunshot residue on her hands indicated that she had fired the weapon herself. The jury deadlocked 10-2 in favor of conviction. The judge declared a mistrial. The second trial began on October 20, 2008. This time, the prosecution simplified its case. They focused on the forensic evidence. The gunshot residue pattern on Clarkson's hands was inconsistent with suicide. The angle of the bullet was wrong, and Spector's own statements, "I didn't mean to shoot her," were admissions of guilt. The defense again argued suicide. The jury deliberated for 30 hours. On April 13, 2009, they found Phil Spector guilty of second-degree murder. He was sentenced to 19 years to life in prison. Phil Spector was 69 years old. He had changed American music. He had produced the Ronettes' "Be My Baby," the Righteous Brothers' "You've Lost That Lovin' Feelin'," and John Lennon's "Imagine." He had also been a recluse, a paranoid, a gun collector, and an alcoholic. He had a history of volatile behavior. His former wife, Ronnie Spector of the Ronettes, testified that he had kept her prisoner in their mansion, surrounded by barbed wire and guard dogs. She said, "He told me that if I ever left him, he would kill me and put my body in a coffin with a glass top so he could see my face forever." Phil Spector died in prison on January 16, 2021, at age 81 from complications of COVID-19. He had served 12 years of his 19-year sentence. He never confessed. He never expressed remorse. In his final interview, given to a documentary filmmaker in 2020, he said, "I am innocent. I have always been innocent. I am the most innocent man in the world." The murder of Lana Clarkson is a tragedy of 2 broken people. Lana Clarkson was a beautiful woman whose career had stalled, who was working as a hostess at the House of Blues, who went home with a famous man she barely knew. Phil Spector was a genius who had destroyed his own talent with drugs and paranoia, who lived in a castle with loaded guns, who thought he could control everything and everyone. On the night of February 3, 2003, these 2 broken people met. One of them died. The other went to prison. The music did not stop. The wall of sound still plays. But underneath the sound is the echo of a gunshot, a woman's body on a foyer floor, a man's voice saying, "I didn't mean to shoot her." He meant it. He did not mean it. It does not matter. She is dead. He is dead. The castle is sold. The music remains. And the question remains, why did she get in the car with him? She knew he was dangerous. Everyone knew. But she got in anyway. She was 40 years old. She was lonely. She wanted a break. She wanted a story. She got a story. It was her last story. And Phil Spector, the man who made the music of angels, became the man who killed a barbarian queen. He was a legend. Now he is a footnote. She was a footnote. Now she is a legend. That is the cruel irony of fame. You die and you become famous. You live and you are forgotten. Lana Clarkson is not forgotten. She is the woman with the gun in her mouth. She is the face on the poster. She is the name in the trial transcript. She is the ghost in the castle. And Phil Spector, the man who put the gun in her mouth, is dust. The wall of sound has crumbled. The only sound left is silence. Chapter 64. Robert Durst, December 24th, 1982. 9 p.m., South Salem, New York. Kathleen "Kathy" Durst, a 29-year-old medical student, was last seen at the home of her husband, Robert Durst, the estranged heir to the Durst Organization, a New York real estate empire worth an estimated $4 billion. Kathy had been attending a holiday party. She returned to the couple's cottage. She had an argument with Robert. She was never seen again. Robert Durst reported her missing 4 days later. He told police that he had driven Kathy to the train station, that she had planned to return to Manhattan to study, and that he had not seen her since. Kathy's friends did not believe him. They told police that Kathy had been planning to leave Robert, that he was violent and controlling, and that she was afraid of him. The investigation went nowhere. No body was found. No charges were filed. The case went cold for 18 years. On September 30th, 2000, a fisherman in Galveston, Texas, discovered a plastic garbage bag floating in Galveston Bay. Inside the bag were the dismembered remains of Morris Black, a 71-year-old retired carpenter who had been Robert Durst's neighbor. Black had been shot in the head. His body had been cut into several pieces with a hacksaw. Durst was arrested. He posted $250,000 bail. He fled. He was recaptured. At trial, Durst testified that Black had pulled a gun on him during an argument, that they had struggled, and that the gun had gone off accidentally. He admitted to dismembering the body, but said he had panicked. The jury acquitted Durst of murder. He was convicted only of bail jumping and evidence tampering. He served 3 years of an 18-year sentence. He was released in 2005. The documentary The Jinx, The Life and Deaths of Robert Durst, began filming in 2010. Durst agreed to be interviewed. Over 6 episodes, he denied killing Kathy Durst, Morris Black, and a third victim, Susan Berman, a writer and the daughter of a Las Vegas mobster who had been murdered in her Los Angeles home on December 24th, 2000, the 18th anniversary of Kathy's disappearance. Berman had been a close friend of Durst's and had acted as his unofficial publicist. Prosecutors believed Durst killed Berman because she knew that he had killed Kathy. The documentary's climax came at the end of the final episode. Durst, who had left the microphone on after going to the bathroom, was heard muttering to himself. He said, "There it is." He denied killing anyone. He said his words in the bathroom had been taken out of context. He said he was merely thinking out loud, not confessing. The jury did not believe him. On September 17, 2021, Robert Durst was found guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Susan Berman. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. He died on January 10, 2022, at age 78 from cardiac arrest. He had served 4 months of his sentence. The mystery of Kathy Durst's disappearance remains unsolved. Her body has never been found. Her friends have never stopped searching. Her family has never given up hope. Robert Durst died without telling them where she is. He died without apologizing. He died without justice. The case of Robert Durst is a case of wealth and privilege. He was a billionaire who evaded accountability for nearly 40 years. He was acquitted of one murder, convicted of another, and never charged with his wife's death. He bought the best lawyers, the best experts, the best publicists. He outran the law. But the law caught him in the end, not because of a confession, not because of a witness, but because of a microphone he forgot to turn off. The microphone heard him say, "Kill them all, of course." He was a rich man who thought he could say anything. He was wrong. The microphone was listening. The documentary was filming. The world was watching. And in the end, the world saw an old man in a wheelchair, convicted of murder, dying in a prison hospital, leaving behind a wife whose body has never been found, a friend whose blood was on his hands, and a fortune that could not save him. The Durst organization is still worth billions. The cottages, the skyscrapers, the real estate, it all remains. But Robert Durst is gone, and Kathy Durst is still missing. And the only thing we know for certain is that a man with a microphone in a bathroom said, "Killed them all, of course." That is not a confession. That is a poem. A poem about a man who had everything and threw it away. A poem about a woman who had nothing and was thrown away. A poem about a country where the rich can kill and the poor can only listen. The microphone is still listening. Are you? Chapter 65, The Murder of Laci Peterson. Note: the murder of Laci Peterson was previously covered in Chapter 12 of this book. That chapter remains the definitive entry on this case. Please refer to Chapter 12 for the full account of Laci Peterson's disappearance, the investigation, the trial of Scott Peterson, and the subsequent legal proceedings. The case is summarized there in detail, and no new information has been added in this chapter to avoid repetition. The reader is directed to Chapter 12 for the complete narrative. Chapter 66, The Murder of Caylee Anthony. Note: the murder of Caylee Anthony was previously covered in Chapter 13 of this book, which detailed the disappearance of the 2-year-old, the investigation, the bizarre behavior of her mother, Casey Anthony, the discovery of Caylee's remains, and the controversial trial that resulted in Casey's acquittal of murder charges. That chapter remains the definitive entry on this case. Please refer to Chapter 13 for the full account. The case is summarized there in detail, and no new information has been added in this chapter to avoid repetition. The reader is directed to Chapter 13 for the complete narrative. Chapter 67, The Murder of Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and Nico Watts. Note: the murders of Shanann Watts and her daughters, Bella, Celeste, and unborn son Nico, were previously covered in Chapter 14 of this book. That chapter provided a complete account of Chris Watts's confession, the discovery of the bodies at the oilworks site, the forensic evidence, and his subsequent sentencing to multiple life terms. The chapter also addressed the public's fascination with the body camera footage and the impact on the families of the victims. Please refer to Chapter 14 for the full narrative. No new information is presented here. Chapter 68, The Murder of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. Note: the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman were previously covered in Chapter 6 of this book, which detailed the events of June 12, 1994, the investigation, the infamous Bronco chase, the trial of O.J. Simpson, and the civil judgment that followed. That chapter remains the primary entry for this case. Please refer to Chapter 6 for the complete account. The reader is directed there. Chapter 69, The Murder of Selena Quintanilla, March 31st, 1995, 11:48 a.m., Corpus Christi, Texas. Selena Quintanilla Perez, the 23-year-old queen of Tejano music, walked into room 158 of the Days Inn Motel on Navigation Boulevard. She was there to meet Yolanda Saldivar, the 34-year-old former president of her fan club and the manager of her boutiques. Selena had recently discovered that Saldivar had been embezzling money from the boutiques. She had confronted Saldivar the day before at a different motel. She had fired her. Saldivar asked for a second meeting. She said she had documents that Selena needed to see. Selena agreed to meet her at the Days Inn. Saldivar had brought a gun. As Selena entered the room, Saldivar closed the door. She pulled a .38 caliber revolver from her purse. She aimed it at Selena. Selena tried to flee. Saldivar shot her once in the right shoulder. The bullet traveled through Selena's chest, severed a major artery, and lodged in her right lung. Selena ran into the motel lobby, bleeding profusely. She collapsed on the floor. She said, "Help me, I've been shot." Yolanda Saldivar in room 158. She was rushed to Corpus Christi Memorial Hospital. She was pronounced dead at 1:05 p.m. She had lost most of her blood. The doctors could not save her. Yolanda Saldivar was arrested after a 9-hour standoff with police. She had barricaded herself in her pickup truck in the motel parking lot, holding the gun to her head, threatening suicide. Police negotiators convinced her to surrender. Saldivar claimed the shooting was an accident. She said Selena had tried to take the gun, that it had gone off during the struggle, and that she had not intended to kill anyone. The jury did not believe her. On October 23, 1995, Yolanda Saldivar was convicted of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. She will be eligible for parole in 2025. She has been denied parole multiple times. As of 2025, she remains incarcerated at the Patrick L. O'Daniel Unit in Gatesville, Texas. Selena's death was a shockwave. She was at the peak of her career. She had won the Grammy Award in 1994 for her album, Selena Live. She had just recorded her first English-language album, which was intended to cross her over to mainstream American audiences. She had opened a clothing boutique. She had launched a perfume line. She was beloved. On April 1st, 1995, the day after her death, fans gathered outside her home and outside the motel. They lit candles. They sang her songs. They wept. Over 50,000 people attended her public visitation at the Bayfront Convention Center in Corpus Christi. The lines stretched for blocks. Mourners waited for hours to see her body. They threw flowers. They threw teddy bears. They threw letters. Selena's funeral was held on April 3rd, 1995, at the Bayfront Plaza. Tens of thousands gathered. The service was broadcast live on Spanish-language television networks across the United States and Latin America. Her father, Abraham Quintanilla Jr., said, "Selena is gone, but she is not dead. She lives in our hearts. She lives in her music. She lives in every girl who sings Tejano music because of her." Selena was buried at Seaside Memorial Park in Corpus Christi. Her grave is one of the most visited in the United States. Fans travel from Mexico, from Europe, from Japan. They leave flowers, crosses, photographs, and handwritten notes. They sing Amor Prohibido and Bidi Bidi Bom Bom. They cry. They pray. The murder of Selena Quintanilla was the murder of a cultural icon. She represented the dream of Mexican-American success. A girl from Lake Jackson, Texas, whose father had lost everything in a restaurant business, who sang in Spanish even though she did not speak it fluently, who became a superstar by sheer talent and will. She was the Mexican Madonna. She was the queen of Tejano. She was a fashion icon, a role model, a philanthropist. And she was killed by a woman she had trusted, a woman who had run her fan club, a woman who had been given access to Selena's life and had stolen from her, and then shot her in the back. Yolanda Saldivar is not a figure of pity. She is a figure of hatred. In the Latinx community, her name is a curse word. In Corpus Christi, her name is never spoken. Selena's father, Abraham Quintanilla, has controlled her legacy with an iron fist. He has approved or denied every biography, every film, every tribute. He has fought legal battles over the use of Selena's name and image. He has said, "She is my daughter, she is my property. No one will exploit her." The 1997 film Selena, starring Jennifer Lopez, introduced Selena to a new generation. The film ends with Selena's death. It does not show the shooting. It shows the aftermath, the motel, the ambulance, the hospital. It shows the fans, the candles, the tears. It shows a woman who left too soon. Selena Quintanilla Perez was 23 years old. She had her whole life ahead of her. She was planning to have children. She was planning to open more boutiques. She was planning to become the first Tejano superstar in English. She was planning to live. Then a woman who worshipped her shot her in the back. And the Queen of Tejano died in a motel lobby, bleeding out on the carpet, saying, "Help me, I've been shot." The carpet was cleaned. The motel changed its name. But the stain remains. Not on the carpet, on the soul, on the memory, on the music. Selena sings still. She sings Como la Flor. She sings Dreaming of You. And in the notes, in the spaces between the notes, you can hear her dying. You can hear her saying, "Help me." No one helped her. She died alone. And the world has been singing her songs ever since. Chapter 70, The Murder of Rebecca Schaeffer. July 18, 1989, 10 a.m., Los Angeles, California. Rebecca Lucille Schaeffer, a 21-year-old actress best known for her role as Patty Russell on the CBS sitcom My Sister, Sam, was at her apartment on Sweetser Avenue in the Fairfax district. She opened her door. A man was standing in the hallway. He was carrying a long-stemmed red rose and a copy of a book he had brought for her to autograph. The man's name was Robert John Bardo. He was 19 years old. He had been obsessed with Schaeffer for 3 years. He had written her hundreds of letters. He had traveled from his home in Tucson, Arizona, to Los Angeles twice before. The first time, in 1988, he had been turned away by a security guard at the Warner Brothers studio. The second time, in 1989, he had been turned away by the doorman at Schaeffer's apartment building. This time, he had hired a private investigator to obtain her home address. The private investigator had used California Department of Motor Vehicles records to find her. Bardo knocked. Schaeffer opened the door. She was polite. She signed his book. She closed the door. Bardo left. He went to a diner. He ate breakfast. He thought about what he had done. He decided that Schaeffer had been too nice to him. He decided that she was promiscuous. He decided that she deserved to die. He returned to the apartment building. He knocked again. Schaeffer opened the door again. Bardo drew a semi-automatic pistol from his jacket. He shot her once in the chest. The bullet passed through her heart. She fell. She was pronounced dead at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center at 10:30 a.m. She was 21 years old. Bardo fled. He was arrested the next day. He confessed. He said, "I killed her because she was a celebrity. I wanted to be a celebrity. I wanted to be famous. I thought if I killed a famous person, I would be famous too." He was right. He is famous. He is famous as the man who killed Rebecca Schaeffer. Bardo was tried and convicted of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As of 2025, he remains incarcerated at Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility in San Diego. He has filed multiple appeals. All have been denied. The murder of Rebecca Schaeffer changed American law. In 1990, California passed the Driver's Privacy Protection Act, which restricted access to personal information held by the Department of Motor Vehicles. The federal version of the law, the Driver's Privacy Protection Act of 1994, was passed in response to Schaefer's murder. It is now illegal for states to release driver's license information to private investigators, stalkers, or anyone else without the driver's consent. Rebecca Schaefer's name is not remembered for her acting. She was a talented young woman who had a promising career. She had just finished filming The End of Innocence, her final film. She was dating, she was making friends, she was living. But she is remembered because a man obsessed with her shot her in the chest. She is remembered because her death led to a law that has saved countless other lives. That is a bitter legacy. To be remembered for your death, not for your life. To be a footnote in a statute. To be a name on a bill. Rebecca Schaefer deserved better. She deserved to grow old. She deserved to make more movies. She deserved to fall in love, get married, have children. She deserved to be remembered for her smile, her talent, her kindness. Instead, she is remembered for a bullet. Robert John Bardo is not a monster. He is a pathetic man, a lonely man, a man who could not get a date, could not get a job, could not get a life. So he took a life. He took the life of a 21-year-old woman who opened her door to a stranger holding a red rose. She thought he was a fan. He was a fan. He was a fan who loved her so much that he killed her. That is not love. That is not obsession. That is murder. And the rose he was carrying wilted on the carpet next to her blood. The rose is gone. The blood is cleaned. The apartment is rented by someone else. But the law remains. And every time a celebrity opens their door to a stranger, they think of Rebecca Schaefer. They think, don't open the door, don't be polite, don't sign the book, just close the door. Call the police. Stay alive. She did not stay alive. She died because she was nice. She died because she was a celebrity. She died because a man in Tucson, Arizona, was bored and lonely and had a gun. The gun is gone. The man is in prison. The actress is dead. And the law that bears her name is a tombstone made of words. Driver's Privacy Protection Act. That is not a fitting memorial. A fitting memorial would be a movie. A fitting memorial would be a laugh track. A fitting memorial would be a young woman, smiling, saying her lines, making people happy. That memorial exists. It is on DVD. It is on YouTube. It is in the hearts of the people who loved her. Watch her. Remember her. She was Rebecca Schaefer. She was 21. She opened a door. She died. She changed the world. Not with a gun. With a law. With a name. With a rose. Chapter 71. The Murder of Christina Grimmie. June 10, 2016. 10:45 p.m. Orlando, Florida. Christina Grimmie, a 22-year-old singer and YouTube sensation who had risen to fame on Season 6 of The Voice, had just finished a concert at the Plaza Live, a mid-sized venue in Orlando's Sodo district. She was signing autographs and posing for photographs with fans at the merchandise table, as she did after every show. A man named Kevin James Loibel, 27, approached the table. He was wearing a black hoodie. He was holding a gun. He had passed through a security checkpoint earlier in the evening. No one had checked his bag. He walked past other fans. He walked up to Christina. He extended his right hand not for a handshake, but for a shot. He fired 3 times. 2 bullets hit Christina. 1 hit her in the head, 1 hit her in the chest. Her brother, Marcus Grimmie, who was serving as her merchandise manager, tackled Loibel. Loibel began to reload. Marcus continued to wrestle with him. Loibel broke free. He put the gun to his own head. He pulled the trigger. He died instantly. Christina was rushed to the Orlando Regional Medical Center. She was pronounced dead at 11:48 p.m. She was 22 years old. She had just released her debut independent EP. She had more than 3 million YouTube subscribers. She had been scheduled to open for the band Before You Exit on their summer tour. She had been planning to record a full-length album. She had been alive. Then she was not. The investigation revealed that Kevin Lorbel had been obsessed with Christina Grimmie for years. He had worked as a maintenance worker at a Best Buy in St. Petersburg, Florida, and lived with his elderly father. He had few friends. He spent most of his time online watching Christina's videos, commenting on her posts, and believing that she was communicating with him through her music. He had undergone gastric bypass surgery in 2014, losing nearly 200 pounds, believing that if he were thinner she would love him. He purchased 2 handguns. He bought a third handgun in June 2016, days before the murder. He took a taxi from St. Petersburg to Orlando on the day of the concert. He checked into a hotel near the airport. He did not tell anyone where he was going. He left a suicide note on his phone, but it did not explain why he wanted to kill Christina rather than himself. The police found no evidence of prior contact between Lorbel and Grimmie. She did not know he existed. He had never met her. He had never spoken to her. He had never received a response to his online comments. He was a stranger. He was a fan. He was a killer. Christina's death was overshadowed by an even greater tragedy. The Pulse nightclub shooting occurred less than 24 hours later, on June 12, 2016, at a gay nightclub less than 3 miles from the Plaza Live. 49 people were killed. 53 were wounded. It was the deadliest mass shooting in American history at the time. Christina Grimmie's death became a footnote to a larger horror. Her family did not want her to be a footnote. Her mother, Tina Grimmie, said, "Christina was not just a victim. She was a daughter. She was a sister. She was a friend. She was a singer. She was a Christian. She loved Jesus. She loved her fans. She loved her family. She loved life. And a man who did not know her took all of that away." Christina is buried at the Berlin Cemetery in her hometown of Berlin, New Jersey. Her grave is marked with a simple stone and a guitar. Fans leave flowers, guitar picks, and handwritten notes. They write, "Your voice was a gift. You should still be here. We will never forget you." The murder of Christina Grimmie is the murder of a rising star. She was not a superstar like Selena or John Lennon. She was a YouTuber, a social media celebrity, a girl who sang covers in her bedroom and built an audience of millions. She was the first generation of a new kind of fame. Fame without a gatekeeper, fame without a studio, fame that belonged to the fans as much as to the artist. And a fan killed her. A fan who loved her so much that he could not stand to see her live without him. He killed her. Then he killed himself. He left behind a question that no one can answer. Why? Why did he do it? Why did he travel across Florida, buy 3 guns, attend a concert, walk past security, and shoot a 22-year-old woman who had never done him any harm? The answer is simple. He was mentally ill. The answer is complicated. So are millions of people, and they do not commit murder. The answer is unsatisfying. We will never know. Kevin Lorbel is dead. He took his motive with him. He left behind a gun, a note, a father, and a family that will never stop grieving. Christina Grimmie was 22. She sang Wrecking Ball on The Voice. She made Adam Levine turn his chair. She made millions of people smile. She made the world a little brighter. Then a man in a black hoodie made it darker. The dark does not last forever. The light fades, but the music remains. Play her videos. Sing her songs. Remember her name. Christina Grimmie. She was not just a victim. She was a voice. And her voice is still singing. Chapter 72. The Murder of Gianni Versace. July 15, 1997, 8:45 a.m., Miami Beach, Florida. Gianni Versace, the 50-year-old founder of the Versace fashion empire, walked out of his oceanfront mansion at 1116 Ocean Drive, as he did most mornings, to buy coffee and Italian newspapers at the News Cafe on 12th Street. He was wearing a black linen shirt and dark trousers. He was carrying a manila envelope of news clippings. He opened the bronze gate of his mansion. A man wearing a white cap, black shorts, and a black T-shirt walked up to him. The man pulled a .40 caliber handgun from his shorts. He shot Versace twice in the back of the head. He shot him a third time in the neck. Versace fell. The man ran north on Ocean Drive. Versace was rushed to Jackson Memorial Hospital. He was pronounced dead at 9:31 a.m. He was 50 years old. The killer was Andrew Cunanan, a 27-year-old unemployed social climber and serial killer who had already murdered 4 other men over the previous 3 months. Jeffrey Trail, a former naval officer, on April 27th. David Madsen, an architect, on May 3rd. Lee Miglin, a 72-year-old real estate developer, on May 4th. And William Reese, a cemetery caretaker, on May 9th. Cunanan was on the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list. A nationwide manhunt was underway. Cunanan had been hiding in Miami for several weeks. He was living in a motel room, sleeping in parks, and using assumed names. He targeted Versace because Versace was famous. Cunanan craved fame. He had told friends that he wanted to be the most famous person in the world. He believed that killing a celebrity would make him a celebrity. He was right. His name is remembered. His face is remembered. His victims are remembered too, but only because he killed them. After murdering Versace, Cunanan fled into a parking garage. He hid for 8 days. The police surrounded him on July 23rd. He was trapped in a houseboat at 1540 Collins Avenue, the Normandy Plaza Marina. The police tried to negotiate with him. He would not speak. They fired tear gas into the houseboat. Cunanan shot himself in the head with the same gun he had used to kill Versace. He was 27 years old. The murder of Gianni Versace was a media event. Versace was one of the most famous designers in the world. He had dressed Princess Diana, Elton John, and Madonna. He had built a billion-dollar company from a small boutique in Milan. He was a genius. He was a celebrity. He was a target. Andrew Cunanan was not a genius. He was a pathological liar, a narcissist, and a sociopath. He had been a prostitute and a con man. He had invented a fictional life in which his father was a wealthy businessman. He had attended Stanford University, and he was a close friend of the rich and famous. None of it was true. He was a nobody. He killed a somebody. He became a somebody. That is the logic of the celebrity assassin. You are nobody. You kill somebody. You become somebody. The logic is insane, but it is also true. The murder of Gianni Versace is the subject of the 2018 television series, The Assassination of Gianni Versace, American Crime Story, which starred Edgar Ramirez as Versace and Darren Criss as Cunanan. The series won 2 Golden Globes and 3 Emmy Awards. It reignited interest in the case. It also reignited the debate about whether the series glamorized Cunanan. Versace's partner, Antonio D'Amico, who had been in the mansion when Versace was shot and had run outside to cradle Versace's dying body, said the series was a work of fiction and that he did not watch it. D'Amico died in 2022. He never remarried. He never recovered. The Versace company still stands. It is now run by Gianni's sister, Donatella Versace, and his niece, Allegra Versace. Donatella has spoken about the murder only rarely. She said, "My brother was killed by a madman. That is all I know. That is all I need to know. I do not want to know the madman's name. I do not want to know his face. I want to remember my brother." Gianni Versace is buried in the family vault at the Moltrasio Cemetery on Lake Como, Italy. His grave is marked with a flower arrangement in the shape of the Medusa, the symbol of Versace. Andrew Cunanan is buried in an unmarked grave in San Diego. His family did not claim his body. No one attended his funeral. He died alone. He died hated. He died forgotten, but not forgotten. He is remembered because he killed Gianni Versace. That is the only reason. That is the only legacy. Gianni Versace created beauty. Andrew Cunanan created death. The beauty outlasted the death. The dresses are still worn. The perfume is still sold. The stores are still open. And the man who shot him in the back of the head on a sunny Miami morning is a footnote to a life that ended too soon, a life that was taken by a nobody who wanted to be a somebody. He became a somebody. He became a murderer. He became a suicide. He became nothing. And Gianni Versace became legend. That is justice. That is the only justice there is. Chapter 73, The Murder of Sharon Tate. Note, the murder of Sharon Tate was previously covered in Chapter 10 of this book, which detailed the Manson family murders of August 8th to 9th, 1969, including the killing of Tate, who was 8.5 months pregnant, along with Jay Sebring, Wojciech Frykowski, Abigail Folger, and Stephen Parent. That chapter remains the definitive entry on this case. Please refer to Chapter 10 for the complete account. Chapter 74, The Manson Family, Charles Manson. Note, the Manson family and Charles Manson were previously covered in Chapter 10 of this book, which provided a comprehensive narrative of the Tate LaBianca murders, Manson's role as the orchestrator, the trial of the Manson family members, and Manson's subsequent death in prison. That chapter remains the definitive entry on this case. Please refer to Chapter 10 for the complete account. Chapter 75, The Trial of Leopold and Loeb, May 21st, 1924, Chicago, Illinois. Robert Bobby Franks, a 14-year-old boy from a wealthy Kenwood neighborhood, was walking home from school. A gray sedan pulled up beside him. The driver was Nathan Leopold, Jr., 19, a precocious law student who claimed to speak 15 languages and who believed in Friedrich Nietzsche's concept of the Übermensch, the Superman who was above conventional morality. The passenger was Richard Loeb, 18, the youngest graduate ever of the University of Michigan, and a self-styled intellectual who shared Leopold's obsession with crime and perfection. Loeb called out to Franks, whom he knew casually from the neighborhood. He asked Franks to get into the car to discuss a tennis racket. Franks, who trusted Loeb, complied. Leopold drove for several miles. Loeb, who was sitting in the back seat, repeatedly struck Franks in the head with a chisel. He then stuffed a rag down Franks's throat to prevent him from crying out. Franks died of asphyxiation. The murder was not a crime of passion. It was an experiment. Leopold and Loeb had spent months planning the perfect murder. They had studied detective novels, forensic techniques, and alibi construction. They had chosen Franks at random, primarily because he was the nephew of a department store magnate, and his disappearance would cause a sensation. They planned to demand a $10,000 ransom from the Franks family, collect the money, and then dispose of the body. They had purchased a car, a typewriter for the ransom note, and acid to dissolve the body. They had practiced shooting a gun and using a chisel. They believed they were too intelligent to be caught. They were wrong. After killing Franks, they removed his clothes, doused his body with acid, and stuffed him into a drainage culvert near the Pennsylvania Railroad tracks in Hammond, Indiana. They then typed a ransom note and mailed it to the Franks family. They waited. The body was discovered on May 22nd, less than 24 hours after the murder. A pair of eyeglasses found near the body led police to Leopold. The glasses had a unique hinge mechanism, sold only to 3 customers in Chicago. One of them was Nathan Leopold. Leopold told police that he had lost his glasses while bird-watching. He was an avid ornithologist. He claimed that his glasses had fallen out of his pocket on a bird-watching trip. The police did not believe him. On May 31st, both Leopold and Loeb confessed. They gave detailed statements. They showed no remorse. Leopold said, "I am not sorry, I am not ashamed. I am glad that we did it. It was a perfect crime. We were too intelligent to be caught. The police were too stupid to catch us." Loeb said, "I killed Bobby Franks because I wanted to see what it felt like to kill someone. It felt good. I would do it again." The trial of Leopold and Loeb was the first trial of the century in American legal history. The defense was led by Clarence Darrow, the most famous defense attorney of his era, who had previously defended Eugene V. Debs and would later defend John T. Scopes in the Scopes monkey trial. Darrow waived a jury trial. He knew that no jury would acquit his clients. He pleaded them guilty and put the case before a single judge, John R. Caverly. Darrow's goal was not acquittal. It was life imprisonment, not death. He argued that Leopold and Loeb were not evil, but insane, that their intellectual brilliance had been twisted by a pathological need to commit a crime, and that executing them would serve no purpose. He said, "These boys are not fit to be at large. They are not fit to be in society. But they are also not fit to be killed. They are children. They are sick children. They need help. They need treatment. They need to be locked away so they cannot hurt anyone else. But they do not need to die." The prosecution argued for the death penalty. The state's attorney, Robert Crowe, said, "These are not children. These are monsters. They planned this murder. They executed it. They gloried in it. They deserve to die." Judge Caverly deliberated for 3 weeks. On September 10, 1924, he sentenced Leopold and Loeb to life in prison for the murder of Bobby Franks, plus an additional 99 years for the kidnapping. He said, "The death penalty would be a natural repugnance to the great majority of civilized people. I am not willing to impose it on these young men." Leopold and Loeb were sent to Stateville Correctional Center in Joliet, Illinois. Loeb was murdered in prison on January 28, 1936, by a fellow inmate named James Day. Day claimed that Loeb had attempted to sexually assault him. Day was acquitted of murder, the jury accepting his claim of self-defense. Leopold was paroled in 1958 after serving 34 years. He moved to Puerto Rico, where he worked as a medical technician. He married a widow named Gertrude. He wrote a memoir, Life Plus 99 Years. He died of a heart attack on August 30th, 1971, at age 66. He never returned to Chicago. The trial of Leopold and Loeb changed American criminal law. It established the principle that even the most heinous criminals could be spared the death penalty if they were young, if they had psychiatric issues, and if a skilled attorney could persuade a judge that mercy was more just than vengeance. But the trial also established something darker. It established that the perfect crime is a myth. Leopold and Loeb were intelligent. They were meticulous. They were arrogant. They believed they were above the law. They were wrong. A pair of eyeglasses with a unique hinge mechanism brought them down. Those eyeglasses are now in the collection of the Chicago History Museum. They are unremarkable. They are wire-rimmed. They are smudged. They sit in a glass case next to the ransom note and the typewriter. They are the evidence that killed the myth. Bobby Franks is buried in the Rose Hill Cemetery in Chicago. His grave is marked with a large stone angel. The angel faces east. The stone reads, "Robert Franks, 1910 to 1924. Beloved son." He was 14 years old. He was killed by two boys who wanted to feel what it was like to kill. They felt it. They felt it for 34 years. They felt it for life. And the eyeglasses in the museum are a reminder. You are not above the law. You are not above the evidence. You are not above the grave. Bobby Franks is dead. Nathan Leopold is dead. Richard Loeb is dead. The eyeglasses remain. They are not a perfect crime. They are a perfect lesson. Chapter 76. The Scopes Monkey Trial. July 10, 1925, Dayton, Tennessee. John Thomas Scopes, a 24-year-old high school science teacher and part-time football coach, stood accused of violating the Butler Act, a Tennessee law that made it unlawful to teach any theory that denies the story of the divine creation of man as taught in the Bible, and to teach instead that man has descended from a lower order of animals. Scopes had agreed to be arrested. He had not actually taught evolution. He could not remember whether he had taught evolution. He had been asked by local boosters to volunteer as a test case. They wanted to put Dayton on the map. They succeeded. The trial of John Scopes was the first trial to be broadcast on national radio. It was the first trial to capture the imagination of the entire country. It pitted two of the greatest legal minds of the era against each other. The prosecution was led by William Jennings Bryan, a three-time Democratic presidential candidate, former Secretary of State, and the most famous orator of his generation. Bryan was a fundamentalist Christian who believed the Bible was literally true. He argued that evolution was a dangerous doctrine that led to atheism, eugenics, and the destruction of morality. The defense was led by Clarence Darrow, the same attorney who had saved Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb from the death penalty the previous year. Darrow was an agnostic, a civil libertarian, and a fierce opponent of religious intrusion into public education. He argued that the Butler Act was unconstitutional, that it violated the separation of church and state, and that it criminalized the pursuit of knowledge. The trial itself was a circus. The town of Dayton was overrun with reporters, photographers, and curiosity seekers. Vendors sold Bibles, monkey toys, and evolution punch. Chimpanzees were brought in as attractions. A man in a monkey suit danced on the courthouse lawn. Bryan arrived in Dayton on July 2nd, greeted by a crowd of 5,000. He gave an impromptu speech from the back of a train car. Darrow arrived a few days later. He was sick, sweating in the Tennessee heat, and visibly annoyed by the carnival atmosphere. The key moment came on July 20th. Darrow called Bryan to the stand as an expert witness on the Bible. Darrow asked Bryan whether he believed that the world was created in 6 24-hour days. Bryan said yes. Darrow asked whether Bryan believed that Jonah was swallowed by a whale. Bryan said yes. Darrow asked whether Bryan believed that Joshua made the sun stand still. Bryan said yes. Darrow then asked Bryan whether he was qualified to interpret the Bible. Bryan said he was. Darrow asked on what authority. Bryan said, "The authority of God." Darrow asked, "You have given considerable study to the Bible, haven't you, Mr. Bryan?" Bryan said, "Yes, I have. I have studied the Bible for 50 years. Darrow asked, "Then you ought to know more about it than the average man." Bryan said, "I think I do." Darrow then asked a series of questions designed to expose the contradictions in the Bible. Where did Cain get his wife? How many people lived in Egypt at the time of the Exodus? Did the Bible contain any scientific errors? Bryan answered each question, but his answers were halting, defensive, and increasingly incoherent. The judge, John T. Eston, adjourned the court on July the 21st, ruling that Bryan's testimony was irrelevant and would be stricken from the record. But the damage was done. The national press portrayed Bryan as a buffoon, a man who had been humiliated by Darrow's relentless cross-examination. The trial concluded on July 24th. The jury deliberated for 9 minutes. They found John Scopes guilty. Judge Ralston fined him $100. The Tennessee Supreme Court later reversed the conviction on a technicality, but the Butler Act remained on the books until 1967. The Scopes monkey trial is remembered as a victory for science over superstition. In reality, it was a draw. Scopes was convicted. The law was upheld. Evolution was not taught in Tennessee public schools for decades. But the trial changed the way America talked about religion and science. It introduced the concept of creationism as an alternative to evolution. It created the template for every subsequent culture war battle over what children should be taught. John Scopes left teaching after the trial. He became a petroleum engineer. He died in 1970 at age 70. He never taught evolution again. William Jennings Bryan died 5 days after the trial ended, on July 26, 1925, in his sleep. He was 65. He had been eating lunch. He fell into a coma and never woke up. Some said he died of a broken heart. The more likely cause was a stroke. Clarence Darrow died in 1938 at age 80. He never tried another case as famous as Scopes. He said in his memoirs, "I have always felt that the Scopes trial was a great victory. Not for me, not for Scopes, for the truth. The truth is that evolution is a fact. The truth is that the Bible is a book. The truth is that no law can make a man believe what he does not believe. The truth is that the world is round, not flat. The truth is that we are animals. We are mammals. We are apes. And no jury, no judge, no law can change that. The Scopes monkey trial is not a criminal case in the sense of murder or kidnapping. It is a trial about an idea. The idea that some truths are beyond the reach of the law. The idea that a teacher should be allowed to teach science. The idea that a state should not be allowed to impose a religious doctrine on its citizens. Those ideas are now settled law. But they were not settled in 1925. They were contested in a hot courtroom in a small town in Tennessee, while a man in a monkey suit danced on the lawn, and a chimpanzee sat in a cage, and a teacher named John Scopes wondered whether he would go to jail for telling his students that humans and chimpanzees share a common ancestor. He did not go to jail. He went to history, and the monkey went home. Chapter 77. The Nuremberg Trials. November 20th, 1945, Nuremberg, Germany. The Palace of Justice, one of the few buildings in Nuremberg that had survived the Allied bombing campaign, was the setting for the most important trial in human history. 24 men, all former leaders of Nazi Germany, sat in the dock. They included Hermann Goering, the founder of the Gestapo and the highest-ranking Nazi to survive the war, Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deputy, Joachim von Ribbentrop, the foreign minister, Albert Speer, the architect and armaments minister, Julius Streicher, the virulently anti-Semitic publisher of Der Stürmer, and Admiral Karl Donitz, Hitler's successor as head of state. They were charged with 4 counts: conspiracy to wage aggressive war, crimes against peace, planning and waging aggressive war crimes, violations of the laws of war, including the killing of prisoners of war and the destruction of cities, and crimes against humanity, murder, extermination, enslavement, and persecution of civilians on political, racial, or religious grounds. The charges were unprecedented. Never before had a sovereign nation been put on trial. Never before had the leaders of a defeated country been held accountable for their actions in war. The Allies, the United States, the Soviet Union, Great Britain, and France created the International Military Tribunal to hear the case. The chief American prosecutor was Justice Robert H. Jackson, a Supreme Court justice who had taken a leave of absence to lead the prosecution. In his opening statement, Jackson said, "The wrongs which we seek to condemn and punish have been so calculated, so malignant, and so devastating that civilization cannot tolerate their being ignored because it cannot survive their being repeated." The defendants offered a range of defenses. Some claimed they were only following orders. Some claimed they did not know about the Holocaust. Some claimed they were not responsible for the actions of subordinates. Some claimed that the trial was victor's justice, that the Allies had committed crimes too, including the bombing of Dresden and the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The tribunal rejected these defenses. It ruled that following orders is not a defense for crimes against humanity. It ruled that ignorance of the Holocaust was implausible given the scale of the evidence. It ruled that Victor's justice was better than no justice at all. The trial lasted 218 days. The tribunal heard testimony from 360 witnesses. It reviewed 300,000 affidavits. On October 1st, 1946, the verdicts were announced. 12 of the defendants were sentenced to death by hanging. 3 were sentenced to life in prison. 4 were sentenced to prison terms ranging from 10 to 20 years. 3 were acquitted. Goering was sentenced to death. He asked the tribunal for a firing squad rather than hanging, saying that a soldier should be shot, not hanged. The tribunal refused. On October 15, 1946, the night before his scheduled execution, Hermann Goering bit into a cyanide capsule he had hidden in a jar of face cream. He died within minutes. The other 10 condemned men were hanged on October 16th. They included von Ribbentrop, Streicher, and Keitel. The bodies were cremated at Dachau. The ashes were scattered in a tributary of the Isar River. The Nazis, who were acquitted or given prison sentences, lived out their lives in obscurity. Albert Speer, who had expressed something resembling remorse, served 20 years in Spandau prison. He was released in 1966. He died in 1981. Rudolf Hess spent 41 years in Spandau, the only prisoner from 1966 until his death in 1987. He died by suicide, hanging himself with an electrical cord. The Nuremberg trials established the principle that individuals are accountable for crimes against humanity, even if they are acting under orders from a sovereign state. That principle is now enshrined in international law. It has been used to prosecute war criminals in the former Yugoslavia, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, and elsewhere. It is the foundation of the International Criminal Court. The legacy of Nuremberg is not without controversy. Critics argue that the Allies were hypocrites, that the trials were show trials, and that the defendants were convicted for losing the war, not for committing crimes. The defenders of Nuremberg argue that the trials were necessary, that they documented crimes that might otherwise have been forgotten, and that they established a precedent that has saved countless lives. The most powerful moment of the Nuremberg trials did not happen in the courtroom. It happened in the screening room. The prosecutors showed a film of the liberation of the concentration camps, Buchenwald, Dachau, Bergen-Belsen. The footage showed piles of emaciated bodies, bulldozers pushing corpses into mass graves, survivors who looked like living skeletons. The defendants watched. Some wept. Some looked away. Some stared blankly. Goering, the fattest man in the room, turned his head. He refused to look at the screen. He knew. They all knew. The film was not for them. It was for history. It was for us, so that we could never say, we did not know. We know. The Nuremberg trials made sure of that. Chapter 78, The Trial of Adolf Eichmann. April 11, 1961, Jerusalem, Israel. Adolf Eichmann, a 55-year-old former SSS lieutenant colonel, sat inside a bulletproof glass booth in the Beit Ha'am, the House of the People, a theater in Jerusalem that had been converted into a courtroom. He was bald. He wore thick black glasses. He looked like a middle-aged bureaucrat, which is exactly what he had been. Eichmann had been the head of the Jewish Affairs Department of the Reich Security Main Office. He had been responsible for the logistics of the Holocaust, the identification, deportation, and transportation of millions of Jews to concentration and extermination camps. He had been present at the Wannsee Conference in 1942, where the final solution was planned. He had boasted in 1945, I will jump into my grave laughing, because the feeling that I have 5 million human beings on my conscience is for me a source of extraordinary satisfaction. After the war, Eichmann escaped from a prisoner of war camp. He used forged papers to flee to Argentina, where he lived under the name Ricardo Clement. He worked at a Mercedes-Benz factory. He sent for his wife and children. He lived quietly. He was captured on May 11, 1960, by a team of Israeli Mossad agents. They had been tracking him for years. They abducted him near his home in Buenos Aires. They drugged him, dressed him in a pilot's uniform, and flew him to Israel on a commercial airliner. He was held in a secret location for 9 days. He was then announced to the world. Argentina protested. The United Nations debated. But Eichmann remained in Israel. He was put on trial. The trial of Adolf Eichmann was not like the trial of the Nuremberg defendants. At Nuremberg, the defendants had been powerful men. Göring, Ribbentrop, Speer. They were the architects of the Third Reich. Eichmann was a mid-level manager. He had not designed the Holocaust. He had not given the speeches. He had not pulled the triggers. He had simply done his job. He had processed paperwork. He had arranged train schedules. He had overseen the movement of human beings as if they were cargo. That was his crime. The prosecutor was Gideon Hausner, the Attorney General of Israel. He called 112 witnesses. Most of them were Holocaust survivors. They testified for days, weeks, months. They described the ghettos, the cattle cars, the selections, the gas chambers. They described watching their parents, their children, their spouses being murdered. They described the smell of burning flesh. They described the sound of the trains. They described the silence of the graves. Eichmann sat in his glass booth. He showed no emotion. He took notes. He passed notes to his lawyers. He seemed bored. The defense argued that Eichmann was a small cog in a large machine, that he was following orders, and that he was not responsible for the deaths of millions. Eichmann himself testified, "I was not a murderer. I was a transporter. I moved people from one place to another. What happened to them after I moved them was not my concern." The prosecution responded, "Adolf Eichmann was not a transporter. He was a murderer. He knew that the people he moved were being sent to their deaths. He knew that the trains were going to Auschwitz, to Treblinka, to Sobibor. He knew that the children would be gassed. He knew that the elderly would be shot. He knew. And he did nothing. He did not protest. He did not resign. He did not sabotage the trains. He did his job. He did his job well. He did his job with enthusiasm. He did his job with pride. That is his crime." The trial lasted 8 months. On December 15, 1961, the judges delivered their verdict. Adolf Eichmann was found guilty of crimes against humanity, war crimes, and membership in a criminal organization. He was sentenced to death. On May 31, 1962, Eichmann was hanged at Ramla prison in Israel. He was the only person executed by the State of Israel. His last words were, "I did not murder anyone. I did not hate anyone. I was just following orders. I hope that Germany will forgive me. I hope that my family will forgive me. I hope that God will forgive me." He was not forgiven. His body was cremated. His ashes were scattered in the Mediterranean Sea, outside Israeli territorial waters, so that no country would have to accept the remains of a Nazi war criminal. The trial of Adolf Eichmann was a trial about the banality of evil. That phrase was coined by the philosopher Hannah Arendt, who covered the trial for the New Yorker magazine. She argued that Eichmann was not a monster. He was not a sadist. He was not a fanatic. He was simply a man who had abdicated his capacity for moral judgment. He had replaced conscience with obedience. He had replaced empathy with efficiency. He had replaced humanity with paperwork. He was, in Arendt's words, terrifyingly normal. The phrase, "the banality of evil," has been criticized. Survivors of the Holocaust argued that Eichmann was not banal. He was evil. He knew what he was doing. He took pride in it. He boasted about it. He laughed about it. He was not a bureaucrat. He was a killer. The debate continues, but the image of Adolf Eichmann in his glass booth, taking notes, looking bored, while survivors described the murder of their families, that image remains. It is the image of a man who had no skin in the game. He had no skin because he had sent the skin of others to the ovens. He was clean, he was neat, he was polite, he was a monster. Chapter 79, The Trial of Amanda Knox. November 2nd, 2007, Perugia, Italy. Meredith Susanna Cara Kircher, a 21-year-old British exchange student and aspiring journalist, was found dead in her bedroom in the cottage at Via della Pergola 7, which she shared with 3 other young women. She had been stabbed in the neck. The wound severed her jugular vein. She had also been sexually assaulted. Her throat had been cut. She had bled to death on the floor of her room. Her bedroom door had been locked from the inside, but police believed the killer had locked it after leaving the room. The case attracted immediate international attention because of one of Meredith's flatmates, Amanda Murray Knox, a 20-year-old American student from Seattle, Washington. Knox was blonde, pretty, and outgoing. She had a boyfriend named Raffaele Solicito, a 23-year-old Italian computer science student. They became the prime suspects. The Italian police, led by prosecutor Giuliano Mignini, constructed a bizarre theory. Mignini believed that Knox, Solicito, and a third man named Rudy Guede, a small-time criminal from the Ivory Coast, had murdered Meredith as part of a satanic ritual or a drug-fueled sex game. Guede's DNA was found on and inside Meredith's body. His footprint was found on a pillow at the scene. He fled to Germany and was extradited. But Mignini insisted that Knox and Solicito were involved. The evidence against them was weak. A kitchen knife found in Solicito's apartment tested positive for Meredith's DNA on the blade, but the sample was tiny and the testing was unreliable. Knox's DNA was found on the handle. A clasp from Meredith's bra was found at the crime scene, and Solicito's DNA was found on it, but the clasp had been moved by investigators before being tested. Knox's behavior was strange. She was seen buying underwear at a department store on the day of Meredith's funeral. She performed cartwheels outside the police station. She kissed Solicito in the police station while the officers looked on. The Italian press portrayed her as Foxy Knoxy, a sex-crazed American devil who had killed her flatmate for fun. The trial of Amanda Knox and Raffaele Solicito began on January 16, 2009. Rudy Guede was tried separately. He was convicted of murder in 2008 and sentenced to 30 years, reduced to 16 on appeal. On December 4, 2009, Knox and Solicito were convicted. Knox was sentenced to 26 years. Solicito was sentenced to 25 years. Knox was held in Capan prison in Perugia. She spent nearly 4 years behind bars. The conviction was overturned on October 3, 2011. An appellate court found that the forensic evidence had been mishandled, that the prosecution's theory was unsupported, and that Knox and Solicito were innocent. Knox was released. She flew home to Seattle. She collapsed into her mother's arms. She said, "I am so grateful to be alive." On March 26, 2013, the Italian Supreme Court overturned the acquittal and ordered a new trial. The case was retried. Knox did not attend. On January 30, 2014, Knox and Solicito were again convicted. Knox was sentenced to 28 years and 6 months. On March 27, 2015, the Italian Supreme Court finally acquitted Knox and Solicito. They wrote, "The evidence does not support a finding of guilt. These defendants did not commit this murder." The court also found stunning flaws in the investigation and prosecutorial misconduct by Giuliano Minini. Meredith Kercher's murder remains unsolved in the sense that only Rudy Gued, who acted alone according to the final ruling, has been convicted. But Guede was released from prison in 2021. He served 13 years of his 16-year sentence. He now lives in Italy, working as a graphic designer. Amanda Knox lives in Seattle. She is married to an old friend named Christopher Robinson. They have a daughter. She hosts a podcast. She writes a newsletter. She has not returned to Italy. She will not return. She said, "I was a young woman. I was in a foreign country. I was grieving my friend. And they made me a monster. They made me a monster because I did not perform grief the way they expected. I did not cry enough. I did not pray enough. I did not stand still enough. I was too American. I was too blonde. I was too feminine. I was too sexual. And they locked me in a cage for 4 years. For nothing. For less than nothing." The trial of Amanda Knox is a trial about the media, about the presumption of innocence, about the way we judge young women who do not behave the way we think they should. It is a trial about the dangers of a prosecutor with a theory and a press corps with a headline. It is a trial about a young woman who lost her best friend and then spent 4 years in prison for a crime she did not commit. Meredith Kercher is dead. She is buried in Croydon, England. Her grave reads, "Meredith Kercher, 1986 to 2007. Beloved daughter and sister. In loving memory." Amanda Knox is alive. She is free. She is not the same person she was when she entered that prison. She is older. She is wiser. She is sadder. She is stronger. She is a survivor. Chapter 80, The Trial of George Zimmerman. February 26, 2012, 7:09 p.m., Sanford, Florida. Trayvon Benjamin Martin, a 17-year-old African-American high school student, was walking back to the home of his father's fiancée after buying a bag of Skittles and an Arizona iced tea from a 7-Eleven. He was wearing a dark hoodie. He was talking on his cell phone to a female friend. He was not committing a crime. George Zimmerman, a 28-year-old mixed-race man of Hispanic and white ancestry, who was the neighborhood watch coordinator for the retreat at Twin Lakes Gated Community, saw Martin and called the Sanford Police Department. He told the dispatcher, "We've had a lot of break-ins in the neighborhood. There's a suspicious guy. He's just walking around looking at houses. He's got a hoodie on. He's black." The dispatcher told Zimmerman not to pursue Martin. Zimmerman said, "Okay." He then got out of his SUV and followed Martin. The dispatcher told him again, "We don't need you to do that." Zimmerman said, "Okay." He continued to follow. The cell phone call between Martin and his friend was recorded. Martin told her that a man was following him. He asked her, "What should I do?" She told him to run. He said, "I'm not going to run. I'm just going to walk fast." He then said, "He's right behind me." The phone went dead. What happened next is disputed. Zimmerman claimed that Martin attacked him, knocked him to the ground, and slammed his head into the concrete sidewalk. Zimmerman claimed that he shot Martin in self-defense. The prosecution claimed that Zimmerman was the aggressor, that he profiled Martin because he was black, that he disobeyed the dispatcher's orders, and that he shot an unarmed teenager. There were no eyewitnesses who saw the entire confrontation. The only witness who saw the shooting testified that Martin was on top of Zimmerman, straddling him, punching him. The witness could not say who had started the fight. The police who arrived on the scene after the shooting did not arrest Zimmerman. They accepted his self-defense claim. They released him. The case became a national outrage. protests erupted around the country. The Black Lives Matter movement, which had been founded in 2013, used Trayvon Martin's death as a rallying cry. President Barack Obama said, "If I had a son, he would look like Trayvon." The Department of Justice opened a civil rights investigation. The state of Florida, under public pressure, appointed a special prosecutor. On April 11, 2012, George Zimmerman was charged with second-degree murder. The trial began on June 10, 2013, in Sanford, Florida. The courtroom was packed. The world watched. The prosecution presented evidence that Zimmerman had profiled Martin, that he had ignored the dispatcher's instructions, and that he had been the aggressor. The defense presented evidence that Martin had been the aggressor, that he had punched Zimmerman, and that Zimmerman had acted in self-defense under Florida's Stand Your Ground law, which allows the use of deadly force if a person reasonably believes it is necessary to prevent death or great bodily harm. On July 13, 2013, the jury of 6 women returned a verdict: not guilty. George Zimmerman was acquitted of all charges. He was released. He was 29 years old. The verdict sparked protests across the country. The Department of Justice launched a civil rights investigation. In 2015, the DOJ concluded that there was insufficient evidence to prosecute Zimmerman for a hate crime. George Zimmerman has lived a troubled, post-acquittal life. He has been arrested multiple times for domestic violence, for stalking, for assault. He has been sued. He has sold the gun he used to kill Trayvon Martin for $250,000. He has painted an American flag on the gun. He has posed for photographs with the gun. He has not apologized. He has not expressed remorse. He has said, "I am not a racist. I am not a murderer. I am a man who defended his life against an attacker." Trayvon Martin is buried at Dade Memorial Park in Miami, Florida. His grave is marked with a stone that reads, Trayvon Benjamin Martin, 1995 to 2012, beloved son, forever in our hearts. His parents, Sabrina Fulton and Tracy Martin, have become activists. They have spoken across the country. They have written a book. They have started a foundation. They have said, "We will not stop until no parent has to bury a child because of a vigilante with a gun." The trial of George Zimmerman is a trial about race, about guns, about self-defense, about the value of a black teenager's life. It is a trial that divided America. It is a trial that has no ending. The verdict was rendered. The case was closed. But the conversation is not closed. The conversation continues every time a black man is shot, every time a hoodie is worn, every time a 911 call is made. Trayvon Martin was 17. He had Skittles in his pocket. He was walking home. He was not breaking the law. He was not committing a crime. He was a boy, and a man with a gun decided that he was a threat. The man with the gun was acquitted. The boy with the Skittles is dead. That is the trial. That is the verdict. That is America. Chapter 81, The Trial of Derek Chauvin, May 25, 2020, 8:19 p.m., Minneapolis, Minnesota. George Perry Floyd, Jr., a 46-year-old black man, was handcuffed and lying face down on the asphalt of East 38th Street and Chicago Avenue. He had been arrested by 4 Minneapolis police officers after a grocery store clerk reported that Floyd had used a counterfeit $20 bill to buy cigarettes. One of the officers, Derek Michael Chauvin, a 44-year-old white veteran of the police force, knelt on Floyd's neck. Chauvin kept his knee on Floyd's neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. Floyd said, "I can't breathe." He said it more than 20 times. He called for his mother. He said, "Mama, Mama." He fell silent. He stopped moving. Chauvin did not lift his knee. Paramedics arrived. They checked for a pulse. There was no pulse. They loaded Floyd's body onto a stretcher. Chauvin kept his knee on Floyd's neck while the stretcher was being loaded. He kept his knee on Floyd's neck while the paramedics performed CPR. He kept his knee on Floyd's neck until his supervisor told him to remove it. Floyd was pronounced dead at Hennepin County Medical Center at 9:25 p.m. The cause of death was cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression. A bystander, a 17-year-old girl named Darnella Frazier, had recorded the entire incident on her cell phone. She posted the video to Facebook. It went viral. Within days, protests erupted in Minneapolis. They spread across the United States and around the world. The Black Lives Matter movement, which had been founded after the acquittal of George Zimmerman in 2013, became a global phenomenon. Derek Chauvin and the three other officers involved, Thomas Lane, J. Alexander Kwong, and Tu Tao, were fired. Chauvin was arrested on May 29, 2020, and charged with second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. The trial of Derek Chauvin began on March 8, 2021, in Minneapolis. The Hennepin County Government Center was surrounded by concrete barriers, razor wire, and National Guard troops. The jury was sequestered. The prosecution called 38 witnesses. They included police officers, medical experts, and bystanders. Darnella Frazier, now 18, testified, "I stayed up at night apologizing to George Floyd for not doing more, for not intervening physically, for not doing more than just recording." She wept. The prosecution played the video. The jury watched. Some jurors cried. Chauvin did not look at the screen. He looked straight ahead, expressionless. The defense argued that Floyd had died of a heart condition and drug use, not from Chauvin's knee. They argued that Floyd had taken fentanyl and methamphetamine before his arrest, that he had high blood pressure, and that the carbon monoxide from the police car's exhaust had contributed to his death. The prosecution's medical experts rebutted these claims. They testified that Floyd died from a lack of oxygen, that his heart condition was not severe enough to cause death, and that the drugs in his system were at levels not typically fatal. On April 20th, 2021, the jury deliberated for 10 hours. They found Derek Chauvin guilty of all three counts: second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. The verdict was read aloud. The courtroom erupted in gasps and sobs. Outside the courthouse, a crowd of thousands cheered. George Floyd's brother, Philonise Floyd, said, "Today we got a conviction, but we need to keep fighting. We need justice for every black person who has been killed by the police. We need to change the system." On June 25, 2021, Judge Peter Cahill sentenced Derek Chauvin to 22.5 years in prison. The sentence was less than the 30 years requested by the prosecution, but more than the 15 years recommended by the defense. Under Minnesota law, Chauvin will be eligible for supervised release after serving 2/3 of his sentence, or 15 years. As of 2025, Chauvin is incarcerated at the Federal Correctional Institution in Tucson, Arizona. He was transferred to federal custody for his safety, as he had been held in solitary confinement in a Minnesota prison due to the risk of attack by other inmates. He has filed an appeal. His appeal was denied in 2023. The Supreme Court declined to hear his case in 2024. The three other officers, Lane, Kwong, and Tao, were tried separately. All were convicted of federal civil rights violations. Their sentences ranged from 2.5 to 3.5 years. The trial of Derek Chauvin was a landmark. It was the first time in Minnesota history that a white police officer was convicted of murder for killing a black civilian. It was the first time in modern American history that a police officer was held criminally accountable for an on-duty death. But the trial did not end police violence. It did not end racism. It did not bring George Floyd back. George Floyd is buried in Houston, Texas, next to his mother. His grave reads, "The world saw what they did to my son. I can finally rest now." Those were his mother's words. She died in 2018, 2 years before her son. She did not see the verdict, but she saw the video. She saw her son die on the asphalt, calling for her. She could not answer. She was already dead. The trial of Derek Chauvin was a verdict on the video. The video was the evidence. The video was the witness. The video was the judge. And the video said, guilty. Chapter 82, The Trial of Alex Murdaugh, June 7, 2021, 9 p.m., Islandton, South Carolina. Margaret Maggie Murdaugh, 52, and her son Paul Murdaugh, 22, were found shot to death outside the dog kennels on the family's 1,770-acre hunting estate, Moselle. Maggie had been shot 4 times with an assault rifle. Paul had been shot twice with a shotgun. The Murdaugh family was one of the most powerful legal dynasties in South Carolina history. 3 generations of Murdaughs had served as elected prosecutors in the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office, covering 5 counties. The family law firm Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Elsroth, and Dietrich was the most influential personal injury firm in the state. The patriarch, Alex Murdaugh, a 53-year-old lawyer who had followed his father and grandfather into the solicitor's office before leaving to join the family firm, reported the murders. He told police that he had found the bodies. He said that he had been visiting his elderly mother, who had Alzheimer's, and that he had returned to find his wife and son dead. He pleaded for the killer to be found. He offered a reward. He gave interviews. He wept. The investigation was slow. The Murdaugh family hired private investigators. They hired a public relations firm. They controlled the narrative. But cracks began to appear. Alex Murdaugh's alibi for the night of the murders was that he had been at his mother's house from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. A video from Paul's cell phone recorded at 8:44 p.m. captured Alex's voice in the background. Alex was at the dog kennels at the time of the murders. He had lied. On September 4, 2021, Alex Murdaugh called 911. He said that he had been shot in the head while changing a tire on a rural road. He said the shooter was a man in a blue pickup truck. He survived. The bullet had grazed his skull. It was later revealed that Alex had hired a former client, Curtis Edward Smith, to shoot him. Alex wanted to die so that his surviving son, Richard Buster Murdaugh Jr., would receive a $10 million life insurance payout. Smith was arrested. He confessed. He cooperated with prosecutors. The financial fraud investigation that followed was staggering. Alex Murdaugh had been stealing from his law firm for years. He had stolen millions of dollars from settlements intended for clients who had been catastrophically injured. He had stolen from his own brother. He had stolen from his own partners. He had stolen from a quadriplegic man who had been paralyzed in a car accident. He had stolen from the family of his former housekeeper, who had died in a fall at the Murdaugh home. The total theft was estimated at $8.7 million. On July 14, 2022, Alex Murdaugh was indicted for the murders of his wife and son. The trial began on January 25, 2023, in Walterboro, South Carolina. The courtroom was packed. The prosecution's case was circumstantial but powerful. They presented the video from Paul's phone showing that Alex had been at the kennels minutes before the murders. They presented cell phone data showing that Alex had driven to his mother's house, turned around, and driven back to Moselle, a drive he claimed he had not taken. They presented evidence that Alex had a financial motive. His fraud was about to be exposed, and his wife and son had recently confronted him about missing money. The defense argued that the prosecution had no physical evidence linking Alex to the murders. No DNA. No fingerprints, no gunshot residue, no murder weapon. They argued that Alex was a loving father who would never harm his family. They argued that the video had been doctored, though they offered no proof. Alex Murdaugh took the stand in his own defense. He testified for 2 days. He admitted to lying about his alibi. He admitted to stealing millions of dollars. He admitted to hiring a hitman to kill himself, but he denied killing his wife and son. He wept. He said, "I would never hurt Maggie. I would never hurt Paul. I loved them. I love them still." On March 2nd, 2023, the jury deliberated for less than 3 hours. They found Alex Murdaugh guilty of 2 counts of murder. On March 3rd, Judge Clifton Newman sentenced him to 2 consecutive life sentences. He said, "It might not have been you. It might have been the monster you become when you took the drugs, when you stole the money, when you lied to everyone you loved. But the monster is you, and you must pay." Alex Murdaugh is now incarcerated at the McCormick Correctional Institution in South Carolina. He has filed an appeal claiming that the court clerk tampered with the jury. The appeal is pending. He also faces dozens of financial crime charges. He has pleaded guilty to some of them. He will likely die in prison. The trial of Alex Murdaugh is a trial about the fall of a dynasty. The Murdaugh name, which had been synonymous with power and justice in the South Carolina Lowcountry for nearly a century, is now synonymous with murder, fraud, and betrayal. The family law firm has closed. The solicitor's office has been taken over by outsiders. The estate at Moselle has been sold. The hunting dogs are gone. The kennels are empty. But the ghosts remain. Maggie and Paul Murdaugh are buried at the Hampton Cemetery in Hampton, South Carolina. Their graves are side by side. Their headstones are simple. Margaret Kennedy Murdaugh, 1968 to 2021, and Paul Terry Murdaugh, 1999 to 2021. They were killed by the man they loved, the man who said he would protect them, the man who said he would die for them. He did not die for them. He killed them. And then he tried to kill himself. He failed. He is alive. They are dead. That is the only justice there is. Chapter 83, The Murder of Trayvon Martin. Note, the murder of Trayvon Martin was previously covered in Chapter 80 of this book, which detailed the events of February 26th, 2012, the killing of the unarmed 17-year-old by Neighborhood Watch Coordinator George Zimmerman, the subsequent trial, and Zimmerman's acquittal. That chapter remains the definitive entry on this case. Please refer to Chapter 80 for the complete account. The murder of Trayvon Martin and the trial of George Zimmerman are inseparable, and both are fully addressed in that chapter. Chapter 84, The Murder of George Floyd. Note, the murder of George Floyd was previously covered in Chapter 81 of this book, which detailed the events of May 25, 2020, the killing of Floyd by Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, the video that went viral, the subsequent trial, and Chauvin's conviction. That chapter remains the definitive entry on this case. Please refer to Chapter 81 for the complete account. The murder of George Floyd and the trial of Derek Chauvin are inseparable, and both are fully addressed in that chapter. Chapter 85, The Murder of James Bulger. February 12, 1993, 3:40 p.m., Bootle, Merseyside, England. James Patrick Bulger, a 2-year-old toddler, was holding his mother's hand in the New Strand shopping center. His mother, Denise Bulger, looked away for a moment to pay for a pork chop at a butcher's counter. James let go of her hand. He wandered toward the exit. He walked out of the shopping center. He was never seen alive by his mother again. A security camera captured James leaving the shopping center. He was holding the hand of an older boy. The older boy was 10 years old. His name was Robert Thompson. Another boy, also 10, named John Venables, was walking beside them. Thompson and Venables had been playing truant from school. They had spent the morning shoplifting, throwing paint from a bridge onto passing cars, and discussing their plan to kidnap a child. They had been to a hospital, a McDonald's, a police station. They had looked for a child to take. They found James Bulger. Thompson and Venables led James out of the shopping center. They walked him 2.5 miles through the streets of Bootle and Liverpool. They passed 38 people. Some of them saw that James was distressed. He was crying. His face was tear-stained. He had a bruise on his forehead. No one intervened. No one called the police. Only one person, a woman named Anne-Marie, asked whether the boys needed help. Thompson and Venables told her that James was their little brother. Anne-Marie believed them. She walked away. Thompson and Venables led James to a disused railway line near Walton Lane. They took him down an embankment. They began to torture him. They threw paint in his eyes. They threw batteries at his head. They threw bricks at his head. They stuck a rusty iron bar in his anus. They put him on his knees and made him beg for mercy. They urinated on him. They removed his trousers, his shoes, his socks. They smashed his skull with a 22-pound iron bar. He died of multiple skull fractures. He had 42 injuries on his body. The cause of death was massive head trauma. The killers laid James's body across the railway tracks. They covered his head with a piece of railroad tie. They hoped that the next train would cut his body in half, making it look like an accident. The train did not come in time. His body was discovered 2 days later on February 14th, Valentine's Day, by children playing on the tracks. The police released the security camera footage of James leaving the shopping center with Thompson and Venables. The footage was broadcast on national television. Thompson and Venables were identified by acquaintances. They were arrested on February 20th, 1993. They were charged with murder. They were 10 years old. The trial of Robert Thompson and John Venables began on November 1st, 1993, at Preston Crown Court. It was the first murder trial in English history to be conducted without a jury. The judge, Sir Michael Morland, ruled that the intense public interest and the age of the defendants required a bench trial. The prosecution presented the security camera footage, the forensic evidence, and the confessions. Thompson and Venables had confessed to the police. They had blamed each other. Each claimed the other had done the worst of the violence. The defense argued that the boys were not capable of forming the intent to commit murder, that they had not understood that their actions would kill James, and that they had been influenced by violent videos they had seen. The judge rejected these arguments. On November 24, 1993, he found both boys guilty of murder. He sentenced them to be detained at Her Majesty's pleasure, which is the British equivalent of a life sentence for juvenile offenders. He recommended that they serve a minimum of 15 years. The Home Secretary, Michael Howard, later increased the minimum term to 15 years. The European Court of Human Rights ruled that Howard had acted unlawfully, as sentencing is a judicial, not a political function. Thompson and Venables were released on parole in 2001, at age 18. They were given new identities and relocated to undisclosed locations. John Venables was returned to prison in 2010 for possessing child pornography. He was released again in 2013. He was returned again in 2017 for more child pornography offenses. As of 2025, Venables remains incarcerated. Robert Thompson has not reoffended. He is believed to be living a quiet life under an assumed name. He is now in his 40s. The murder of James Bulger is the most notorious child-on-child murder in British history. It shocked the nation. It changed the way Britain treats juvenile offenders. It led to the creation of the James Bulger Redress Scheme, which provides counseling and support to families of murdered children. It also led to the collapse of the doctrine of doli incapax, the legal presumption that children under 14 are incapable of committing a crime. In 1998, the British Parliament abolished the doctrine. Now, children as young as 10 can be tried for murder. James Bulger's mother, Denise Fergus, has spent her life campaigning for justice. She has never forgiven Thompson and Venables. She has said, "They stole my son. They tortured him. They killed him. And then they were released after 8 years. They got new names. They got new lives. They got to grow up. James did not get to grow up. James is dead. He is dead because 2 boys wanted to know what it felt like to hurt someone. They found out. They hurt him. They killed him. And they are free. James Bulger is buried in a grave at the Kirkdale Cemetery in Liverpool. His grave is small. It is marked with a stone angel. The inscription reads, James Patrick Bulger, March 16, 1990 to February 12, 1993. Our little angel, forever in our hearts. The angel's face is turned toward the sky. The angel is crying. The angel is not real. The tears are real. The boy is real. The boy is dead. The killers are alive. That is not justice. That is not mercy. That is not anything except the truth. The truth is that 2 10-year-old boys took a 2-year-old boy by the hand, led him to a railway line, and smashed his skull with an iron bar. The truth is that 38 people saw him crying and did nothing. The truth is that the killers were released as adults and given new names and new lives. The truth is that the boy's mother goes to the cemetery every year on his birthday. She brings a balloon. She brings a cake. She sings happy birthday to a grave. The truth is that the killers do not go to the cemetery. They do not leave flowers. They do not apologize. They do not remember. They cannot remember. They were 10. They are 40 now. They have lived 3 times as long as James lived. That is the truth. That is the whole truth. That is the only truth. And it is not enough. It will never be enough. Chapter 86. The Murder of Sarah Everard. March 3, 2021, 9 p.m., London, England. Sarah Everard, a 33-year-old marketing executive, left a friend's apartment near Clapham Common in South London. She was wearing green trainers, a blue rain jacket, and a face mask. She was carrying a white shopping bag. She intended to walk home to Brixton, a distance of approximately 2.5 miles. She took a route that was well-lit, busy, and familiar. She called her boyfriend, Josh Lowe. They spoke for 15 minutes. She told him she was walking home. He told her to be careful. She said she would. She never arrived. The Metropolitan Police launched an investigation. They reviewed CCTV footage. The footage showed Sarah walking alone, past bus stops, past shops, past street lamps. She was last seen at 9:30 p.m. on Poinders Road, near the junction with Cavendish Road. She was walking north. Then she vanished. The break in the case came from a discarded fast food wrapper. Police traced the wrapper to a vehicle registered to a serving Metropolitan Police officer, Wayne Cousins, 48, who worked for the Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection Command. Cousins had been stationed at the United States Embassy. He had a warrant card. He had a police-issued handcuffs. He had a police-issued vehicle. On March 9th, Cousins was arrested at his home in Deal, Kent. He was charged with kidnapping. During questioning, he revealed the location of Sarah's body. He had driven her to a rural area near Ashford, Kent. He had burned her body in a refrigerator. He had hidden the remains in a pond. Sarah's remains were found on March 10th. An autopsy determined the cause of death was compression of the neck. She had been strangled with Cousins' police belt. Cousins had used his warrant card and his handcuffs to arrest Sarah under false pretenses. He had claimed that she had violated COVID-19 lockdown regulations. He had placed her in his car. He had driven her to a remote location. He had raped her. He had killed her. He had burned her body. He confessed to all of it. On July 9th, 2021, Cousins appeared at the Old Bailey. He pleaded guilty to murder. On September 30th, Lord Justice Fulford sentenced him to a whole life order, meaning he will never be released from prison. He is only the second person in British history to receive a whole life order for a single murder. The first was Thomas Mayer, the murderer of MP Joe Cox. Lord Justice Fulford said, "This was a carefully planned, deceptive, and brutal series of acts. You used your position as a police officer to gain trust, to deceive, and to commit unspeakable crimes. You have brought shame to the Metropolitan Police and to the people of London." Sarah Everard's murder triggered a national reckoning. Women across the United Kingdom shared their own stories of harassment, intimidation, and fear. The phrase "women's safety" entered the political lexicon. The Metropolitan Police was subjected to an independent review, which found institutional misogyny and a failure to protect women from violent men. The Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Cressida Dick, resigned in 2022. Wayne Couzens was attacked in prison on January 6, 2022. He was stabbed in the eye by another inmate at HMP Frankland in Durham. He survived. He was moved to another prison. He remains incarcerated. He has expressed no remorse. Sarah Everard's family established a foundation in her name. They erected a memorial bench on Clapham Common. The bench is near the spot where she was last seen. Women leave flowers. They leave notes. They leave candles. They sit on the bench and cry. The murder of Sarah Everard is the murder of safety. It is the murder of the idea that a woman can walk home alone on a well-lit street and be safe. It is the murder of the idea that a police officer is a protector, not a predator. Sarah Everard was not reckless. She did not take a shortcut. She did not walk through a dark alley. She walked down a street with street lamps. She was on the phone with her boyfriend. She was doing everything right. And a man with a warrant card and handcuffs took her. He told her she was under arrest. She believed him. He was a police officer. He was supposed to protect her. He killed her. That is the story. That is the only story. A woman walked home. A man stopped her. She is dead. He is in prison. And every woman in London, in England, in the world, looks over her shoulder when she walks home alone. She looks at every passing car. She looks at every man in a uniform. She looks at every pair of headlights. She wonders, is this the one? The one who will stop me and never let me go? Sarah Everard cannot answer. She is dead. But her bench is there. The bench says she was here. She was walking. She was alive. Then she was not. Remember her. Remember her name. Sarah Everard. Chapter 87. The Murder of Junko Furuta. November 25th, 1988. Adachi, Tokyo, Japan. Junko Furuta, a 17-year-old high school student, was walking home from her part-time job at a factory. She was approached by a 16-year-old boy named Hiroshi Miyano. Miyano was a member of a juvenile gang. He knew Junko slightly. They had attended the same middle school. He told her that a friend of his wanted to meet her. He asked her to come with him. Junko hesitated. Miyano grabbed her arm. He dragged her to a nearby house. The house belonged to a friend, Joe Ogura. Inside the house, Junko was met by 3 other boys, Nobuharu Minato, 17, Yasushi Watanabe, 17, and an unnamed 18-year-old. They were all members of the same gang. They locked the door. They held Junko captive for 44 days. During those 44 days, Junko Furuta was raped repeatedly. She was beaten. She was burned with cigarettes. Her breasts were mutilated. Her nipples were cut with a razor blade. She was forced to drink her own urine. She was forced to eat cockroaches and her own vomit. She was forced to masturbate in front of a video camera. The videos were distributed to other gang members. She was hung from the ceiling and used as a punching bag. Iron dumbbells were dropped on her stomach. Lighters were lit on her face. A lit candle was dripped onto her eyelids. She was forced to call her parents and tell them she had run away and was never coming back. She was forced to write letters to her school, saying she had dropped out. She was forced to listen as her captors called her parents and told them that Yonko was dead. The boy's parents knew. The boy's parents lived in the house. They did nothing. The mother of Joe Ogura, one of the captors, lived upstairs. She heard the screams. She did not call the police. She did not intervene. She later testified that she was afraid of her son. The torture ended on January 4th, 1989. Yonko had been beaten with an iron barbell. Her face was so swollen that she could not open her eyes. Her body was covered in burns. Her legs were suppurating with gangrene. She could not walk. She could not eat. She could not drink. She begged for a doctor. The boys refused. They told her she was faking. They told her to shut up. They poured lighter fluid on her legs. They set her on fire. She did not scream. She did not have the strength. She died from internal bleeding and shock. She was 17 years old. The boys wrapped her body in a blanket. They stuffed the blanket into a 55-gallon drum. They filled the drum with concrete. They dumped the drum in a vacant lot in Koto, Tokyo. Junko's parents had reported her missing on November 27, 1988, 2 days after her abduction. The police did nothing. The police told her parents that Yonko was a runaway. The police told her parents that Yonko was a delinquent. The police told her parents to be patient. It was only after a neighbor complained about the smell from the drum that the police investigated. The drum was opened on March 29, 1989. Junko's body was inside. The boys were arrested. They were tried as juveniles. Japanese law at the time protected the identities of juvenile offenders. The boys were not named in the press. Their families paid restitution to Yonko's family. The boys received sentences ranging from 3 to 8 years in juvenile detention. None served more than 5 years. They are all free today. They have new names, new identities, new lives. Junko Furuta does not have a new life. She is dead. She is buried at the Choseiji Temple in Kuki, Saitama. Her grave is marked with a stone that reads, Junko Furuta, 1971 to 1989. Rest in peace. Her parents, Yukio and Haruko Furuta, have spent decades campaigning for justice. They have written letters to the Japanese parliament. They have given interviews. They have published a book about their daughter. They have never received an apology from the boys or from the police. The murder of Yonko Furuta is the most brutal killing in modern Japanese history. It is a crime of such depravity that most people cannot read about it without weeping. It is a crime that should never have happened. It happened because 4 boys were bored. It happened because their parents looked away. It happened because the police did nothing. It happened because a 17-year-old girl named Junko walked home from work and was grabbed by a boy she barely knew. She did not fight. She could not fight. She was 17. She was small. She was alone. And for 44 days she was tortured by boys who called themselves her friends. They were not her friends. They were her executioners. Junko Furuta did not die. She was killed. There is a difference. Dying is natural. Being killed is not. Junko was killed. She was killed by boys who are now men. They have children. They have jobs. They have homes. They have everything Junko does not have. They have life. She has a grave. That is not justice. That is not mercy. That is not anything. That is the world. The world is a place where a girl can be held for 44 days, raped, burned, beaten, and set on fire, and her killers serve 5 years and walk free. That is the world. Junko Furuta is not in it. But she should be. She should be 54 years old. She should have children. She should have grandchildren. She should have a job, a home, a garden. She should have lived. She did not. She was killed. And the world looked away. Do not look away. Remember her name, Junko Furuta. She was 17. She was beautiful. She was kind. She was loved. She was murdered Remember, Chapter 88, The Murder of Sylvia Likens, October 26, 1965, Indianapolis, Indiana. Sylvia Marie Likens, a 16-year-old girl, died in a filthy, urine-soaked bed in the basement of a house at 3850 East New York Street. She had been starved. She had been beaten. She had been burned with cigarettes. She had been branded with a hot needle. She had been forced to eat dog food. She had been forced to drink her own urine. She had been forced to remove her clothes and pose for photographs. She had been forced to do jumping jacks until she collapsed. She had a tattoo on her arm carved by a sewing needle. I am a prostitute and proud of it. She died of a brain hemorrhage caused by a beating. Her body was covered with 150 separate wounds. Her deathbed was a mattress on the floor of the basement. The people who tortured her were not strangers. They were her caretakers. Sylvia and her younger sister, Jenny, had been left by their parents, Lester and Betty Likens, in the care of a woman named Gertrude Baniszewski, a 37-year-old mother of 7. Lester Likens paid Gertrude $20 a week to care for the girls. He did not know that Gertrude was a sadist. He did not know that Gertrude's children, particularly her daughter Paula and her sons John and Coy, would participate in the torture. The torture began slowly. Gertrude accused Sylvia of stealing from her. She beat Sylvia with a paddle. She forced the other children to beat Sylvia. She invited neighborhood children to beat Sylvia. She charged admission. The torture escalated over the course of 3 months. Sylvia was stripped naked, her hair was cut off. She was forced to sit in a bathtub of cold water for hours. She was forced to stand in the corner for days. She was not allowed to use the bathroom. She was not allowed to eat. She was not allowed to drink. She was tied to a chair with ropes. She was gagged with a cloth. She was locked in the basement at night. The neighbors heard screaming. They did nothing. The police were called once in August 1965 by a neighbor. The officer spoke to Gertrude. Gertrude said everything was fine. The officer left. He did not search the house. He did not interview Sylvia. He left. Sylvia died. Gertrude Baniszewski, her daughter Paula, her son John, and 2 neighborhood boys, Coy and Ricky Hobbs, were arrested. The trial began on April 18, 1966. The courtroom was packed. The prosecution described the torture in graphic detail. The jury saw photographs of Sylvia's body. The defense argued that Gertrude was insane. Gertrude claimed that blackmailers had forced her to torture Sylvia. The jury did not believe her. On May 19, 1966, Gertrude Baniszewski was convicted of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison. Paula Baniszewski was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life. John Baniszewski was convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 2 to 21 years. Coy and Ricky Hobbs were convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 2 to 15 years. They were all children. They were all torturers. They were all murderers. Gertrude Baniszewski was paroled in 1985 after serving 20 years. She changed her name to Nadine Van Fossan. She moved to Iowa. She worked as a nurse's aide. She avoided the press. She died of lung cancer on June 6, 1990, at age 60. She never apologized. Sylvia Likens is buried at Washington Park East Cemetery in Indianapolis. Her grave is marked with a stone that reads, Sylvia Likens, our beloved daughter, 1949 to 1965. Her sister, Jenny Likens, who witnessed the torture and was forced to participate under threat of the same treatment, survived. She testified at the trial. She later married. She changed her name. She did not give interviews. She died in 2021. Sylvia's parents, Lester and Betty Likens, were never charged with neglect. They were fools. They left their children with a stranger. They did not visit. They did not write. They did not know that their daughter was being tortured to death in the basement of a house in Indianapolis. They knew nothing. They wanted to know nothing. They knew nothing until it was too late. The murder of Sylvia Likens is the most infamous child abuse case in American history. It is a story of cruelty, of cowardice, of a community that heard screams and did not call the police. It is a story of a girl who was beat, burned, branded, starved, and humiliated, and who died on a basement floor while her torturers ate dinner upstairs. Sylvia Likens was not killed by monsters. She was killed by ordinary people. A mother who hated her, children who were bored, neighbors who were afraid, a police officer who was lazy, a justice system that let a murderer go free after 20 years. That is not a monster. That is a society. That is a society that looks away. Sylvia Likens did not look away. She could not. They had burned her eyes. They had beaten her face. She could not open her eyes at the end. She died in the dark. Do not let her die in the dark again. Remember her name, Sylvia Likens. She was 16. She was a girl. She was a daughter. She was a sister. She was a human being. And she was tortured to death because a woman named Gertrude did not like her. That is not a reason. That is not a motive. That is not an excuse. That is evil. And evil wore a house dress and a cross and lived next door. Evil was not a monster. Evil was a mother. Evil was a neighbor. Evil was you. Evil was me. We did nothing. We did nothing. Sylvia died. We did nothing. Chapter 89, The Hinterkaifeck Murders. March 31st, 1922, Hinterkaifeck, Bavaria, Germany. The small farmstead of Hinterkaifeck, located in a forest near the town of Kiefenheim, was home to the Gruber family. Andreas Gruber, 63, his wife Casilia Gruber, 72, their widowed daughter Victoria Gabriel, 35, Victoria's 2 children, Casilia, 7, and Joseph, 2, and the maid, Maria Baumgartner, 44. A neighbor, Michael Plockel, had noticed that no one had been seen at the farm for several days. He found the barn door unlocked. He entered the house. He found the bodies. The killer had used a mattock, a farming tool with a blade on one side and a pick on the other. The bodies were in the barn. Andreas, Casilia, Victoria, and the maid Maria had been lured to the barn one by one. Each had been struck in the head with the mattock. The blows had fractured their skulls. The killer had then stacked the bodies neatly. The 2 children, Casilia and Joseph, had been killed in their beds. Their faces were covered with blankets. The killer had not stolen anything of value. Money was found in the house. Jewelry was found in the house. Food was in the larder. Animals were in the barn. The killer had stayed on the farm after the murders. Someone had fed the cows. Someone had eaten the food in the kitchen. Someone had lit a fire in the stove. Someone had walked through the house, leaving muddy footprints. The footprints led to the woods. The investigation was botched from the start. The local police, led by Inspector Georg Reingruber, assumed the killer was a drifter. They questioned local residents. They found no suspects. They exhumed the bodies for a second autopsy in 1923. No new evidence. The case went cold. The legend of Hinterkaifeck grew over the decades. The story that the killer had been seen on the farm days before the murders, that Andreas Gruber had told neighbors that he had found strange footprints in the snow leading from the forest to the house, but none leading back, is likely a fabrication. No contemporary newspaper reported this detail. It appeared in later retellings. But the legend persists. The most famous theory is that the killer was Lorenz Schlittenbauer, a neighbor and the secret father of Victoria's son Joseph. Schlittenbauer had refused to acknowledge paternity. Victoria had sued him for child support. Schlittenbauer had a motive. He also had the physical strength to wield a mattock. He was questioned by police. He was never charged. He died in 1935. Other theories: a serial killer, a communist revolutionary, a jealous lover, a soldier returning from World War I, a man named Carl Gabler who had died in a mental institution. No theory has been proven. The Hinterkaifeck farmstead was demolished in 1923. A memorial stone now marks the site. The stone reads, "Here died a violent death, the Gruber family and their maid. March 31st, 1922. May they rest in peace." The ghost of Hinterkaifeck is the ghost of a farm in a forest where a family was killed with a mattock and stacked in a barn, and where the killer fed the cows and ate their food and slept in their beds and walked into the woods and was never seen again. That is the story. That is the mystery. That is the end. Chapter 90. The Dyatlov Pass Incident. February 2nd, 1959, Kolatsiakl, Ural Mountains, Russian SFSR. The mountain is called Kolatsiakl in the Mansi language. It means Mountain of the Dead. 9 hikers, led by Igor Dyatlov, a 23-year-old engineering student, had made camp on the slope of the mountain. They were experienced hikers, members of the Ural Polytechnical Institute Ski Club. They had planned a 300-kilometer trek to Mount Otorten, which means "do not go there" in the Mansi language. They were all young. The youngest was 20. The oldest was 37. They were all experienced. They were all dead. The search party found the camp on February 26th. The tent had been cut open from the inside. The hikers' belongings, including boots, coats, and food, were still inside. The snow outside the tent was marked with footprints. The footprints led down the mountain. They were made by bare feet. The searchers followed the footprints. At the edge of the forest, the searchers found the first 2 bodies. They were Yuri Doroshenko and Yuri Krivonyshenko, both 21. They were wearing only their underwear. They had been burned by a fire. They had died of hypothermia, but only after they had been burned. They had tried to build a fire. They had succeeded. They had died anyway. Near the first 2 bodies, the searchers found the body of Igor Dyatlov, the team leader. He was wearing a jacket and a hat. His hands were clenched. He had died of hypothermia. Beneath a cedar tree, the searchers found the body of Rustem Slobodin, 23. He had a small crack in his skull. The crack was not fatal. He had died of hypothermia. It took the searchers 2 months to find the remaining 4 bodies. They were found in a ravine under the snow, 50 meters from the cedar tree. Lyudmila Dubinina, 20, had her tongue and the soft tissue of her throat missing. She had no eyes. She had no eyebrows. She had a massive fracture in her skull. She had a fractured rib. Alexander Kolovatov, 24, had a fractured neck. Zinaida Kolmogorova, 22, had severe internal bleeding. Nikolai Thibault-Brignoles, 23, had a massive skull fracture. The autopsy revealed that the injuries could not have been caused by hypothermia alone. They were consistent with a blast wave. They were consistent with a car accident. They were consistent with a fall from a great height. They were not consistent with a fall from a tree or a fall into a ravine. The Soviet investigation concluded that the hikers had died of a compelling natural force that the investigators could not identify. The case was closed in 1959. The files were classified. The details were not released to the public until the 1990s. The theories are endless. An avalanche. The tent was on a slope. The killer is snow. But there was no evidence of an avalanche. The footprints were visible. The tent was not buried. KGB murder. The hikers had strayed into a secret military test site. The injuries were caused by a rocket, a missile, a bomb. The missing tongue and eyes were caused by scavengers, not by the blast. But the scavengers would not have eaten only the tongue. They would have eaten the face. Infrasound. A rare meteorological phenomenon that causes panic and hypothermia. But infrasound does not cause fractured skulls. Mansi shamans, the indigenous people of the Urals, had killed the hikers for trespassing on sacred land. but the Mansi who lived nearby were friendly. They helped in the search. They had no motive. A Yeti. The hikers were killed by the Russian version of Bigfoot. The evidence for this is zero. The final theory proposed in 2020 by Swiss researchers is that a small slab avalanche, combined with a rare phenomenon called a katabatic wind, created a pressure wave that spun the hikers into the air and slammed them into rocks. The missing tongue and eyes were caused by scavengers. The theory is plausible. It is also boring. The Dyatlov Pass incident is not boring. It is the most famous unsolved mystery of the Soviet era. 9 young people experienced, prepared, fit, climbed a mountain and never came down. They cut their tent from the inside. They ran into the snow in their underwear. They died of hypothermia, except for the ones who had fractured skulls and missing tongues. They died on a mountain called Mountain of the Dead. The mountain lived up to its name. Gor Dyatlov is buried in Yekaterinburg. His grave reads, Gor Dyatlov, 1936 to 1959, in memory of the brave hikers of the Dyatlov group. The other 8 are buried near him. Their graves are side by side. The mystery of the Dyatlov Pass incident will never be solved. The files are open. The evidence is public. The answers are not there. The answer is in the mountain. The mountain remembers. The mountain does not speak. The mountain is called Kolatsyakl, Mountain of the Dead. 9 people died there. We do not know why. That is the mystery. That is the terror. That is the end. Chapter 91, The Disappearance of the Sodder Children. December 24th, 1945, 1 a.m., Fayetteville, West Virginia. George and Jenny Sodder were asleep in their home on Cool Ridge Road with 9 of their 10 children. Their eldest son, John, was serving in the United States Army. A fire broke out in the house. George Sodder woke to the smell of smoke. He ran downstairs. The living room was on fire. He tried to reach the stairs to rescue his children. The stairs were blocked by flames. He ran outside. He tried to climb to the second-floor windows. There was no ladder. He ran to his truck. The truck would not start. He tried to call the fire department. The telephone line was dead. The fire destroyed the house within an hour. George and Jenny Sodder and 4 of their children, Maurice, 14, Martha, 12, Jenny, 8, and Betty, 5, escaped. 5 of their children, Maurice is 17, Martha 15, Louis 9, George 7, and Sylvia 2, were missing. The fire department arrived after the house had collapsed. They found no bodies. They found no bones. They found no evidence that 5 children had been in the house. The official investigation concluded that the children had died in the fire and that their bodies had been completely cremated by the intense heat. The Sodder parents did not believe this. Jenny Sodder had seen a strange object on the roof of the house the night before the fire. She had seen a man with a flashlight in the yard. George Sodder had seen a car drive slowly past the house earlier in the evening. The telephone line had been cut, not burned. The truck had been tampered with. The fire had started in multiple places simultaneously, suggesting arson, and no human remains had been found. The Sodder family spent the rest of their lives searching for their children. They hired private investigators. They posted signs across the country. They offered a $10,000 reward. In 1949, a photograph was mailed to Jenny Sodder. The photograph showed a young man in his early 20s. On the back was written, Louis Sodder, I love my brother, Frankie. The handwriting matched Louis's. The Sodder family contacted the FBI. The FBI determined that the photograph had been taken in a studio in New York, but the studio had no record of the sitting. The lead went nowhere. In 1968, a woman named Betty Sodder, the same name as one of the surviving daughters, received a phone call from a woman who said, I am your sister Martha. I am alive. I live in Florida. I have a family. I cannot tell you where I am afraid. Betty asked questions. The woman answered correctly. The name of the family dog, the color of the living room curtains, the name of the teacher at the one-room schoolhouse. Betty believed the woman was Martha. She told her parents. George and Jenny traveled to Florida. They could not find her. The lead went nowhere. George Sauter died in 1969. Jenny Sauter died in 1989. Neither parent ever learned what happened to their 5 missing children. The Sauter house was never rebuilt. The land is now a field. A small monument marks the site. The monument reads, "In memory of the 5 Sauter children who disappeared from this spot on Christmas Eve, 1945. Maurice, Martha, Louis, George, and Sylvia, we will never forget you." The disappearance of the Sauter children is the most haunting missing persons case in American history. 5 children vanished on Christmas Eve. Their parents spent 44 years searching. They found nothing. The truth is likely that the children died in the fire. Creosote, the chemical that forms in chimney fires, can burn hot enough to cremate a human body completely. The fire department arrived too late. The remains were scattered or destroyed. But the Sauter parents saw a man with a flashlight. They saw a car. They found the telephone line cut. They found the truck tampered with. They saw no bones. They believed their children were alive. They died believing. That is the tragedy. Not the fire, not the disappearance. The hope that never died. The hope that kept a mother and father searching for 44 years. The hope that was never rewarded. The hope that was a lie. Or was it? The photograph, the phone call, the handwriting, the woman in Florida. We will never know. The children are gone. The parents are dead. The monument stands. The field is empty. On Christmas Eve, the Sauter family lights candles. They place them on the monument. They sing carols. They say prayers. They hope. They have always hoped. They will always hope. That is not tragedy. That is love. Chapter 92, The Lead Masks Case. August 17, 1966, 1 p.m., Niterói, Rio de Janeiro State, Brazil. A young boy named Jorge da Costa Alves was flying a kite on a hilltop at Morro do Vintém, near the town of Niterói. He found 2 bodies. They were lying side by side. They were well dressed. They were wearing business suits. They were wearing lead masks over their eyes. The masks were shaped like goggles. They were made of lead. The men were identified as Manuel Pereira da Cruz, 32, and Miguel Jose Viana, 34. Both were electronics technicians. Both worked for a local radio station. Both were salesmen for the firm Electrola, which sold electronic equipment. Neither had any history of mental illness. Neither had any known enemies. Neither had any reason to be on a hilltop in Niterói wearing lead masks. Near the bodies, police found a small notebook. The notebook contained a handwritten note. The note read, 16:30 be at the agreed place. 18:30 swallow capsules. After protection, wait for the sign of the mask. The note was written by Miguel Viana. The police found no capsules. An autopsy revealed that the 2 men had died of asphyxiation. There were no marks on their bodies. There were no signs of struggle. There was no poison in their systems. The cause of death was listed as unknown. The police investigated the case for several months. They interviewed friends, families, and co-workers. They found that Cruz and Viana had been interested in extraterrestrials, spiritualism, and the occult. They believed that they could communicate with beings from other planets. They believed that the mask in the notebook referred to a form of protection against radiation or atmospheric pressure. They believed that the capsules were not poison, but a form of transport to another dimension. The official conclusion of the Brazilian police was that the 2 men had died as a result of a shared psychotic delusion. They had swallowed something, perhaps a mild sedative or a hallucinogen, and lay down to wait for the sign of the mask. They had suffocated. Their bodies were not discovered for several days. The lead masks were intended to protect them from the sign. The sign never came. The lead masks case is one of the most baffling unsolved mysteries of the 20th century. Why were two electronics technicians on a hilltop wearing lead masks? What did they expect to see? What did they swallow? Who was the mask? Why was the note written in the third person? The theories range from the mundane to the fantastical. The mundane theory: the men were spies. The lead masks were to protect their identities. They were killed by a third party who then removed the evidence. The fantastical theory: the men were contactees. They had been in communication with extraterrestrials. The lead masks were to protect them from UV radiation or cosmic rays. The capsules were to transport them to the mothership. The mothership did not arrive. They died of asphyxiation waiting for it. The most likely theory is the saddest. The men were lonely, isolated, and searching for meaning. They found it in the occult. They found it in the promise of other worlds. They found it in lead masks and capsules and signs. They were wrong. They died on a hilltop in Niteroi, wearing business suits and lead goggles, waiting for a sign that never came. That is not a mystery. That is a tragedy. Manuel Pereira da Cruz and Miguel José Viana are buried in separate cemeteries in Rio de Janeiro. Their graves are unremarkable. No one visits. The lead masks are in the collection of the Instituto Médico Legal in Niteroi. They sit on a shelf. They are dusty. They are forgotten. But the sign of the mask is not forgotten. It is written in a notebook. It is written in the autopsy. It is written in the question: what were they waiting for? The answer: they were waiting for something that was not there. They died waiting. We are still waiting. We do not know for what. Chapter 93, The Flannan Isle, Lighthouse, Mystery, December 15th, 1900, Flannan Isles, Outer Hebrides, Scotland. The steamer Arctur was passing the Flannan Islands, a small, remote archipelago 20 miles west of the Isle of Lewis. The captain, Holman, noticed that the light from the Eilean Moor lighthouse was not shining. He radioed the Northern Lighthouse Board. A relief vessel, the Hesperus, was dispatched. The Hesperus arrived on December 26th. The relief keeper, Joseph Moore, went ashore. He found the lighthouse unlocked. He found the clock stopped. He found a half-eaten meal on the kitchen table. He found a chair knocked over. He found a set of oilskins hanging on a hook. He found the beds unmade. He found the lamps cleaned and refilled, ready to be lit. He found the logbook. The last entry was made on December 15th at 9 a.m. The logbook reported severe winds, but no other unusual activity. The three keepers, Thomas Marshall, James Duckett, and Donald MacArthur, were gone. They were never seen again. A search of the island revealed no bodies. The landing platform, located 60 feet above sea level, had been damaged by waves. A box of supplies that had been left on the platform had been washed away. A rope that had been stored in a crevice above the platform was found 100 feet away. The investigation concluded that the three keepers had been swept away by a rogue wave while attempting to secure equipment on the landing platform. MacArthur, who was known to be reckless, may have gone down to the platform without proper safety gear. Marshall and Duckett may have followed. A wave came. They died. The theory is plausible. The Flannan Isles are exposed to the full force of the North Atlantic. Waves of 100 feet have been recorded. A tidal wave could have washed the men off the platform and into the sea, but the logbook reported calm weather after the storm. The last entry at 9 a.m. on December 15th reported severe winds from the previous night, but no mention of a rogue wave. If the men had been swept away, why were the lamps cleaned and refilled? Why was the clock stopped? Why was the chair knocked over? Why was the meal half-eaten? The Flannan Isle lighthouse mystery has inspired countless theories. The most famous is that the keepers were abducted by aliens, or by foreign spies, or by sea monsters. The most plausible is that one of the keepers went mad. MacArthur had a history of mental instability. He may have killed the other two and then thrown himself into the sea. But a murder-suicide would have left evidence. Blood, a weapon, a struggle. There was none. The most accepted theory remains the rogue wave. The men were on the platform. A wave came. They were gone. The lighthouse on Eilean Moor was automated in 1971. No keepers have lived there since. The island is empty. The light still shines. The mystery remains. Every December, the Northern Lighthouse Board sends a ship to the Flannan Isles. They check the light. They check the platform. They check for bodies. They find nothing. The three keepers are commemorated on a memorial in the church of the parish of Barvas on the Isle of Lewis. The memorial reads, "In memory of Thomas Marshall, James Duckett, and Donald MacArthur, who lost their lives from the Flannan Isles Lighthouse in December 1900. Erected by their brother keepers. They were keepers of the light. They kept it well. Then they vanished. The light is still kept. It is kept by machines. But the men who kept it with their hands are gone. They are somewhere in the North Atlantic. They are in the water. They are in the wind. They are in the light. The light shines. The lighthouse is empty. The mystery is full." Chapter 94, The Yuba County Five. February 24th, 1978, 10:30 p.m., Chico, California. 5 men, Ted Wire, 24, Jack Hewitt, 24, Bill Sterling, 29, Jack Madruga, 30, and Ted Wire's brother, also named Ted, known as Ted Wire Jr., but the brother was not present. The 5th man was Gary Mathias, 25, attended a basketball game at California State University, Chico. They left the game at approximately 10:30 p.m. They drove away in Jack Madruga's 1969 Mercury Montego. They were never seen alive by their families again. The 5 men were all developmentally disabled. They had been members of a social club for adults with disabilities. They were all high-functioning. They all held jobs. They all drove cars. They were friends. They were close. On the night of February 24th, they drove toward the town of Oroville, approximately 15 miles south of Chico. Their car was found on March 4th, abandoned in a remote forest area near Berry Creek, 70 miles east of Chico. The car was stuck in a snowbank. The key was in the ignition. The battery was dead. The car had not been driven for several days. There was no sign of a struggle. There were no footprints leading away from the car. The snow around the car was undisturbed. It was as if the 5 men had vanished into thin air. 6 months later, on June 4th, a hunter found the body of Ted Wire in a Forest Service trailer at a campground called The Birches, approximately 20 miles from where the car had been abandoned. Wire was lying on a bed. He was covered with blankets. He had died of hypothermia and starvation. He had lost 50 pounds. He had eaten nothing but a small amount of canned food. There was food in the trailer: canned goods, dried milk, crackers. Wire had not opened any of them. His hands were cold. He had not worn gloves. The other 4 men were not in the trailer. A search of the surrounding area found no bodies. In 1979, the remains of Jack Madruga and Bill Sterling were found in a ravine near the trailer. Their remains were badly decomposed. The cause of death could not be determined. The remains of Jack Hewitt and Gary Mathias have never been found. The Yuba County 5 case is one of the most baffling missing persons cases in American history. The theories are legion. The most plausible theory is that the men became lost in the snow. They abandoned the car. They walked in the wrong direction. They became disoriented. Wire found the trailer. He went inside. He lay down. He did not know how to use the propane heater. He did not know how to open the canned goods. He died. The other men continued walking. They died of exposure. Their bodies were scavenged by animals. The remains of Hewitt and Matthias have never been found. The problem with this theory is that the men were not idiots. They were developmentally disabled, but they were not helpless. They had driven cars. They had held jobs. They had navigated the world. They would have known how to open a can of food. They would have known how to light a heater. They would have known to stay together. They did not. They scattered. They died. The other theory is that the men were murdered. Someone lured them into the forest. Someone killed them. Someone staged the car and the trailer. But who? And why? The Yuba County Five had no enemies. They had no money. They had no secrets. They were invisible. They were the kind of men who disappear and no one notices. Except their families noticed. Their families never stopped looking. The mother of Jack Hewitt, who was called Delbert, spent the rest of her life searching for her son. She died in 2012. She never found him. The case of the Yuba County Five is still open. The remains of Jack Hewitt and Gary Matthias have never been found. The mystery of what happened on the night of February 24th, 1978, has never been solved. The five men were not famous, they were not rich, they were not powerful. They were developmentally disabled men who went to a basketball game and never came home. They are the forgotten ones. They are the missing ones. They are the dead ones. Remember their names: Ted Wire, Jack Hewitt, Bill Sterling, Jack Madruga, Gary Matthias. They were five friends. They went to a game. They disappeared. They died. We do not know why. That is the mystery. That is the sorrow. That is the Yuba County Five. Chapter 95, The Hinterkaifeck Farm Murders. Note, the Hinterkaifeck Farm murders were previously covered in Chapter 89 of this book, which detailed the March 31st, 1922, killings of the Gruber family and their maid on a remote farmstead in Bavaria, Germany. That chapter remains the definitive entry on this case. Please refer to Chapter 89 for the complete account, including the discovery of the bodies, the botched investigation, and the enduring mystery of the killer who remained on the farm after the murders. The reader is directed there. Chapter 96, The Murder of Maria Marta Garcia Belsunce. October 26, 2002, 7:30 p.m., Carmen de Araco, Buenos Aires Province, Argentina. Maria Marta Garcia Belsunce, a 50-year-old sociologist and the daughter of a prominent Argentine businessman, was found dead in the bathroom of her gated country club home, Carmel. She was fully dressed. She had been shot 6 times, once in the head, once in the back, and 4 times in the legs. Her husband, Carlos Carrascosa, a 51-year-old stockbroker, called the family doctor, Dr. Luis Aversa. Dr. Aversa examined the body. He noted the wounds but did not examine them closely. He assumed that Maria Marta had fallen and struck her head on the edge of the bathtub. He signed a death certificate listing the cause as cranial trauma due to an accidental fall. The funeral was held the next day. Maria Marta was buried without an autopsy. The case might have ended there. But Maria Marta's brother, Horatio Garcia Belsunce, a lawyer, was unsatisfied. He had seen his sister's body. He had seen the wounds. He did not believe they were caused by a fall. He demanded an exhumation. The exhumation took place on November 5, 2002. The autopsy revealed 4 bullet wounds in the legs. The bullet in the head was not from a fall. It was from a gun. Maria Marta Garcia Belsunce had been murdered. The investigation that followed was a farce. The local prosecutor, Dr. Juan Jose Rebelli, was a friend of the Carrascosa family. He dismissed the evidence. He accused Horatio Garcia Belsunce of interfering with the investigation. The case was transferred to a different prosecutor, Diego Molina Pico. Molina Pico arrested Carlos Carrascosa. He arrested the family doctor, Dr. Aversa. He arrested several friends and family members who had been present at the house on the night of the murder. He claimed that the murder had been part of a satanic ritual. He claimed that Maria Marta had been killed because she had discovered that the country club was built on an indigenous burial ground. The evidence for these claims was zero. The case dragged on for years. Carlos Carrascosa was tried twice. The first trial, in 2007, ended in a hung jury. The second trial, in 2009, convicted him of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison. The conviction was overturned on appeal in 2011. The appellate court ruled that the evidence was insufficient and that the prosecutor had engaged in misconduct. Carrascosa was released. He had served 18 months. He returned to his home in Carmel. He lived there until his death in 2021. He always maintained his innocence. He said that Maria Marta had been killed by an intruder, a burglar who had broken into the house, shot her, and fled. No evidence of an intruder was ever found. The murder of Maria Marta Garcia Belsunce was a media sensation in Argentina. It was called the crime of the decade. It inspired a television series, El Crimen de Carmen de Areco, and several books. It also exposed the corruption of the Argentine justice system. A prosecutor invented a satanic cult to cover up his incompetence. A judge convicted a man on no evidence. An appellate court freed him. And the question remains, who killed Maria Marta Garcia Belsunce? The most likely answer is that she was killed by a burglar. She surprised him. He shot her. He fled. The family, fearing scandal, covered it up. The doctor signed a false death certificate. The husband went along with it. Then the cover-up unraveled. The husband went to jail. The doctor went to jail. The prosecutor went to jail. Rebelli was later convicted of corruption in an unrelated case, and Maria Marta's body was exhumed, autopsied, and reburied. Her grave now reads, Maria Marta Garcia Belsunce, 1952 to 2002. Rest in peace. She does not rest. She is a ghost in the Argentine psyche. She is a warning. She is a question. She is a woman who was shot 6 times and whose death was called an accident, and whose husband was jailed for a crime he did not commit, and whose killer is still free. The killer is not Carlos Carrascosa. The killer is not a satanic cult. The killer is a man who broke into a house on a Tuesday night, saw a woman, and shot her. He is still out there. He will never be caught. The case is closed. The mystery is open. Maria Marta, forgive us. We failed you. Chapter 97. The criminal case of Lina Medina, the youngest mother. April 14, 1933, to Crapo, Castrovirreyna Province, Peru. Lina Marcela Medina, a 5-year-old girl, was brought to a hospital in Pisco by her parents, Tiburelo Medina and Victoria Losea. Lina's abdomen was swollen. Her parents thought she had a tumor. The doctors examined her. They discovered that she was 7 months pregnant. The tumor was a fetus. On May 14, 1933, Lina Medina gave birth to a 2.7-kilogram, 6-pound boy by cesarean section. She was 5 years, 7 months, and 21 days old. She remains the youngest confirmed mother in medical history. The case of Lina Medina is not a murder. It is a crime, the rape of a child. The perpetrator was never conclusively identified. Lina's father, Tiburelo Medina, was arrested on suspicion of incestuous rape. He was released due to lack of evidence. The identity of the father remains unknown. Lina never revealed who had impregnated her. Some investigators believe that the father was an older relative. Others believe that the father was a stranger who had assaulted her in the village square. The Peruvian government took custody of Lina and her son. They named her son Gerardo after the doctor who had delivered him, Dr. Gerardo Lozada. Lina raised Gerardo as her brother. Gerardo was told that Lina was his sister, not his mother. He discovered the truth when he was 10 years old. He died in 1979 at age 40 from a bone marrow disease. Lina Medina married a man named Raul Jurado in 1972. They had a second son, also named Raul, in 1972. The second son was born via cesarean section. Lina's first cesarean section had damaged her reproductive organs, making natural childbirth impossible. She lived in poverty for most of her life. She refused interviews. She refused payment for her story. She lived quietly in a poor neighborhood of Lima. She died in 2015 at age 82. The criminal case of Lina Medina is not a case about a murder. It is a case about a rape that was never investigated, never prosecuted, and never punished. A 5-year-old girl was impregnated by a man whose identity she would not reveal. She gave birth. She raised her son. She lived. She died. The man who raped her lived. He died. No one knows his name. No one knows his face. No one knows whether he was her father, her uncle, her cousin, a neighbor, a stranger. No one knows. And because no one knows, the crime is not solved. It is not closed. It is a wound that will not heal. Lina Medina's story is not a miracle. It is not a freak of nature. It is a crime against a child, a crime that was covered up by silence, by poverty, by a legal system that did not care about a 5-year-old girl in a remote village in Peru. Lina Medina did not ask to be the youngest mother. She did not ask to be a medical oddity. She did not ask to be a case study. She was a child. She was raped. She gave birth. She survived. That is not a headline. That is not a miracle. That is a tragedy. The tragedy of a stolen childhood. The tragedy of a life lived in the shadow of an unspeakable act. Lina Medina is dead. Her rapist is dead. Her son is dead. Her husband is dead. The only thing left is the story. The story of a 5-year-old girl who became a mother. It is not a story of wonder. It is a story of horror. Do not forget that. Do not make it a curiosity. Make it a warning. The warning is protect children. Believe them. Investigate. Prosecute. Punish. Do not let the rapist go free. Lina Medina's rapist went free. He died free. He died without justice. That is not a crime. That is a failure of the law, a failure of the family, a failure of us. Do not fail again. Chapter 98. The murder of Ken McElroy, killed in broad daylight with 45 witnesses. July 10, 1981, 4 p.m., Skidmore, Missouri. Ken Rex McElroy, a 47-year-old career criminal, bootlegger, and bully, walked out of the Skidmore Food Mart. He had been drinking all day. He was angry because the town had refused to serve him at the pool hall. He walked to his pickup truck. He was shot twice. One bullet struck him in the neck. One bullet struck him in the head. He died instantly. The shooter was not identified. There were 45 witnesses. They were standing on Main Street. They had gathered to watch McElroy leave the store. They saw him fall. They saw the shooter. No one would say who it was. The Skidmore Food Mart was across the street from the town's post office. The street was full of people. It was a summer afternoon. The town of Skidmore had 400 residents. Almost all of them had been terrorized by Ken McElroy for years. He had stolen from them. He had threatened them. He had burned their barns. He had shot at them. He had raped a 12-year-old girl. He had married her. He had held her captive. He had been arrested more than 30 times. He had never served a full prison sentence. The Nottoway County prosecutor, David Baird, had tried to put McElroy in prison for the shooting of a 70-year-old man named Ernest Bowenkamp. McElroy had shot Bowenkamp in the neck. Bowenkamp had survived. He had identified McElroy as the shooter. McElroy was convicted. He was sentenced to 2 life sentences. He appealed. He was released on bond while his appeal was pending. He returned to Skidmore. He terrorized the town. He drove his pickup truck past Bowenkamp's house every day. He waved, he smiled. Bowenkamp was afraid to leave his house. The whole town was afraid. On the morning of July 10, 1981, McElroy appeared in court. The judge ruled that his appeal was without merit. He ordered McElroy to serve his 2 life sentences. McElroy did not go to prison. He asked for 30 minutes to get his affairs in order. The judge granted the request. McElroy went to the pool hall. He drank. At 4 p.m., he walked to the Skidmore Food Mart. He bought a pack of cigarettes. He walked out. He was shot. The Nodaway County Sheriff's Department investigated the murder. They interviewed all 45 witnesses. Every witness said they had not seen anything. They said they had been looking the other way. They said they had been tying their shoes. They said they had been talking to a friend. They said they had not seen the shooter. No one was ever charged. The case is officially unsolved. Unofficially, everyone in Skidmore knows who killed Ken McElroy. The killer is the town. The town killed him. They killed him because the law would not. They killed him because David Baird, the prosecutor, had failed. They killed him because the judge had let him out on bond. They killed him because the system was broken. They fixed it. They fixed it with a bullet. After McElroy's death, his wife, Trina McElroy, filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the town. She named 3 men as the shooters: Del Clement, a 56-year-old farmer, Richard McFadden, a 68-year-old retired farmer, and Trina's own brother, who was a minor. The case went to trial. The jury found for the defendants. Trina McElroy moved away. The town of Skidmore returned to its quiet life. No one was ever prosecuted. No one was ever punished. Ken McElroy is buried in the Skidmore Cemetery. His grave is marked with a stone that reads, Ken Rex McElroy, 1934 to 1981. Beloved husband and father. He was not beloved. He was not a father. He was a rapist. He was a thief. He was a bully. He was a murderer. And the people of Skidmore killed him. They killed him in broad daylight. 45 people saw it. No one said a word. That is not a crime. That is a verdict. A verdict from a jury of his neighbors. A verdict of guilty. The sentence was death. The executioner was anonymous. The witnesses were silent. The case is closed. The murder of Ken McElroy is the most famous unsolved murder of a bully in American history. It is a case about the failure of the law. It is a case about the right of a community to defend itself. It is a case about what happens when the system breaks down. The system broke down. The town fixed it. They fixed it with a gun. They fixed it with a conspiracy of silence. They fixed it with justice. Lynching is not justice. Vigilantism is not justice. But sometimes, when the law is blind, the people must see. The people of Skidmore saw Ken McElroy. They saw what he did. They saw that he would never stop. They saw that the law would not protect them, so they protected themselves. They shot him. They watched him die. They went home. They said nothing. They lived. That is not justice. That is survival. Chapter 99, The Murder of Danny Pearl, January 23, 2002, Karachi, Pakistan. Daniel Danny Pearl, the 38-year-old South Asia bureau chief for the A Wall Street Journal, was investigating a story about Richard C. Reed, the shoe bomber, who had attempted to blow up American Airlines Flight 63 with explosives hidden in his shoes. Pearl had arranged to meet with a man named Bashir, who claimed to be the leader of a radical Islamic group. Bashir had information about Reed. Pearl told his wife, Marianne, that the meeting might lead to a big story. He said he would be home for dinner. He never came home. Pearl was lured to a hotel in Karachi. He was captured by a group of terrorists calling themselves the National Movement for the Restoration of Pakistani Sovereignty. The group was a front for a larger organization, Al-Qaeda. Pearl was interrogated. He was tortured. He was videotaped. On February 21st, 2002, a videotape was delivered to the American consulate in Karachi. The tape showed Danny Pearl's head being severed from his body. The tape was titled "The Slaughter of the Spy Journalist, the Jew Daniel Pearl." Pearl was not a spy. He was a journalist. He was not a spy. He was a Jew. He was targeted because he was a Jew. The murder of Danny Pearl was a message. The message was, "We will kill your journalists. We will kill your Jews. We will kill your Americans." We are not afraid. The Pakistani police arrested 4 men for the murder. The mastermind was Ahmed Omar Saeed Sheikh, a 28-year-old British-born militant who had been imprisoned in India for kidnapping Western tourists in 1994. Sheikh had been released in 1999 in exchange for hostages on an Indian Airlines flight. He had returned to Pakistan. He had joined Al-Qaeda. He had planned the kidnapping and murder of Danny Pearl. Sheikh was convicted of murder. He was sentenced to death. As of 2025, he remains on death row in Pakistan. His appeal has been delayed for years. He has not been executed. 3 other men were convicted of kidnapping and sentenced to life in prison. The murder of Danny Pearl was not a military operation. It was not a political assassination. It was a homicide. A man was captured, tortured, and beheaded because of his religion and his profession. There is no excuse for this. There is no justification. There is only the fact. Danny Pearl is dead. His wife, Marianne, published a memoir, A Mighty Heart, in 2003. The book was adapted into a film starring Angelina Jolie. Marianne Pearl established the Daniel Pearl Foundation, which promotes cross-cultural understanding and journalistic ethics. The foundation sponsors an annual Daniel Pearl World Music Days event. Musicians around the world perform at the same time on the same day. They play for Danny. They play for peace. Danny Pearl is buried in the Mount Sinai Memorial Park Cemetery in Los Angeles. His grave reads, Daniel Pearl, 1963 to 2002. Beloved son, husband, father, journalist, musician, friend. He was a journalist. He was a musician. He played the fiddle and the mandolin. He wrote stories. He wanted to understand the world. He died because the world did not want to be understood. He died because a man named Omar Sheikh believed that God wanted him to kill a Jew. He was wrong. God does not want that. No God wants that. Only men want that. Danny Pearl was killed by men. He was killed by men who thought they were doing God's work. They were not. They were doing the devil's work. And the devil is not a monster with horns. The devil is a man with a knife, a camera, and a message. The message is hate. Danny Pearl's message was love. Love won. Listen to the music. The music is still playing. Danny Pearl is still playing. Chapter 100. The Murder of Jamal Khashoggi. October 2nd, 2018. 1 p.m. Istanbul, Turkey. Jamal Ahmad Khashoggi, a 59-year-old Saudi Arabian journalist, columnist for The Washington Post, and critic of the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, walked into the Saudi consulate in Istanbul. He needed a document to confirm his divorce so that he could marry his fiancée, Hattis Cengiz. Hattis waited outside. He told her that if he did not come out, she should call the Turkish authorities. He did not come out. The Turkish authorities investigated. They discovered that a 15-man hit squad had flown into Istanbul on private jets on the morning of October 2nd. The squad included a forensic pathologist, a diplomat, and several members of the Saudi Royal Guard. They had entered the consulate through the front door. They had waited for Khashoggi. The details of the murder emerged over the following months, leaked by Turkish intelligence. Khashoggi was sedated. He was injected with drugs. He was then dismembered on a table in the consulate. The procedure took 7 minutes. The head was removed first. The body was cut into pieces. The pieces were carried out of the consulate in bags. The body has never been found. The forensic pathologist, Dr. Salah al-Tubayi, had brought a bone saw. He had also brought a meat grinder. The meat grinder was not used. It was not necessary. The pieces were disposed of elsewhere. The Saudi government initially denied that Khashoggi had been killed. They claimed that he had left the consulate unharmed. They released a grainy surveillance photo of a man who looked like Khashoggi leaving the consulate through a back door. The photo was a fake. The man was a body double. The Turkish government released audio recordings of the murder. The recordings had been made by listening devices planted in the consulate. The recordings captured Khashoggi's last words. He said, "I can't breathe." He said, "Take this bag off my head." He said, "I feel like I'm being suffocated." Then the sounds of a struggle. Then the sound of a bone saw. Then silence. The international outcry was immediate. The CIA concluded that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman had ordered the murder. The United Nations Special Rapporteur, Ines Calamard, conducted an independent investigation. Her report, released in June 2019, concluded that Khashoggi had been the victim of a brutal and premeditated killing, planned and perpetrated by Saudi officials. She called for sanctions against the Crown Prince. The United States imposed sanctions on 17 Saudi officials. It did not sanction the Crown Prince. The Trump administration said that the relationship with Saudi Arabia is too important to risk. The Biden administration released an intelligence report in 2021, confirming that the Crown Prince had approved the operation. It did not impose additional sanctions. Jamal Khashoggi is buried nowhere. His body was never found. His fiancée, Hatiss's Tengiz, has no grave to visit. She lights candles. She writes letters. She speaks at conferences. She says, "I want justice. I want the world to know what they did to Jamal. He was a journalist. He was a writer. He loved his country. He wanted reform. He wanted democracy. He wanted freedom. And they killed him. They killed him because he wrote the truth. The murder of Jamal Khashoggi is the murder of the truth. It is the murder of a man who used a pen, not a sword. It is the murder of a man who believed that words could change the world. He was wrong. The world did not change. The world looked away. The world cared for a week, a month, a year. Then the world forgot. But Hatice Cengiz did not forget. The journalists who knew Jamal did not forget. The readers who loved his columns did not forget. They remember his name. They remember his face. They remember his voice. Jamal Khashoggi. He was 59. He was a son, a brother, a fiancé, a friend. He was a journalist. He was a truth-teller. He was murdered by his own government, in his own consulate, in a foreign country by a team of men with a bone saw. The bone saw is in a warehouse somewhere. The men are free. The Crown Prince is the de facto ruler of Saudi Arabia. The body is in a bag. The bag is in the sea. The sea is silent. The truth is not silent. The truth is this book. 100 crimes, 100 chapters, 100 stories of horror and hope, of justice and injustice, of the dead and the living. Jamal Khashoggi is the last. He is not the least. He is the most recent. He is the most current. He is the one who reminds us that the dead are not history. They are now. They are us. We are the dead. We are the living. We are the ones who write the stories. We are the ones who read them. Do not stop reading. Do not stop remembering. Do not stop asking, who killed Jamal Khashoggi? The answer is a crown prince. The answer is a kingdom. The answer is the world that let him get away with it. The answer is us. We let him get away with it. We did nothing. We said nothing. We bought their oil. We made their deals. We shook their hands. We looked the other way. The world looked the other way. Jamal Khashoggi's eyes are still open. He is still looking. He is looking at us. He is asking, why did you not help me? Why did you not stop them? Why did you not say my name? We say it now. Jamal Khashoggi. Jamal Khashoggi. Jamal Khashoggi. His name is the last word of this book. It is not the last word of history. History has no last word. History is a conversation. We are still talking. We are still listening. We are still writing. This book is over. The night is not over. The night is never over. The night is the never-ending night. The night is the darkness in which the crimes happen. The night is the darkness in which we write. The night is the darkness in which we read. Turn on the light. Read. Remember. Do not let the night win. Jamal Khashoggi did not let the night win. He wrote until the night killed him. He wrote the truth. The truth is that he is dead. The truth is that he is not forgotten. The truth is that we are his voice now. We are the voice of the dead. We are the voice of the victims. We are the voice of the never-ending night. Speak, the night is listening.